with IRA projects. Before that, just like to announce that we have public comment scheduled today between around 2 and 2:15. But we're also going to move that up, have 2 public comments just in case anybody needs to get on the road. And so we'll do earlier one at the break, approximately about 10:15 today. So anyway, 2 opportunities, but there'll be little changes to the agenda as I'm aware. So with that, we're going to start off with the IRA project review, and I think I'll turn to Merrick, and Pete will be our discussion. So, Merrick?
Yeah, thanks, Pete. Let's see, just one comment. If you're looking for coffee, it's across the hall rather than back here. I know it's important for everybody. All right, we'll start this morning with Inflation Reduction Act proposals. Just a quick overview here. One is in your packet of materials, you have basic introductory summary and then 3 proposals. Those 3 proposals are aimed at the January 31st deadline that we have for the funding being made available to councils. There may be an opportunity for a second round later this year if there's funding available after then. See a couple of other comments. One is we have been thinking about several different topics since the fall, and the 3 proposals you see in front of you have come about for a few reasons. One is that they have been they are topics that the council has either adopted as an initiative coming out of our ecosystem efforts, and that happened in September of 2022, or they are topics that the council has already identified as wanting to work on. These are the entanglement concepts, and that NIMS has given us guidance that we should put those in here for funding. The second consideration is, me and our fellow staff have been talking through these and looking at what we can do with an eye of practicability, like what's actually doable in terms of number, in terms of types of projects, competition with other things that are on our agenda. And we think the 3 here are practical to do. And then third, they also align with IRA objectives. So there are some clear objectives that the IRA funding come with that have been outlined by NIMS. We've talked about those throughout the fall, and these 3 proposals align with them. One of the questions I often get is, well, what happens to this project or that project? And why isn't this project in there? Why isn't that project not in there? And what's implied in that question is that if they're not funded by IRA money, they're not going to get done. And that's not true. So one example is the climate risk tables. Right now, we are not proposing those for IRA funding, but we do have them on the council's agenda, which means we would be using our administrative grant to cover that project. So there are other possible topics. This is not an exclusive list of, these are the only climate change topics we could work on. These are the topics that seem germane to the IRA objectives. They seem practical to us to be doing, and the council has given prior guidance or direction to pick these up. So that's what you see in front of you. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, over to you, Pete.
Just a quick question, Merrick, you mentioned that there might be a second opportunity for more funding. Do you have anything additional to share with us about like what that might look like or what you're hearing from NIMS?
Not really, no. Okay. Where it'll come from is NIMS has 20 million available for the councils, and what they're going to be doing after all the councils submit our proposals is reviewing those, and some of those might be rejected, which means there'd be some money left over. So they would reopen the bidding process, if you will, or proposal process later this fall. And that time, the whole time with this has been just in flux and changing. So all I can say is later 2024. Yep.
All right, well, I'll start out then. I'll go over this paper and just maybe add a little more detail and rehash or go over the process of what got us here. In November at our budget committee meeting, we had a long discussion, and And the IRA funding process, or, if you remember, there were a lot of questions and uncertainties surrounding that, the timing and how it would all fold out. And at the culmination of that, and then on the full council floor, we had a list of projects that the committee discussed and some recommendations. There was a first proposal that had to be and was submitted December 31st. That was for a first chunk of money to help move the process along. It created the envelope or pathway that the rest of the money could go into. The second set of proposals was due January 31st. As Merrick said, the council discussion was, can we see if that could be extended to March, sometime in March, so the council had more time to deliberate? That wasn't possible. So the council, the committee, and I think the council, the full council recommendation was, well, if it can't be moved into March, can we put it on the committee of the whole agenda so there's a chance to talk about it? So it relates, as you saw yesterday, in that far right column and a lot of the tables, that additional money that could be coming in from the IRA proposals. And in November, there was still not clear guidance on what the proposals for the specific projects would be. So between now and last November, some of that guidance was developed. And as Merrick said, it was narrowed down to these three proposals. As the paper describes, there's been work with the NIMS region, the science centers, and other groups to focus in on these three. As I looked at the titles, they didn't really resonate with my memory from the past, but I looked back at our list from November we had, and except for some wording changes, they were what was in the list we had pretty much and had discussed. We didn't come up with specific things. I do want to highlight, because this is, I don't know what you call it, a fast-paced or an ongoing process we're involved in working with, or in developing the proposals. Merrick and the staff reached out to the EWG for some comments, and those were just received, I think, this week, the EWG review of these three proposals, and I thought they were quite positive. I'm just going to highlight a couple of the things from the email the EWG sent, that they noted the goals of the IRA funding priorities are very much aligned with the council's fishery ecosystem plan, its ecosystem initiatives process, and the climate community's potential follow action on discussion scheduled for March. All three of the draft proposals appear to be based on ecosystem initiatives described in the FEP appendix. Proposals could address, well, two of the fall. And so they have some other additional comments to strengthen these proposals. But in general, the EWG review was very favorable, supportive of these proposals, and the process of coordinating with the science centers in this region, the EWG and others, was to have a set of proposals that have a high probability of being funded. So, and they are due into NOAA January 31st, or no later than the 31st of January. So you see in the paper the three titles there, and I'm not going to go through each one in detail, but just pick out a couple pieces. The first one is innovating the implementation of council actions to respond to a dynamic ocean environment. In each of these, you'll see a funding priority. That funding priority is exactly the language that came from NIMS on what the proposals must address. If you remember back from November, the guidance from NIMS at that time was proposals must be for activities that contribute to implementation of fishery management measures necessary to advance climate-ready fisheries and development and advancement of climate-related fisheries management planning. And then, according to the NOAA guidance, the proposals should And there were 4 bullet points. And the first one, operationalize fish climate vulnerability assessments, operationalize recommendations from climate scenario planning efforts. So the guidance that was received is this is what the proposal should do, and it was laid out in that way. What's the funding priority? What it does address relative to the guidance from NIMS? What are the objectives of the proposal? And then the brief summary. So you can see the second proposal, considering the effects of council management actions on vulnerable fishing communities impacted by a changing marine ecosystem. Again, operationalizing recommendations from the climate scenario planning efforts, and also developing and implementing management changes or processes that address climate vulnerability. And lastly, the third project, developing climate-ready fishing methods to mitigate bycatch of non-target associated species. And you can see the priority to there, developing and implementing measures, management changes or processes that address climate vulnerability or improve climate resiliency of fisheries. So each of these addresses some of those specific NOAA goals and objectives, and then there's more detail in here. I did not see the final guidance, but they were developing guidance on the initial stuff. On these weren't going to be very long proposals, but there were specific elements that had to be in there. So that's where we've ended up with these 3 proposals that go in for that initial set of funding. And as Merritt said, once that all goes through the laundry machines and they figure out what gets funded, then there'll be a determination if there's money left over and a second opportunity for funding of those projects. But the dollar amount, well, we discussed the finances yesterday, so unless there are questions with that. So with that, we'll just open it up for any questions or discussion. If you need any further finer detail on each of the proposals or how this proceeds, or any thoughts on it? Mark?
I of course have a question. In the budget committee in November and also on the council floor, we had a longer list. And on the list was, for example, the Klamath and Sacramento Fall Chinook harvest objectives, which are impacted by changes in climate. And I don't know if that is somehow included here. It's not obvious to me. And if it's not included, I kind of like to understand the rationale for that.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So in these, the material you have in front of you does not include that. The timing at which we launched those work groups makes it now impossible for us to use IRA funds to support those work groups. And that's because when Congress appropriates money, we can't use one pot to fund something else. And so we are well on our way with those work groups. Funding for that is coming out of our administrative grant. And by the time we get this money, which may be March or April, we no longer have a chance to even back up and try to cover what we started in the fall. So it's just, it was in the original proposal that we sent in, which was essentially, we want some money and here's everything we might want to do, but it's just not practical now to have those covered with IRA funding. We do have them in our budget now to be covered by our administrative grant.
Thanks.
I'm just trying to get my head around the whole operation here. I thought I understood it to begin with, that this additional money would help our budget. But I'm beginning to get the feeling that these are all new initiatives that create new committees and new workload for the council, staff, advisory panels. And that kind of is counter to what our prior discussions throughout this workshop, this meeting of the whole. And I'm trying to understand, is this going to require additional staff or additional burdens on staff that are already burdened? And it's just trying to get a feeling for that, so that is this a whole new venture And we're actually, the funding is gonna cover that. It's really not gonna help what we're doing now in other, in the big picture. It's not good. It's an additional project, 3 projects that cost more and are being paid for through this. So the net result of doing this or having this, unless there are projects that we're going to be bound to do in the future without it, seems like it's a net zero. Seems like we're just adding more work and more capacity to do that. And it's being paid for through these funds. So just understanding that better.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So there's a few ways to think about your question. So one is where we're starting from today as staff. One of the retirements we had last year, most of the time that position was covered by what you could call soft money. That money was tied to EM. That money is no longer here. And so the advertising for that position, we're making good headway on that position, but I'm still not convinced we have the money to fill it until we get IRA funding. That's the replacement money for that position. So that position would necessarily shift, and a portion of that person's job would go toward essentially project management, what's in here. That also then allows us to have the other amount of time that person has to contribute to the other stuff that we do. So it would allow us to hire a full-time person at a fairly high capacity to do this work and help our existing work. The other thing is 2 of these are new. And one of them is currently on your agenda. And that is essentially the HMS workshop idea ties into IRA funding. So the other 2 are not. One of them, I've looked to contractors, the work that the science centers have been doing, been talking with Pacific States about some of the dashboards and things they've been using. So it's us managing the project and using our partners and contractors to build this tool, essentially. So not a whole lot on our plates. We would look for council time to keep you up to date on what we're doing, but not a whole lot of council time. The third one would require a new work group. So that's something we've talked about with the region and the science centers. And it's primarily a work group of regulatory people. So it would take some time. And right now we're looking at Kit to help out on that work group, along with general counsel, region reg writers, probably some state folks too, but it does require a new work group. We've been speaking with most of those folks about that.
Follow up with, in regards to a new hire to do this, that launches the ship, so to speak, and gives us the funds to launch that and to get it going. But when the term of this work runs out and the funding runs out, do we have the ability to maintain that, or is that something we worry about when we get there?
Yeah, we'll see. So this will cover us for about 4 years. And I'm comfortable making hires with that level of timeline.
That was just, thanks.
Corey.
Just to follow up to Bob's question there, and so to answer Merrick, it sounds like there's this position and these proposals would have some latitude to also help support things we already have on our agenda, sort of infuse climate into that. And one thing that we are doing around that is already, you mentioned risk tables earlier as something that's kind of already set aside. Can you provide just a little bit more for us on your mind about how these projects would connect to possibly that individual would work on sort of the existing climate efforts other than risk tables under the ecosystem plan, and how that fits together in your mind?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Can you elaborate a bit?
Yeah, sorry, maybe I'm just being a little bit dense or misunderstanding your earlier comment. Just trying to put it together in terms of, we already have our ecosystem plan and an ecosystem initiative moving forward right now around climate. And so wondering, these 3 things are related to that, but not specifically to the tasks that were laid out there. You mentioned you chatted with the EWG. That sounds very positive to hear that they were thinking about this, and those things sound like they nexus to some degree. But I'm trying to get my head around how much the work of the current ecosystem initiative could be supported by this individual or this money or the funds, or how those two things kind of fit together.
Yeah, the current initiative, I assume you mean the risk table initiative that we're working on?
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
shorthand it that way.
Yeah, so at the moment, I don't see that being supported by these funds. And you see that in the proposals that that's not in there right now. And so right now we have that project being supported by our administrative grant, and Kit has been staffing the ecosystem groups and writing herd on that. I don't plan to change that. You all know that Kit is planning to retire, and so when he retires, we'll reevaluate, and depending on who we pick up to help manage these projects, that may or may not be the right thing to put in their portfolio. It'll depend on the person.
All right,
John?
John,
Thanks.
trying to look online too, to make sure I didn't miss somebody.
So it's sort of following on to what both people have asked. It looked like when I read the proposals in front of us that they're they definitely relate to some of the discussions the council has had, and there's some clear ties to the initiatives in the ecosystem side of things, but they're different. And I'm just wondering, sort of process wise and what we're doing today, have the various advisory bodies seen this and weighed in at all on what it does or doesn't do for what they're already working on?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So process-wise is how you framed your question. So we've been given very short timeline by NIMS to put these together. And so what we've drafted in here is, I think, the right balance, or at least we've been trying to strike that balance between saying, here's what we want to do, and here's how we want to do it, and giving enough latitude for us then to go, after the funding is received, to go the SSC and the advisory groups and say, here's what we have in mind. Here's how we're thinking of doing it. How do you see this playing out? And we can tweak that, the methodology and the outputs a bit to get to the needs that they have, and also to the council for that matter. So we're trying to strike that balance, right, between here's what the council is given direction on, here's how it aligns with the IRA objectives. Can we continue to mold this as the funding comes in to make sure it does what we need it to do? So hopefully that answers what you're after, Joe.
Yeah, no, that actually is super helpful. I guess my fear, similar to the discussions we've been having, is that yes, this is additional money. And I understand that it's going to come with some strings and some guidelines, but it worries me if it isn't really directly supporting work we're already doing or planning to do. That even though this is a gift, we may want to turn down the gift because it will cause additional workload that isn't funded. And so if we create a new team, even though there might be a position that is funded to support that team, the funding isn't going to support all of the other people that are working on it. And it's probably not going to support the floor time that we need to cover the results of it. And so I'm really cautious about gifts like this that end up coming with a whole lot of extra work. And we might just want to say no.
Brad?
That's a good point, John. I do think that we've been looking at ways to speed up the rulemaking process for a long time. And also on our agenda to do, I think we've been looking for ways to do that. I think that's going to build efficiencies in the system. I think it's benefit everybody long term. So I think that's a real advantage to the council process. I did see the forming of an ad hoc committee, and that's what Phil had said yesterday. I was kind of like, I would grit my teeth a little bit, but it looks to be like that has to be done, I think, to make this work. But I think that anything, if we talk about flexibility, things need to move faster through the pipeline. I think things moving through the faster pipeline would be a benefit. And I think that we should certainly go with that one. I think the third item, we're looking at ways with HMS, right? As far as that kind of ways to get swordfish out of the water, right? And how we can do that, what kind of gear. And so I think that was already on our, I think year at a glance, I think. And so that seems reasonable. The middle one, I'm a little more, I'm not sure how much that's going to benefit us. I think it's going to be have a look at what we deal with fish. This is a fisheries council, and that people, the businesses associated with that, and I think that it might be interesting to have a look at what they come up with as far as what are the needs of those communities, and what is the infrastructure, what's lacking. I think about the trawl fishery, we're underachieving a lot. I think it's not because of the fleet. I think it's because the infrastructure, the process capacity, and all that stuff isn't been identified. And that's a way of doing that. And I think it might, take some heat off what we're doing, because we can only deal with fishermen on the water. I think it'd be good to maybe get a picture of what that looks like. I think that might be a great way of doing that. So, but anyway, I'll stop it.
All right, thanks, Fred. Ryan?
Yeah,
Ryan,
thanks. Yeah, can you hear me?
go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, no, I just appreciate the process that American staff have gone through to kind of get to these proposals. I have had a chance to talk with Merrick about them a little bit, as well as our centers. And I do think the concepts he's putting forward here are very consistent with the RFP that NIMS has put out and the priorities that are contained within them. Since Brad mentioned and highlighted the fishery flexibility one, I just want to caveat for the group, right? I understand that. I understand his points. I also understand what I think is the intent and the concept here, which is to focus really on the council-related actions and work and analyses and processes that can help facilitate what NIMS has to do once final action has been taken, or once, in the case of an EFP, for example, once a recommendation has been made by the council. But I would like to still put notes for maybe talk with staff a little bit on language here, because some of this still could be read as you're trying to speed up the process that happens after the council. That's really kind of solely in NIMS's review, clearance, and resource limited focus. So anyway, the concept, I think, here and the way it's written in most of the paper, I think gets to that. But I did want to highlight that that's what I read when I read that one. But in general, I do think that all three of these actually are quite relevant for what I'm hearing from the people that will be involved in reviewing these RFP proposals.
Thanks, Ryan. Further questions, comments, discussion? Lynn?
I'm struggling a bit to figure out what the deliverable is out of these objectives. When we get done with this money, what are we going to have? And I will admit, I haven't had the time to spend to really go through and think about this because of power outages most of Tuesday and travel Wednesday. But I see a white paper and I see a dashboard, but what's the end? What's our end goal? What's our product that yep, we're done with this item. We've completed our task. Or is that too nebulous yet? We haven't gotten that far.
That's a good question. It also relates a bit to what John was asking a minute ago. We can tweak it a bit, but I think if we think about the generalities of the outcome. So the first one, the innovating implementation of climate council actions, that one. What we're looking for there are potentially changes to our regulatory processes or our COPs to move more quickly in implementing regulations. So that would be the outcome, would be some activities or actions taken by the council to speed up how we do fishery management. The second one, considering the effects of council management actions on vulnerable fishing communities. This is essentially the creation of, you might call it a dashboard that folks like the GMT could use to say, if we're developing these management regulations and specs, how's it going to affect our communities that are vulnerable and their resilience? And that's information the council uses helping to make decisions. So it's a decision support tool. The third one is essentially it's our HMS roadmap and things that might be related to that or similar to that, like our humpback entanglement work, earmarking, things of that nature. So it's action and plan development. Is that helping, Lynn?
It is. Thank you. It's probably in there and I just hadn't comprehended it yet, but I appreciate the overview.
John?
Thanks. Sort of following on the roadmap and the document, which I appreciated. And yes, it was a lot of words between, Friday evening and today to get through. But I see in there for the roadmap development a statement about the fact that the council wanted those to be facilitated. And it was unclear just in those two little short sentences, would the funding help with that? Getting a facilitator?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
cool.
Mark?
I had a question. Merrick, you indicated the staff position that we're going to be filling has formally been filled with soft money, and that this IRA funding could provide some funding to continue that position. The IRA funding is short term, is it not? And what are we going to do when that money runs out?
Yeah, you and Bob are on the same page. Like I said to Bob, this money would last for about 4 years. I'm comfortable making staffing decisions on that timeline.
You're comfortable or uncomfortable?
Comfortable.
Okay. Sorry, you're a little hard to hear over here at times.
Right, let's go around. Good discussion. Corey?
Yeah, thanks for putting this together. Appreciate the work. Thinking about the second one around communities, I think this looks good. Just wanted to note that I think there's a lot of connection here with the EEJ thinking that the council and the agency have been doing. So definitely support what's outlined here. A decision tool sounds like a good characterization of an output and what's in here. Just wanted to say, I hope in this process, that it can have some cognizance or EEJ lens that's taken as it moves through the work. I think that'll be important to make sure we do that right.
Any further discussion on this? Appreciate the points that are brought up, and especially starting, Bob and John and Mark asked the question about, and I can pull up my documents from yesterday that we went through where I have handwritten notes that right-hand column in the tables, more money, more work, but not more people a lot of times, and the funding issues. So, what John was talking about, the comfort level there, is this going to help us? That goes through my mind too. And are we making progress, and does this really help the council address some of those issues? And I can't give you a very clear, straight explanation, but yeah, this is going to help us to do the work we need to do and facilitate things in the future, and that it's worth moving forward with. That's my feeling as we've gone through that and I've looked at the development, and we'll incorporate these pieces. So look around and see, ask Merrick if there's anything else we need on this topic here.
Maybe just a few more thoughts as everyone's considering these. So in terms of staff officer hire, we're aiming to do early this year. Right now, I think we've got we're in a position where we could hire a partial staff officer, and I don't feel like I could actually open up a vacancy for a 0.3 FTE and get anyone to apply. So the funding here would round out that position and allow us to fill it. So it's sort of akin to the state liaison contract funding last night, where like we leverage this money to get more money to get something together that works for us. And so that's how I'm thinking about it at the staffing level. And then I guess just in terms of really what I'm looking for. So these are what we're proposing to send in at the end of the month. After talking with Ryan and Kelly Dennett, folks in DC, I feel pretty confident that these would be funded. And so if you have thoughts, I mean, on one bookend, John was saying maybe we shouldn't do it. That thought has certainly crossed my mind. I've thought we don't have enough to do our base work, and now we get more funding with a lot of strings attached. Does that really help us? I think, you know, my staffing response maybe shed some light on my thinking, which is I think we pull this together that in a way that helps us do the rest of our work. And I think that's become clear to me as we've gone through the machinations of putting these proposals together. The working group topic is a question. And of course, Brian and I have talked about this periodically. And so that would involve some of his people. On our end, I've envisioned Kit being our person to participate in that working group. We're comfortable with that. So if there are questions about the working group, which would involve a lot of reg people on the NIMP side, I think Ryan might be in a better position to address that than I am. So maybe there's a question there. And then that also does relate to some council floor time that we envision as, you know, updates about the progress of the work. So all of that, just want to be transparent as I can in this sort of crunch timeline we've been given to put these together. That is what we're looking at with this work. But I think it comes together in a package here that helps us do everything else. That's what I've been striving for since this money started to become apparent to us.
Heather?
Thanks. Yeah, my question was on the working group and just the idea if it's got a lot of NIMS folks on it, does any funding go to NIMS, or does it still come to the council to support the working group? What does that look like?
Well, that's a good point. So the IRA funding, as it goes to the fisheries, NIMS has gotten a lot of money for stock assessments and science, and I don't know the degree which the regions have gotten money. What we've been trying to do is say, we're all getting money, let's all try to do complementary activities. And so there's no plan now to take the funding that's in these proposals and give it to NIMS or whatnot. Instead, we've been saying, let's make sure we're on the same page about how we're going to all be doing our work.
Okay, thanks.
Lynn?
Just looking at our agenda, the task is to recommend refinements. I know talking to Jessica Watson, who's on the ecosystem work group for ODFW. I think they had some recommendations. How are you all going to work on incorporating those from the EWG feedback that you all got?
Yep, we are working to incorporate those. We've already updated the draft you see in front of you. Is a later draft than the one the EWG has seen. So many of their comments have already been addressed. And we'll take those comments and some of the comments that Ryan just spoke to, incorporate those to the degree that's appropriate, and then anything else that you all might have.
And I do worry a little bit about Kit's workload. You know, we've talked yesterday that most council staff are already at 140% or 1.4 FTEs. And now we're going to be adding work group and a bunch of other stuff to Kit. So probably make him what, 1.5, 1.8. I know Kit's awesome, but I'm concerned about workload for council staff too, as we take on some of this additional stuff.
Appreciate the concern.
John?
Thanks. So on the work group, you've mentioned it several times. You just mentioned it. I can't find the development of a work group in here. Given our discussion yesterday, I'm really cautious about creating a work group.
Let's see.
On page
Well, it's couched in terms of, if you go to page 2, bottom of the page. Second to last paragraph, we talk about council, staff, general counsel and NIM staff collaborating. And so I'm using work group to describe that collaboration, whether that's a formal council work group, I guess that would be up to you all. But we have been
Yeah, okay.
thinking of that as a collaboration.
Now I see it. So the council would form an ad hoc committee. Which does sound like a work group.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And it sounds like workload. I guess, in some of the ways this is written, there are statements like that that are pretty highly prescriptive. And I would suggest whatever gets submitted to NIMS on this, if you decide to move forward and ask for it, that the language be a lot less prescriptive so that we have the time to do what you said and the ability to do what you said. If we get the funding to go to the teams and say, how are we going to implement this? What's the best way to get what we need out of it and not cause extra workload that then costs us money on the bottom line. Yeah, statements like that, the council would form an ad hoc committee. The council hasn't agreed to that. We haven't even discussed it. I don't want that.
Yeah, fair point.
That kind of language.
Thanks. Any further input on these? Of course, Bob.
I just want to say, I really appreciate this coming forward like this. I mean, we talked about it, I think, at the budget committee last meeting, and it was a big list. And I like the fact that it's coming, that staff is looking at this from the perspective of workload and axing what we already are doing. And obviously, I believe that they're not looking to do more work with less people. They're looking to balance that. So I like the input. I like the detail. I do appreciate John's comments on that. Those are things that, I like the fact that we come back with a proposal and then we look at that rather than try to create that proposal or that on the fly as a group and give our staff marching orders of how to do this. I think they see how it meshes with our operations and they can iron those out and come forth with stuff. And I really do appreciate the work. So I had these questions. I feel a little more comfortable. I have the same concerns John does about creating ad hoc committees and such. And sometimes I think that maybe we should be trying to integrate some of these things rather than create committees to direct things. Should try integrating them into our decision making. I think that it could be a component of each advisory panel management team that takes care of something. Like, for instance, EJ, do we need to have a separate committee dealing with that? Or could it be just integrated? And maybe that's something to try to reduce the number of hands that have to independently look at this, then refer something. So we get to review it anyhow, get to see it. So I like the fact that you came forward with a proposal that we get to now look at. I think that's a good thing. So thank you.
Thanks. Joe Oatman, then Heather Hall. Joe, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Pete. Maybe building off of Bob's point just now on how we integrate some of this. So I kind of go back to our discussion yesterday on B2, and we had the table 1, which laid out, the far right column, adding IRA and trial cost, and that was like 6.1 million. And then table 2, far right column had all, and it listed IRA and trial cost. So I'm trying to get a sense as to, so everything left of that column then, so the, international stuff, EFP, sanctuaries, the status quo base, which does include like EEJ and other aspects like marine planning. How might I'm still fuzzy, I guess, in terms of how how and whether integration might occur to maybe kill two birds with one stone type of an approach. And it's just not really clear to me. It seems like, at least what I've heard this morning, seems like, these three projects, which amount to over 500,000, if I understand that correctly, how that will be split into narrow topics as laid out in each of these proposals. Whether those are standalone or whether those will be integrated. So maybe if you can kind of help me kind of connect that, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, let's see. Pausing because the explanation can get complicated very easily. Let's see, starting with the table that you first referenced, Joe, that table 1, reference table 1 or table 2, table 1, the budget numbers there. The IRA money that's assumed in there is this first batch of money that is 375,000 that we are 99% sure is coming through. These proposals, we're still waiting to see if they'll be funded. So these proposals are not in the budget numbers at this moment. And so that raises some additional questions. But if we were to integrate these proposals into the work that we're currently doing, so one of the proposals integrates into the middle column where we start talking about, this list of quite a few projects that are essentially sanctuaries, international work, or the things that we're doing to try to improve the fishery. So the HMS roadmap is essentially in that column. And so one of these proposals would supplement the work in that column. The decision support tool and communities, I would say it's it's additive, and but it also is one of those projects that helps us leverage our ability to backfill essentially. So with that money, we're able to hire staff that can do the work that's sprinkled throughout these columns. So it's not quite what you're looking for, but that's the best answer I could give. And then the other one is related to that also. So the tools that come out of, or the outputs of those additional two projects should help in this work. So one will provide information that helps with council decision making as it concerns vulnerable communities. The other one is intended to speed up our regulatory processes, so it helps the council implement fishery management on a more rapid basis than we do now. So it helps to be more effective. So it's not quite what you're asking, Joe, but I think that's about as close as I can get at the moment. Is that helping?
It did. Thank you very much for helping me sort of, see how these things kind of connect. I appreciate that. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Joe. Heather?
Thanks, Pete. I just wanted to follow up on one of the last things that John mentioned as we were talking about the work group, and where is that in the way the proposals are written. And I did have a chance to see some of the comments from the ecosystem working group, and thanks for highlighting some of those. But I also think the idea of being a little less prescriptive, if we can, provides flexibility. I think the ecosystem working group had that in their comments as well. And so just wanted to support that idea. And offer appreciation for making time for this discussion here. I know it was really hard to figure out how the council would talk about these proposals and get input and all of that and fit in with the the timeline, to submit proposals is, you know, less than satisfying. So I do appreciate the time here for that. Thank you.
Right, thanks. Further discussion or comments on these? Got some input on edits and refinements for them, and there will certainly be work done, and Ryan is online, of course, listening, and I suspect Merrick and his staff will be coordinating with the region and the science centers on final development. Merrick, anything else?
I appreciate the feedback. At this point, I would plan to move forward with submitting these three and take into account the refinements that you've suggested.
Okay,
Yep.
good. I think that finishes our work here.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Very good. Quite an hour. I'm trying to think, we're an hour and 3/4 here for the next one. Do we want to take public comment right now? Maybe, you think?
Michelle, do we want to take public comment?
Right, is it okay to just speak from here? Can everybody hear me?
The people online, okay, you just come sit by me if you like.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Pettinger and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment and accommodating an early public comment period on your agenda. I'm pleased to provide these comments on behalf of Ocean Conservancy, Environmental Defense Fund, Wild Oceans, and the Nature Conservancy. First of all, we think council staff has done a tremendous job preparing for this meeting. We appreciate the information provided relative to the council's budget by scenario in your report B2, which describes the situation, approach, and options clearly, and the draft fiber proposals in report C2, which closely align with the recommendations that we provided to the council in September and November. We want to emphasize the comments we made to the council in September and November relative to IRA funding, but I want to first preface the comments with stating that those were developed as recommendations with the understanding that the council would continue its work on the FEP and that the EWG and EAS would remain in place as they provide the council's existing ecosystem infrastructure. Those advisory bodies serve as a direct conduit with the broader IDA team and the NIMF science centers and help the council move ecosystem-based fishery management forward by identifying pathways and coordinating with the other FMP-specific advisory bodies. One of the primary reasons that the council is well positioned to compete well for IRA funding is because it has an operational FEP, is actively employing and exploring methods to use climate and ecosystem science to inform management, and it has the infrastructure in place relative to advisory bodies and a process for ecosystem considerations. Should the council decide to move away from FEP implementation or eliminate the EWG and EAS, then our recommendations for council IRA fund proposals would likely be very different, and the council may not compete well relative to IRA funding criteria. So first of all, our overarching recommendation is that the council actively pursue and use the IRA funds to further implementation of its climate and communities initiative. Specific to the IRA funding proposals, we had recommended the council explore methods and develop tailored products to integrate climate and ecosystem indicators and NIMF's climate vulnerability assessments into council fisheries management. The council is considering one method, risk assessments for petrale sole and sablefish, and considering CVAs through Initiative 4 and their risk tables, and we hope that work continues. In 2023, the EAS also recommended the council consider CDAs through its groundfish stock assessment prioritization process, which we would support. While our proposal for using CDAs is not included in the staff proposals in report C2, we appreciate the comments of Executive Director Burden indicating that doesn't necessarily mean that relative work won't happen. And we believe that consideration of the CDAs in council fishery management could be done as part of the council's core activities associated with existing FMP processes. Our other two recommendations were to improve the council's understanding of vulnerable communities, assess how council actions may have affected those communities, and develop management strategies to strengthen community resilience to climate change, and to develop ways to improve the management process to be more responsive to relatively rapid fishery changes as a result of climate change. We greatly appreciate that the council staff proposals closely align with our recommendations, and we support moving forward with all three of them. As we've noted in our prior comments, given climate variability and changing ocean, economic, and social conditions, and the resulting effects on fisheries, communities, and the ecosystem, we believe the IRA funding is a timely opportunity the council should act upon. So thank you again, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions from Michelle on that? Not seeing any. Thanks very much. I also see public comment online, Mike Okneski. Mike, good morning. Mike?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning. Please go ahead.
Yeah, this connection I have is a little bit weak, so if I phase out, I'll just say what I can and be done with it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. My name for the record is Mike Okneski from West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group. We've heard a great deal about the need to make fishing communities climate resilient to the changes that will be going on. Climate-ready fisheries is one idea to help the communities and the fisheries. But what happens when fleets lose their access to the fish? Offshore wind energy will displace fishermen from that access in proportion to the scale of the offshore wind development. Fishermen are more concerned about this than the need to get climate-ready fisheries in order. We fully support, our group fully supports the idea of finding mechanisms to work around climate change and to keep our fisheries, but it doesn't work if we don't have access to where we need to fish. It's just a simple truth. Offshore wind energy is the visible threat, and climate change ready fisheries won't help if we can't fish the waters we need to. We believe the offshore threat to our fisheries to be a core concern the council needs to continue to be involved in. They've done an excellent job to date, and I think that Mr. Oliver had it phrased correctly yesterday when he said that it's been a big help all the way around to the industry for the council to be involved, and it sparked a lot of attention that might not have made it if your name hadn't been on the documents that got sent. So we ask for your continued support, and we'd like to see the MPC continue its role. We can make it more efficient, shorter discussions, but we don't want to lose it entirely. It's a very important advisory body. So we thank you for your time and have a good morning.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions? John Ugaritz.
Thanks, Mike. Can you hear me?
I do.
Great. Good morning. Thanks for those words, and I want to be clear that I totally agree with you that the council needs to stay engaged on this, both for our own and the industry's interest. I'm wondering if the council were able to continue engaging in a meaningful way without a separate committee. Is that enough, or do you really feel that a marine planning committee is needed on its own to keep us on track?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I believe that the Habitat Committee, for example, if that's where the responsibility, say you shut down the MPC and move the responsibility to the Habitat Committee, they do excellent work. I really have grown to appreciate some of their insights and some of the doggedness at which they fight for, essential fish habitat and the good scientific approach they put behind that. I think that in my mind, the fishing industry is a business, and businesses operate in a different way entirely and have different needs than what is commonly known, I guess, within industry, but it's not so much known in the agencies themselves, and which is fine. We're used to dealing with that, but we think that there is a need for a straight pipeline voice from the fishermen that have been involved this far, that on the 4 levels of CPS, highly migratory species, and the GAP and the salmon committees. So we would like to see a continuation of the MPC. I don't think we're going to have the same imprint or communication level if we lose that. I think that is very important, knowing that those voices can have a place to come to and to speak and to communicate through the representation they have on the MPC. And it's not that the Habitat Committee doesn't do a good job, but this is not their forte. We live it, it's visceral for us, and it's also very important as far as the economics go. And so that for that reason, I would say that the MPC is critically important going forward, and we'll lose a lot if we do shut it down. And that is, I think that our membership would say the same thing. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thanks.
Corey Nile. Corey writing.
Hi, Mike. You said that it might be possible in your mind about the MPC having shorter discussions or having discussions that were more efficient, or maybe some other process recommendations around that efficiency. Can you just say a little bit more about that in terms of, if the groups to continue, how those efficiencies might best be implemented while still keeping the things you just mentioned around how the positives and the need for the group working as it is now?
Yes, I think that we got started a little bit on that, but I think Susan Chambers, I talked with her last night a little bit, and one of the things that she mentioned is that, we kind of hit the ground running, as she put it, and it took us a while to kind of dig in. There was a lot of emotion in the air. I mean, there's no two ways about it. And I had plenty to express myself. But I think that if we do focus the advisory bodies through the MPC, which I know that Carrie and the staff have made every effort, Jesse has made every effort to make that happen. But I, for one, have not been as compliant as I might be. I fully understand the need to cut back so that we don't take up all the council's time. And I think we can do a better job of abbreviating what we have to say and bringing it forward. The reports that are written up, I think, are excellent. Mike Conroy and Susan have done an excellent job on that. Been a lot of help from Corey Niles and other people. But I think we can cut that back. And we know the state of affairs as far as economics goes for the council itself. And believe me, I've had several operations I've ran where we were just one thread away from being shut down. And we fought with everything we had in order to save every penny we could and to be as efficient as we could. But I think we just haven't really realized the full extent of, the amount of money you have to work with. And I think, though, that we can get that under control, and we can certainly take advice on how to do it. Not saying we have all the answers, but I believe we know what our directive is. And in order to keep this and to be able to speak for the fishermen, I think we owe it to them and to the council who's put their trust in us so far to make that pledge that we would do that. I can do it from my end, but, others I think would step forward and say the same thing. So I'll leave it at that. I hope that answers it, but if there's any advice that you can give us along the way, and I'm sure there is, then we can better structure it so it's faster, more efficient. One thing now, we're not going to council meetings, so there's very little travel involved. We had one meeting, I think, to date that was in person. We can do more of the same. I also think our advisory bodies, I've said some time back that I know a lot of people disagree, but I thought we could live with maybe 2 live council meetings a year and 3 virtual meetings, or some mix that would help ameliorate the cost that we're running in other ways. Hotel bills have gotten hugely expensive. Travel has gotten more expensive. And the inflationary parts themselves are, meals and that are eating up more and more money. So we've got to work within our means. And as a business person, I fully understand that concept. So I hope that helps. Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks, Mike.
thanks, Mike. Further questions? Mike Okneski? Not seeing any. Thank you, Mike. And then we'll move to Mike Conroy, who is also online. Good morning, Mike Conroy.
Yes, good morning. I'm going to confirm you can hear me, much to Mark's chagrin.
Yes, we can. Absolutely.
Okay, Mike Conroy, I'm one of the co-chairs of the Marine Planning Committee. I really hadn't planned on offering anything to say, but I just did want to really quickly respond to both the questions that were asked by John and again by Corey. I think and I think Mike Okanowski alluded to this. I think the Marine Planning Committee plays a critical role as acting as a conduit between your advisory bodies and the council. The Habitat Committee, and this doesn't mean to denigrate them in any way, shape, or form, in terms of the habitat impacts of these potential developments. They are hugely important and have that expertise. But in terms of the fisheries aspects and looking at the fishing communities element of this, it is the expertise that's contained within the advisory bodies and the management teams that we rely on heavily. So I think from that standpoint, it sure makes a lot of sense to retain the Marine Planning Committee as that conduit. And in terms of efficiencies, I think, and Mike also alluded to this. Yeah, when we started, we were, I think we were still finding our way. I think over time, and I think during your last 2 meetings, we'll bear this out. The presentations we provided have definitely been made shorter. Try to be more compact in terms of the information that we're the information that we are presenting and the amount of time that we're taking to present that. So I think that we are kind of hitting our stride. And as Mike alluded to, if there's, any recommendations in furthering streamlining what it is that we do, we're certainly open to hearing that. There's, as you all know, there's a lot of information that we're trying to distill and distribute to ensure that you and the council family and other stakeholders are informed about this rapidly evolving, rapidly developing activities that are occurring on the ocean. And as you saw in our presentation in November, there's no shortage of things that we're envisioning that will arise during this year. So that's my plug for what we're doing. And if anybody has any additional questions, I'm more than happy to try to walk through those as well.
Right, thanks. Any questions for Mike? Heather Hall?
Thank you, Pete, and thank you, Mike. I don't have a question, but I did want to make a comment. While Mike and Mike are listening into the meeting and thinking about the products that come out of the Marine Planning Committee, the QR letters and the reports that they put out are incredibly valuable. They're a resource to me. Both of them, the letters and the reports have a huge amount of information in them. And so when we talk about efficiencies and how we get that from the Marine Planning Committee, one of the things I just wanted to flag for that conversation is, the quality in those reports and thinking about, how we do things to not chip away at that quality. When a council sends a QR letter on marine planning or offshore wind, it has a high level of credibility, I believe, and I think that's really important. It's something that we have, and I just don't want to see that diminished. I definitely appreciate the conversation around creating efficiencies and all of that, but just wanted to flag those ideas for our conversation. And thanks to both of the mics for your input this morning.
Right, thanks, Heather. Further questions? I'm not hearing any or seeing any. Thank you again, Mike.
Roger that. Thank you.
Right, I think that concludes our public comment then. So,
Okay. But it'll take us to D1, but we've been out for about an hour and 15 minutes. So we'll probably take a break now just because we have almost 2 hours coming up. And
Hey, Brad.
Yep.
Just a quick question. So
Yep.
those comments were sort of in regards to some of the other discussions we had, not really that IRA funding. I'm guessing we'll have more of those discussions under DE, under council operations today. And yeah, talking about what we do and don't do. And okay, cool. Thank you.
you bet. So let's be back here at 9:30. Oh,
How does checkout fit into this?
Yeah, I would suggest, if you haven't checked out, use this break to do it. I think our checkout date at time is 11. Is that right? Yep. So
or a little more time for that.
A few minutes.
If you want.
20 minutes more.
Wait, it's okay. So 9:35.
Yeah.
So.
yeah,
Right. It was like, you must
Okay.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're now on the council operations, D1. What does it take to have an effective and sound council process? And so Kelly's going to give us the overview. Phil Anderson's going to be the lead on this. Kelly.
Great, thanks. So Chris is going to put up a PowerPoint on the Ring Central. I just have a couple of slides to orient us. Just so you all are aware, the briefing paper under agenda item D in the appendix that listed the advisory bodies got cut off. So there's a revised version online that has the complete list, but otherwise the document remains the same. Okay, so to just give you an overview of the staff briefing paper under agenda item D, there were kind of three main tracks that will also follow here today in our discussion. The first is focusing in on the key principles and practices of an effective public process. So for the discussion here, Phil will be leading that. And really the goal is for all of us to come up with a mutual expectation of those key principles and practices. Because that will help guide us as we look forward to resolving some of the challenges that we're facing. Challenges are part 2 of the document. Staff have identified some of the key factors that we think are driving the challenges we're facing in the council process. And then part 3 has the possibilities for operational change. That'll be the last part of the discussion here under agenda item D. So for part 1, kind of keeping with our Franklin Covey theme, I think I would characterize this as keeping the first things first. So really the main goal that we have here is to have an effective public process. And when we went around the room yesterday and did our icebreaker, and there were lots of the same words echoed in that icebreaker exercise about transparency, public process, clear communications, clear decision-making. And so as part of the exercise here this morning is to really hone in on those mutually agreed upon principles for an effective process. That way, when we consider changes to our operations, we can weigh those changes. There will always be trade-offs, but we can weigh those changes against our key principles and decide how to strike the right balance. So in the document on page 3, there is a table. For those of you in the room, I would recommend that you kind of have this table opened up on your paper version. But this table summarizes matters, the key principles of an effective public process that are well documented in literature. And we tied those to the things that we see in the council process. So on the slide, you'll see there's the overall factor, there's the detailed factor, and then the column importance is not on the slide because it was too much text, but it is in the paper. And really that's where staff tried to link those key principles to the things that we see in our council process. So by setting that stage, I'll hand it over to Phil, who is our discussion lead for this topic.
Thank you very much, Kelly. And again, as we sequence through the 3 pieces of agenda item D, council operations, we will end up with D3 talking about potential recommended changes to our operations that would be further explored by the council. I'm going to burden you with a few thoughts. When I thought about this, my header on my paper was, what are the key elements to continue the Pacific Council's success? And some of these that I ended up with 17. Fortunately, they're not very long. But I thought it was important to think about what we do that makes us successful. And I also thought it was important of those things, where are their budget implications with those? So that's kind of how I broke it down. So I start off with, we set by example, and expect a culture of respect for one another in all aspects of the organization. And I really believe that the council has set that example and continues to do so throughout its history. And that is one of the things that really makes our process unique. When you look across the wide variety of forums in both political and not and private, we really have set an example here where the culture of respect is one of the key foundational pieces. There's no funding needed to do that. As important as it is up to each council member and us as an organization and a group to set that example. And I think throughout the years, with all the changes in members over time, that has continued. Number 2 was council members honor the institution by putting the good of the organization ahead of our personal bias and interests. And I think when we have our debates and we have controversial issues, we make our points, we make our arguments, but at the end of the day, when the organization has made a decision, we honor that decision. And again, in this case where if you're on the losing side of something, you're not going out afterwards and trying to undermine the decision of the body as a whole. And that takes some discipline. That does not happen in all organizations for sure. And again, I think this is a quality of the organization in order for it to continue as part of and I think it's part of the Pacific Council's success. And again, there's no specific funding needed here to have that continue. My third one is we respect and follow the rule of order as we do our business. And when I think about that, you can think about Robert's Rules of Order, but just in terms of how we conduct ourselves in our meetings, that we do it in an orderly manner. And again, I think this sets the example and expectation throughout the organization, our committees, our advisory groups, that they follow the same thing. And you may laugh at this one, but council members' attire is an outward indication of the respect we have for our institution and sets a professional tone for our meetings. Again, no funding needed by the council, maybe some funding to buy some clothes, but again, I really think that the attire that we adhere to in our council meetings is partly responsible, certainly not solely responsible, but for the professional atmosphere that we set when we conduct our business. And I remember I was a first year or second year council member in a vice chair spot next to Dick Schwartz, and who's a council member from Idaho. And Dick would never take his coat off. I don't care how hot it got, but he would always keep his suit coat on. And it was that formality of dress that he valued and thought that that was important. And I often think of him when we're sitting there in our suits and we're sweating. My next one is that we mandate an open and transparent process whereby members of the public are well informed and are provided the opportunity to comment on matters that come before the council. And we've talked about this before, the importance of transparency. And I added to that timely availability of our meeting material. And I think there's an opportunity in some cases for us to improve on that. I know we have briefing book deadlines that are far in advance of the meeting, which leads to having materials come in between that deadline and the council meeting. And then, of course, we have materials that are thrust upon us as we are sitting in our seats. But part of the transparency of our process is to allow the public to be looking at the materials that we're basing our comments and decisions on, and ensuring that they have an opportunity to look at that before they're providing us comments. I think is important. It could use some additional attention. My next one is that we value a strong SSC with clear terms of reference. We seek to maintain an arm's length separation between science and policy. And again, while there, I do believe there's a funding nexus here. I mean, it's that doesn't come at to the council in terms of maintaining a strong SSC. But I think it's fundamental to the success of our process. We rely heavily on science to inform our conservation decision-making. And again, here I have it as a funding issue. It is not necessarily a funding issue that we have a lot to say about in terms of getting additional funds for both state, federal, and tribal entities to bring bring that science forward into our decision-making process. But I think, again, it is an extremely important piece for our success. And then if we can identify any ways that we can help ensure that that funding is maintained and or increased where there's a need, that to me is an important piece for our continued success. My next one is, in the face of uncertainty in science, we build into our decision-making precautionary measures to protect the long-term health of the resource. I just have P-STAR as an example of that. I don't think there's a special funding consideration here, but I do think it's an important component of our past success as a council. Next one is the state and tribes are indispensable parties in generating the science and the management of the resources under the council's jurisdiction. I believe this with all my heart and soul. There is a funding nexus here with the state liaison contracts in order to ensure that their strong participation continues from a state perspective. And I think it's a key piece to us being successful into the future. Next is NOAA fisheries, including the region and science centers are indispensable partners in the council process. And while I didn't identify a direct funding nexus to our base grant funding, anything that we can do to help ensure that National Marine Fisheries Services centers region have adequate funding to partner with be strong partners in the council process. We ought to be looking for those opportunities. The next one was properly staffed management teams are vital to the success of the council. There certainly is a funding linkage here. It's linked back to number 9, which was the state and tribes being indispensable partners. But our management teams, again, we have the importance of our management teams and the information and recommendations and the analysis that they do and bring forward to us, in my mind, is another key component of our success. Next one was strong advisory bodies with broad representation from each FMP is essential to our process and decision-making. Include our enforcement consultant committee, our habitat committee, as important components. So I'm trying to be inclusive here of all of our committees and panels that contribute information and knowledge to our decision-making. There is a funding consideration here. in thinking about the number of advisory committees we have, the number of people that we have on them, whether they're meeting in person or online, or a combination of both. But I would suggest that that having those strong groups to advise us has been a key piece to our success. My next one was the council has a long history of having a strong, dedicated, and skilled group of staff members. They have been instrumental in the success of the council, and this is an obvious, there's an obvious nexus to our funding to ensure that that continues. In-person meetings are generally preferred, in my opinion, but we have proved that certain meetings can be held successfully virtually, and that we need to carefully evaluate the opportunities here to save dollars while at the same time ensuring that our process is successful. Almost done. Council meetings must be carefully planned. For example, sequencing APs, panels, and committee time with the relevant council agenda items is essential. Time management of our meetings and those of our committees and panels is an important planning consideration. While there's no direct funding linkage here that I saw, we need to carefully consider how to avoid unnecessary meetings and agenda items. So again, the work that all those entities do is important. I think there may be some opportunities that as we move forward where we can be more cost effective in how they do their business. My last one, but certainly not the least important, was that the council recognizes the high value of diversity throughout its organization. This does not have a direct financial implication, but it is something that I think has contributed a great deal to our success over time. And it's a thing that we need to continue to focus on in the future. I'm sure there's other things that could be added to my list, but in thinking about the things that I thought were really important and had really contributed in a significant way to the council's success over the years, that was the list I came up with, and trying to think about those things which are things that we have within our control that don't have a budget implication versus those that do have a budget implication, so that as we're building our budget and thinking about where there are opportunities for savings. I've suggested some of those which are some of our follow-up briefing papers, but also I think equally important, ensuring that we don't forget about those things that are within our control that don't necessarily have a budget implication, but can really impact whether we're successful or not. Corey.
Thank you, Phil. I really appreciated that. I counted 16 and you said you started with 17. So I probably misunderstood something. Would you mind sharing this with us over email?
Oh, I'd be happy to. And there are 17, and I did purposely skip one. I didn't realize anyone would be counting. And then I think it's an important one. You're going to call me out here, but I'll tell you what it is. I said we value maintaining strong relationships with other federal and state entities, and I use the National Marine Sanctuary staff as an example, where they're coming to us on a periodic basis. And we have those informal and maybe in some cases formal linkages between what we do and what they do. And I thought that that was another essential piece, or a piece that had helped me enough successful. If you had that in there, you should come up with 17. And I would be happy to send them.
So I really appreciate the list. It kind of brings things into focus. Good job on that. I did notice there was only 16. So keeping tabs.
Won't let anything slip by.
I would suggest 18. And I think it's a recent new company in the last 6 or 7 years into the council process. But I think the investment that council's made into MREP and the results we've seen built based on relationships and knowledge of public industry and people that are on our committees and advisory panels, all the things that it's added to, and the trust it's built across, it to me has been worth the investment, because we see it seems to be more and more helpful all the time. And I would not understate the relationships that are built and the trust of between the council, the agency, and industry, in between industry sectors that it's built over time. So, and I know it is a financial issue in that the council staff does a lot of work in this, and that council members as well do, and the agency, the science centers, it's all everyone on board. But I think it's one of the things that makes us successful, makes us a better family. So stop there.
Any thoughts, Corey?
Yeah, I'm just very briefly gonna note, I think Bob thinks your notes on MREP. I continue to think that that's probably a good program, but it is not public. That program needs to be public if we are going to be paying for it. That remains to be my feeling, that it needs to be open and it needs to be more transparent. So just throwing that out there for the record. I really appreciate, Bob, the work that you put into that over the years, and I've heard such good things. So it is by no means a criticism of the curriculum, so to speak. Just noting that I think it is important, and this was, I think, represented in some of Phil's 17, the value of diversity and the value of different voices and the value of transparency. And I hope that MREP can be reflective of that.
I would suggest it is, but I'll talk to you later about it. I don't agree that it's private.
Okay, thank you. John?
You had me at dress code, Phil.
Pardon me?
You had me at dress code, and I'd like you to go back, because I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're recommending there on professionalism and dress code before I say what I'm gonna say. Look like an idiot.
Okay. The way I wrote it was the council members' attire is an outward indication of the respect we have for our institution and sets a professional tone for our meetings.
I 100% agree with that. I do not think any of us should be wearing t-shirts and flip-flops. When I first attended a council meeting, and this was way before I was sitting in a seat, but I was representing the department, and I had been attending public hearings and meetings as a representative of the department for many years. I walked in and was told by Maria Boykovich, go into the council staff room and get a tie, because we must wear ties. I did not say at that time, you're not wearing a tie, Maria, because she was my boss. But I do feel that our dress code is antiquated, gender unequal, and inappropriate. And I feel that a requirement for men to wear suits with ties is not necessary to show our professionalism. Frankly, I feel the attire I see around this room is professional right now. Also, I honestly don't know where that requirement exists. I can't find it in the COTW. I can't find it on the council website. It is something we have institutionalized over the years. But the real reason I bring this up is I've had discussions with members of my staff and my department who don't share the same gender identity as I do. And there is that question of what are we supposed to wear? And what I have always said is dress professionally, however you see that to yourself. But I disagree that in order to present myself as professional to our constituents, I have to wear a coat and tie. So not disagreeing with your point, but perhaps disagreeing with the way we implement it and think of it as something that in order to become a modern and respectful council, we may need to consider that not everybody's going to dress the same way.
I would offer a counterpoint to that. I don't, I mean, I owned one suit when I came to the council, more than that now. Not a suit, coat tie. And I think it is part of one of the components that sets us apart and adds to our formality, adds to what makes us us, it builds that level of respect. I've never, just from my perspective, thought about gender inequity. That never entered in my mind, but I do respect the fact that at least the males in the room wear a tie. And I think I respect this body, I respect the process. And I think that's a component of it, dressing the part. Maybe it's a component of my age, maybe, but and maybe things change over time. But I think it's a real small requirement or commitment to do that. I don't think it's a big burden. And coming from where I came from, being a fisherman, it's probably a heavier lift than most. So except for Butch. Maybe Brad.
But I will say we're not precluding any gender from wearing a tie or a dress or a skirt or slacks or whatever. I've seen Krista wear a bow tie. Thought it was cool. But we're welcoming all to pick whatever attire they want, and if male or female came in with either or, wouldn't bother
We go
anyone.
to Chris, then Lynn, then John.
Well, I've wondered for years, I've been hoping for years why the traditional suit and tie for men would become obsolete. So I agree with that concept. I really do. But I'm just not sure we want to be the point of the spear at changing the basketball.
Come on, man, I just ordered $150 worth of ties. Don't be changing. Help me now. Good Lord, Oliver.
Lynn, then John, then Brad.
Mine is on a different topic, so I will.
Going.
Thanks. I disagree slightly that we allow people to wear what they want. We are telling people who look male to us that they must. And that has been a pretty hard and fast, quote unquote, unwritten rule for a long time in this council. So no, I don't agree with that. I also don't agree that we should be basing that on how we think someone looks, but more importantly, getting off of the gender part of this. So I do have quite a bit of experience in public process inside and outside the council, and there's a point of looking professional, and there is a point of acting superior to your constituents. And I would say that most of our constituents don't wear a suit and tie, particularly when they're not at the council. And I do not consider myself above them in any way, in particular by how I dress or how I can afford to dress. And so again, I'm going to go back to professional and not historic.
Yeah, I think you're talking about a slippery slope. And basically, where does that stop? And I think that, and I mean, just because you have a suit on, if someone thinks they're more superior to that suit on it, I guess, wow. I know, I think you're reaching on that end. But I think it is a major respect, I think, for the people. I mean, that we're doing big stuff here, right? Big decisions affect people. And I think showing a suit, dressing up, and we're somewhat uniform, I guess, in the sense that you're not having a hodgepodge of what people are wearing. I just think if we could get away from that, where we end up at, I don't think we'd be happy with that. I mean, so tradition has a certain value to it, to a certain extent, and I think that everybody's caught up on the whole gender stuff and all that. I think we're digging a hole here we don't want to get into, because I don't think it has anything to do with how we do business. I agree with Phil the way he's laid it out. I just think it's, and I went and bought my suits when we started, and I wear them 5 times a year for the most part. But I just think it just I think you have to set the standard at some stage, some point as how we do business. And I think it's a tradition. I think that has a lot of value, because it speaks to the seriousness of the decisions that we have to. If depending on there's a little more latitude as far as with the ladies, what they wear, but I think that I think we won't get into that because I'm not of that gender. But I think that what I've seen at the council table, I think it is a good representation, and I think it works the way it is. So that's fine.
Let's suggest there's 3 more people in the queue here. Let's not get wrapped around the axle on this one. This really isn't going to solve our council operation. We're discussing a little later about things that we need to change to make sure we have a successful council in the future. It's been a great discussion. I'm going to, for me, the way I wrote this is how I feel, that the attire that we wear is an outward indication of the respect we have for our institution. And I think if we want to talk about this, our dress code, let's not use up our committee as a whole time to do much more of it here. But Joe Oatman, you're in the queue. Oh, he put his hand down. Krista?
I am going to jump in on this because we have the gender in and we've drug my bow tie in. And I will hopefully keep it very brief. When Bob and Louie and I first came to the council, we got the dress code conversation. You guys, if I'm not mistaken, got, hey, suit and tie. They looked at me, for those of you that don't know the numbers, in terms of political appointees, I'm number 3 for being female on this council. And they said, we don't exactly know what to wear, you should wear, but it needs to be business formal. And I guess I'm proposing that maybe if we're gonna have the conversation, sticking with business formal. Some guys, I think, wear ties for business formal, and some guys say, you know what, my suit is pretty spiffy and a really dandy one. Maybe we leave it at that. I don't need to take any more time, but I just wanted to give the, hey, on the flip side of the coin, we do get instruction. Some of us, when we are feeling business formal on a collared shirt, are gonna wear a bow tie. Some of us might wear a regular tie, and some of us may not wear a tie. I don't feel hard over on the tie, but I do think business formal is helpful in helping set the tone and making some of us feel more comfortable with a little more flexibility. Thanks, Bill.
One more, Virgil.
Well, I think the important aspect of this is trying to project decorum. That's really what our attire is about. And I believe that personally, each of us have an understanding of what the business formality is of this council, and that we should dress appropriate. Now, that leaves some leeway. Dave Hansen never wore a necktie. I don't think he looked any less professional, or his decorum was lessened by that. That's just my thoughts on the situation. But I do believe that it is important that Phil, as Phil mentions, we maintain decorum, and that the formality of our dress is a reflection of that, that we're trying to maintain in a public forum.
And Joe Oakland.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the discussion. When I came into the council, that was one of the things that was mentioned to me was, suit and tie. I have appreciated, the ability to wear like a beaded bolo. And I tend to switch back and forth between a tie and a bolo, but that has been kind of important, I guess, for me. And when I think about culture and meeting environment from table one and inclusivity, being afforded that ability to wear beaded bolos was pretty important to me. So I do appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay. John?
I wouldn't have brought up dress had you included it in the list of what's important. So I am pushing on this. I guess I'll leave it at is our business more important than the business of all the other councils around the nation? I understand the dress code is quite different. And Krista, thank you. I think business formal is a very non-specific, but to Brad's point, level of dress. I know this has come up, this same discussion has come up at the highest levels of the U.S. government for ridiculous reasons, but I also feel again that the business we do on day last is no less important than the business we do on day one. And we hold our own selves to a different standard. And again, we got a business casual notification for our work here today. I don't see anybody. I think it's just appropriately around the table. And I think if I was told to dress business formal, that provides some leeway both to me and anybody else around the table to dress as they see fit. Honestly, if you ask me outside of this context what business formal means, I would say that it includes a code, and that is regardless of how you identify yourself. And we don't hold anybody to that standard who isn't identified as cis male. So let's stop there.
Keeping in mind, there were 17 things that were on my list and we focused on one. Are there anyone want to comment on any of the other 16? Go ahead.
17 was fun.
Lynn,
Lynn's
up first.
Corey's, you mentioned 17 and only hit 16. I think is an example of most of the people in this process are very detail oriented. We want to make sure we get things right. We want to make sure we're doing a good job. And that's even more so for our advisory bodies. It would be awesome if we could get the advisory body statements a day, 2 days in advance. Sometimes things come up late. They're not scheduled. They don't have enough time scheduled beforehand. And I know I could be the poster child for this, wanting to make everything perfect. Making sure all the periods are in the right spaces and all the spacing is perfect on every report. That's part of what makes our advisory bodies the experts that they are and gives us the quality of the information we get. But sometimes that means we don't get it until the last minute. So there may need to be some discussion and some trade-offs on, and we're having the same discussion within ODFW about some things, is when is good enough enough? When is the content what we're trying to get at, as opposed to are the period or the spacing in the right spot? Is, should this word be is instead of was? That's something that could, if the advisory bodies, and again, my GMT lens, because that's where my experience is, some guidance to the, it's good enough, let's turn it in. It's good enough, the context is there, the meat is there, we don't need to worry about the condiments so much. That could help with some of the timing of things. There's always going to be emerging things that come last minute to our advisory bodies and we get reports late. But that's just one thought that we've been noodling with within ODFW, is when is good enough enough?
So I just wanted to highlight and thank you for the number one, and starting with respect and professionalism. I think that is just the center of everything we do at the table with our public, the advisory bodies, with all the agencies, everybody we deal with. And I just wanted to note, I don't know if it was intentional that you put that first, but I think it's an appropriate number one. And I think the work that the county is doing, the professionalism work that we discussed in 2023, helps us continue that tradition and continue to work towards making that ever better. So I just wanted to note that and express my appreciation and the importance of that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it is number one. Oh, I think. Brad.
Well, you mentioned the in-person meetings is preferred, and I think we talk about council family and what makes a family in the sense of the relationships that we develop amongst ourselves. And I think when we get to know each other, we get to know each other's fisheries. People need a better understanding what people need or what they're dealing with. I remember when the whiting fleet and the salmon fleet were at odds, and Butch, I think, and put together the SAS GAP meeting, and then they had whiting fishermen come in and tell what all they're doing. And I think that wouldn't happen if you didn't have it in person. I didn't have a certain amount of trust. And I think it really, it just makes a much richer process for us as far as the decisions we come to. I think in the GAP meeting, I think one time, it's been a while back, but Jim's Judd's our environmental rep on there. And if I remember properly, I don't know if I was even in the room. I remember we can't be that they were good. The GAP was going ahead and voting a certain way, and I remember Jim's basically raised his hand and said, "I'm sorry, I can't support that." And this is why. And he basically spelled it out because people knew him and they respected him as where he's coming from, and they changed their statement because of him and because of the relationship they had with him. I think that we can't. I need to be very careful what moving forward that we do not lose that family aspect, that in-person aspect that really makes this council process special. I mean, obviously, we need, in my mind, to do virtual where we can or have to. I think the extended periods we've seen through COVID, you start losing what we had. And I think we need to be very mindful that we don't do that. So.
That's a good point. Mark.
Yeah, I just want to maybe reiterate, we're sort of the gold standard, I think, in terms of councils, in terms of our public process and our respect within the family. And most all of that doesn't cost any money, I think, as Phil said. So as we struggle with our ongoing budget challenges, I'm hoping we're not going to take any shortcuts that would compromise something that either costs nothing or provides a great benefit for small cost. You need to try to maintain all of that.
Yeah, thanks. And, Brad, I agree with you and Phil about in person. We learned a lot through COVID and through how we changed things and the world changed things. I think there are definitely times and places for not in person. And then there are huge importance to being in person, and in particular for our primary council. I actually think we could see some efficiencies getting back to the sort of topic at hand and cost savings if we modify certain things. And so where I'd like to look to meet Mark's point of not losing something, but then also to recognize that we need some cost savings is in terms of when and how advisory bodies meet. And that will vary depending on what they're talking about. And then also how we conclude our meetings. And I'd like to put the idea out there that there is a potential cost savings. It's not 100% of the existing cost, but a cost savings of ending at the end of our deliberations, going home and having a day last remote. And one thing I have learned from how we've been operating since COVID is that actually the remote participation for agenda planning and workload planning and things like that is beneficial because it allows more of us to engage than logically should physically stay at the council and actively swap the so that's speaking from the state perspective, but it has allowed the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to engage more completely in agenda planning on our individual FNP area. And I think that has been effective and useful. I think we would save some dollars by getting everybody out of the hotel a day earlier, by having a single half-day remote meeting with pretty limited need for public comment. There's some, but not a lot. So anyway, that's a thought. And then on the starting and end of the meetings, when we don't need to have advisory bodies present, to be crunching numbers and bringing us stuff live at the meeting, if they can do their work early. And then that gets to one of your points about when we get stuff in front of the public, having that earlier, more easy to find, more easy to digest.
Okay, thank you. Let's make sure we're just starting to kind of drift over into D2 and D3 here. This one was to tee up what are the key elements to ensure that we continue to have a successful council. And I know the next one is to look at challenges that may affect the ability to have a sound council process. But in terms of, and then we get into what kind of changes might we make in our operations to save money and yet continue to be efficient and effective and all that good stuff. So is there, in terms of thinking about, are there any key elements that you think we've missed in terms of what it takes to be successful. Eric?
Yeah, thanks, Phil. I think the discussion's been really good and I appreciate the points you've outlined and might help to just make sure we put a cherry on top of the discussion by going back to the paper. And a lot of what you have outlined in your 17 points, I believe the table generally talks about them. There's a lot of alignment there. The next page on that paper has this diagram about how we do our work. There's a process that we work through, and we're all aware of the iteration and the review steps and things that we go through. And generally, we can consider ourselves, an adaptive management process where we go through specifications, we figure out how it went, we do an assessment, ask ourselves, can we do anything better? Maybe that comes through EFPs, and then we do it again. And so we go around in this cycle. And so we haven't spent a lot of time talking about that cycle. And maybe that's okay, but I just wanted to draw your attention to that as maybe something else to tee up on before we move on to another agenda item.
Okay. I think you're right in terms of the table and having a lot of commonality with many of the points that were on my list. But in terms of the process diagram that's on page 4 of D1, I thought it was intended to be a representation of the process that we're using now. I wasn't sure how useful it would be in terms of looking at ways to change our. And I'm not sure if that's what you're looking for. Or just an acknowledgement that this is the process we're using. And if we have suggestions about modifications of that process, this is one of the times we could bring those up.
Well, I would say keeping with being consistent with D1, which is where we're at, what does it take to have a good process? We've offered up this diagram to say this is a general encapsulation of how we do work. It's a good process. It's a good system. And perhaps just acknowledgement of that, our iteration and review and consideration and an attempt at continuing to do things better. But as the executive director, I find that very important, find that very valuable. And so I don't know if we just want to say that, if that's enough, but just want to draw your attention to that as something that we put in that paper because we think that's a instrumental part of our business.
Thanks. So are you talking about, is it figure 1 or?
Figure 1, yes.
Okay, yeah. And I do appreciate that figure, meaning, yes, it's a good way to sort of in a picture describe overarching what it is we do. And then looking back to the table, I also think that's, similar to Phil's list, which I would like to see and digest a little better. An overarching, like, this is how we conduct ourselves. I do have some sort of questions on table 1 in facilitation and agenda structure. Time management is, I think, something that we can improve on. I think some of the things I've been talking about yesterday and today are based on that time management aspect. I hesitate a little, I pause at neutrality of the chair and agenda leader. It's difficult for us because our chair and co-chair are members of this council and they're appointed because they have positions. So they are by nature not neutral. I think they do an excellent job retaining their neutrality when they are reading an item, but just I hesitate there because public perception wise, I don't think you could we would not call on our chair people neutral facilitators because they do have a voice and a say. And then, going through the document, there were lots of things that I highlighted in this document. I thought it was one of the more useful ones for me prepping for this meeting. But I don't know. Struggling a little with it, sort of where we are on the agenda and when to raise things. I think in some cases, they just flagged things for me that hopefully we'll continue talking about.
I did have time management of our meetings and those of our committees and panels is an important planning consideration. And that was meant to, let's think more about that as we move forward.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think especially when we look at the purposes of today and yesterday, time management may be one of the few areas where we can affect budgeting.
And I also agree about your comments about the chair. I mean, I think our chairs have historically done a good job of facilitating a balanced discussion, but that does not preclude them from providing their perspectives on the issue that's in front of the body. Unlike a facilitator. Right. Yeah. Mark.
Yeah, thank you. I think I agree with you. I look at other bodies, like, for example, the California Fish and Game Commission. And each of those commissioners is appointed based on their background and perspective, and nonetheless, they're able to chair meetings. And I think if you look at, I can't think of an exception to any other body that elects a chair from among its members is going to have that inherent issue. The issue is how they act as chair and vice chair. And I think we've done a good job here. I've probably failed sometimes, but.
You might have said this, Phil, but I was so enamored that they caught you cheating, trying to cheat us out of one of your comments. So I maybe forgot this, but a big part of this council process that wouldn't go on is the staff behind scenes that pull the levers to make this happen, to set up the meetings we go to make sure we have materials timely fashion. And I'm sure you said that, but I just maybe I forgot because of all the.
That was number 14, actually.
Okay.
Council has a long history of having a strong, dedicated, and skilled group of staff members. They have been instrumental in the success of the council. This needs to be a high funding priority.
I knew you would be perfect, but I just, like I said, I got caught up in the
You got
16, 17 one. Me buying ties that might have to go in the garbage. So
should have known better than to try to pull something on in this group.
Those aren't written down in there.
No, but I'll be happy to send it to you.
Yeah, just commenting on the diagram figure 1. And it says, right off the bat, it says define key desired outcomes. And I think we talked a little bit about it yesterday. It's timeliness of those, to set deadlines, committees, ad hoc committees, issues, so that they don't, they don't drift without some type of acknowledgement by the council that yes, okay, we need more. But I think that's a cost savings. I mean, typically we could, committees can get into just going on and on and on, and there's report after report, month after month that we get. But I think it's really important to set the expectation of when we want a result, which, nothing like a deadline to get people off the dime. And so I'm just thinking of that, unless there's a reason, and there's a rationale, but it comes through the council to understand we're going to extend that time. So I think adding to that, we could define key desired outcomes and deadlines, I guess, or timeliness or whatever we want to say there, but I think all of these would benefit by having the deadline. But
One, just in response, Bob, one thing that comes to mind on that is, well, like Lynn, I do a lot of thinking about the GMT because I'm thinking about how advisory bodies work. That's where I've spent my time. GMT has a ton going on. There's a lot of pressure. There's things that come in halfway through the meeting. So those deadlines also relate back then to, well, an email I sent to you all after the September meeting, where I had sat down and chatted with the leadership of the GMT, and they were up to their eyeballs, and then some in September. So meeting those deadlines, there's a process, and there are other considerations before that where we have to, I think, restrain ourselves from going into a chamber like that and saying it's 10:30 at night. We want you to change your statement that's due 8 a.m. the next morning. The GMT, there's a power imbalance in that discussion when a council member asks them to do that. They feel obligated to respond. And so those of us that are council members or council leadership, I think also have to restrain ourselves and say, we're going to hold back on our requests or get our requests in time so that they can do their work and meet those deadlines.
I guess I'm not saying hard fast, I'm saying expectation, and obviously those type of things would come into play. And we, but nothing, understanding is flexible to a certain extent. That's our desire. I don't think we necessarily lay that out, but sometimes we have open-ended committees and such that have no deliverable deadline. And understanding those all change by the complexity and understanding the workload and all of those things. So, yeah, I guess I'll stop there. Great.
I just wanted to comment that I like this diagram. I think it's a nice description of how the council does its work, and if it finds a home in a reference document, even if it stays here on the record, I think that's great. Yesterday, as I read this and was preparing for the meeting, and yesterday as we were having our discussions kind of about advisory bodies and what's core and what's not core, this actually came to mind as sort of a whirlpool. And then as we were thinking about projects or committees or other pieces, as little eddies coming off of that and then coming back into that loop, and sort of that as a sort of river of how the council functions. I also wanted to address just briefly the comments that John started around the neutrality of the chair. I appreciate those comments and that discussion. I think we all have implicit biases in a variety of ways, and that's just part of being human and part of how this council is by definition structured. I'll just note the SSC in one of their documents, I think it was maybe last year, suggested implicit bias training for, I think it was the entire council family. But just noting, that is part of what we're doing and just ongoing improvement to get closer to that neutrality as a goal, even if it will never be perfect. And then just right to your point, thinking about the table, I just wanted to highlight the importance of transparency to what we do. That was in Phil's list. It's on your document. I think that is one of the most important foundational things that holds everything else up that this council does. And I think it's incredibly important. So I appreciate seeing that and continue to think that's one of the best things we do, and continue to be working to improve that at every meeting and every point that we can. So, and I think, Phil, you said this, if my note's right, that, sometimes that does cost things. That's not always a freebie, so to speak, but I think it probably pays itself back in dividends in the quality of the work that we end up producing.
Thanks. And yeah, thanks, Phil. I appreciate your thought, your time put into that list. I agree with that. And I'm thinking about principles, practices for an effective public process, and say that's a good list. One of them I scratched my head on a little bit, not that I disagree with it. My number 8, you talked about in the face of uncertainty, we have precautionary measures built in, and maybe before, I guess I have some comments about it, but maybe I'd ask you first to expand on that. Was that one where you thought there was a budgetary component or not a budgetary component, and how you saw that fitting into this list?
You got the number right. The one I skipped was down like number 16 or something. In thinking about what's made us successful as a council in resource management, I thought that this was an important piece that when we, in the face of uncertainty, and the list is coming to you guys, so you have it. In the list of uncertainty in the science, we build into our decision-making precautionary measures to protect the long-term health of the resource. And I used P-STAR as an example, and then I went on to note no special consideration for funding needed here.
So I guess as I thought about that, and again, I agree fully with why it's on the list and it's important to this process. But then as I looked at this figure 1 and try and piece align these things or what's in the table in this document we have, and I thought, where would you plug the precautionary planning into that management circle? And it takes a little bit of thought and thinking, and where that led me is thinking, to put it just very bluntly, are we going overboard on some of the precautionary planning sometimes? And is there an efficiency or a cost component to that? Is there a way to be as effective as precautionary? And I hope I'm not getting into the later discussion topics, so I'll try and keep it general. But all of a sudden what came to my mind when I look at the management thing here, and then I thought sablefish comes to mind, and I can't remember the words that describe the table, but when we talk about setting some harvest limits for sablefish, we have tables that are 3 pages long with sigmas and states of nature and things, and we have a matrix of hundreds of values to choose from that we discuss. And maybe it's not a good example, but being precautionary, but are we overdoing it when we think about, the staleness factor with assessments and how we become so protective and put so much, I don't know if that one increases or decreases the workloads because so many of those things are automatic, but balancing benefits to the fishery versus the work you're doing in precaution. So I did put it in that, that makes us effective, but have we gone too far with it in some of our planning? And that's where I scratch my head.
Just in response to that, the concept in figure 1, the uncertainty, if you think about it this way, you could say the uncertainty, you're trying to close that in your learning stages. And so, you take a stab at what you're trying to do, your objectives. We're trying to manage fisheries, we're trying to prevent overfishing. We have questions about how well we're going to do at it. So let's go take a stab at it and then take a look at how we did. And that's your learning stage. And that's good to close your uncertainty gap. And what I think you're highlighting, Pete, is that we don't often ask ourselves that question. So maybe that's something to think about as we think about our process of uncertainty and risk evaluation, is to say, we took all these measures to address uncertainty and there's nothing wrong with that, but can we get more precise as we learn more about how we're doing?
Other thoughts on this agenda item?
Yeah, just if we're getting to the end of this agenda item, moving to the next one, I would maybe suggest that we use this list, your list, Phil, as basis of discussion and see what it might lead us to what we maybe missed or maybe would like to add, but also to be able to understand the challenges. but having a basis that we all a common look at it. I know you sent it around, but maybe it could be part of the put up on the boards so that people get, when we refer to something, it isn't, it's coming off of that list. If we all think and agree that list is complete enough to talk about.
Just with the caveat that the Lynn ODF and W, when is good enough factored in, because I wrote this in spurts and I didn't polish it or anything, so.
Understand we're not making decisions here. We're basing on discussions. I think that would come out of the discussion. So just a thought. I don't know if anybody else agrees.
Well, I think it's good to have it out there for transparency, and it's not like we're adopting it as, but it's a list of our general thinking along with the table. Eric?
Yeah, and I just to recap how we've structured this agenda item, because it does sound like we're starting to wrap here a bit. What we're doing here is to say, here are our guideposts, here are the things we want to hold on to. And as we then think about why we have the challenges we have, and then the changes we might want to make, holding on to these guideposts to say, let's keep that in mind. Let's not muck with that. So I think that's similar to what you're saying, Bob.
Yes.
That's the idea.
John?
Yeah, and I appreciate that we got your list because I can go back and think about what you said. Other than what we discussed, perhaps at too much length, I think I disagree with anything in here. I think the ones that I highlighted with regard to our discussions about funding, as it was nice that you kind of said, some of these don't deal with funding, and they deal with how we operate, and that's good. How we rely on science. I don't know if there's ways to make that cheaper. The staffing and management of teams, that's a funding consideration that I think we could dig into. And similarly, that I think that's number 11 and number 12, the strong advisory bodies. So, another thing like how we were discussing yesterday, how many do we need? If they're not a permanent body, do we still need that kind of discussion? And those are kind of the ones where I think we can work on. And then time management is the last one where we can attack the funding issue. So it's a good list, with the exception of the tire.
Oh, I thought you didn't have a problem with the way that was worded.
Well, and honestly, the way it's worded is great. Yes, actually, you're right that the way it's worded is.
He said it was great?
The way it's worded is not what you said.
Okay, Lynn.
Part of this, as I've been thinking about this too, is the public part of this process. One of the things we learned and we've changed since COVID was allowing for remote participation, remote public comment. That has increased our public comment. But I think it's increased not just the number, but it has increased the diversity of the folks we have commenting. Not everybody can afford to go to Boise in September for 2 or 3 days to talk to the council for 5 minutes. So allowing people the ability to participate remotely, I think is helping, but it is also expanding how much time we're spending on public comment on some very key items. I don't know where the balance is. I would hate to see us go away from keeping that option because it reduces our carbon footprint. It saves money for people. It allows a wider variety of people to participate. And to me, it makes it more of an open public process, not just those who can afford to go to a meeting for 3 or 4 days or a week.
I had that in mind when I wrote number 5.
I was agreeing with you. Just the word public was really sticking in my head as public process as we were talking.
Word public is in the first line of number 5. Okay. Brad?
Yeah, I'm gonna jump into the the uncertainty aspect. I think that Pete brought it. I think Sigma kind of jumps out at me because I think we had Sigma kind of dumped on us. We didn't ask for it. It kind of got volunteered. I don't think it was properly vetted as it moves through the system. I think what it does, it's kind of the Sigma penalty is really kind of forcing us potentially to assess stocks that probably aren't ready to be assessed. I mean, we have a lot of, we demand a lot of information that goes into a stock assessment. And, the inputs into that are better for some stocks than others. Some states do a better job of that as far as, checking the doc. I just think that the Sigma penalty forces us to maybe do things we probably shouldn't do. And I think that that's probably what's maybe, I think about copper, I think, might kind of jump out at me. I mean, obviously it's the SIA, I get that. That's what the stock assessment had, but it identified a whole bunch of information that wasn't there. It probably would have played it in a far better light than it really is. We certainly get any indications from the fleet that it would be that low, but run through the process, and obviously we're missing things, right? Identified things that need to be done. I think we're seeing that slack being taken up, but that's it's a long way to dig out of that situation. And I think that we never really have looked at Sigma. Maybe we probably should have. And I think that's probably that's unfortunate we didn't. We missed that. I think that come through. If people remember that, I believe it was the member of the SSC had a grad student paper on Sigma and wanted them to review it. And they reviewed it, and well, now it becomes guidance for the council because of SSC. We asked them to do it. That was kind of forced upon us, and I think that was unfortunate. And actually, it comes right down to it might be a policy issue instead of a science issue. So, but I think that that creates a lot of work for us, needlessly, in my opinion. And I think that we need to be very mindful about what stocks we do assess to make sure that we do have the information there to do a proper stock assessment for that. In the light of nothing else, saying that no one tells, hey, there's issues with the stock, which we get that occasionally, right? People say we need to look into this. But anyway, I'll just stop there.
Yeah, just following up on what Brad said, I went back and looked and what were our agendas like 20 years ago when we had much shorter meetings. And two things that jump out, which we've already covered here to a certain extent: administrative items and ground fish. Other things have grown as well, but ground fish has gotten much more complicated for the reasons you mentioned, or the management of minor stocks that maybe don't need individual management. And we're not going to solve that problem here at this meeting, but I do think one of the big things we can do to make ourselves more efficient and spend less money, which we are obligated to do while still doing the job we need to do, is to reconsider some of the policy decisions we've made with regard to ground fish. And I'm not going to articulate them here because it's not the purpose of this meeting, but I do think that we need to, where we can legitimately do so, we need to simplify our management tasks. And I think that for a variety of reasons, and for good reasons, good, well-meaning reasons, we've made our job much more difficult.
Well, it sounds like we're ready for the next agenda item.
That's where I was at.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I'm hoping that we have met your needs here and on this agenda item, have the discussion we need to have.
Yeah, I think so. I think you've got to appreciate the list you put together. I think that those are great guideposts, and that stimulated a good discussion about what we need to hold on to make the council process a good one and continue to hold on to the great process we have today. So that was step one. Then the next one is to turn it over to Bob and Kelly to walk through why do we have the challenges we have. And I think some of the points that Mark just raised are very relevant to that discussion. So that might be a good segue to turn it back to Kelly and have her introduce the next one.
Turn it back to Kelly.
Maybe I should ask, for an hour, 15, 20 minutes right now, are we good for another hour, or do you want to take a quick break? before we start?
Sure.
I've seen people nodding, so,
5 minutes.
okay, 5 minutes, very good.
Beat.
7 minutes, yeah.
Is that something, is it equal replacement? It's almost like a really ever look like. My brain surgery beforehand.
We're after.
The doctor's
finished
like, you
minute
can
break,
step
we're-
like this.
We're back in session.
Allergist. Make sure everybody looks
Kelly,
like
start us
it's
off on
someone's skull.
Challenges exist that may affect the ability to have a sound council process.
Wait, Chris, can you move this, the, perfect. Part 2 slide. So, part 2 of the paper and agenda item D is what are some of the factors driving the challenges we face today? And these are obviously the staff's identifications of the challenges. They are not all challenges. They are the ones that tended to rise to the top in feeling that they were having the greatest impact on council operations. This is only one slide that captures all of the background that's in the paper. So there is definitely greater information in the paper. Hopefully you've had the opportunity to review it. I'm going to do a quick summary of the challenges that we outlined. Keep in mind that these challenges relate to our budget, but also the capacity for council members, for council staff, support staff, and our advisors. And so I'm going to be clear, you know, if I use the term advisors, sometimes I'm meaning the state staff that come and help support the process, the extra federal staff. We had a good discussion yesterday about the state liaison contracts and how many people the states are now sending to council meetings. We've also seen something similar with the NIMP staff. That seat used to really only have 1 or 2 designees. Now there are multiple designees. That doesn't necessarily have a financial impact to the council, but it is reflective, I think, of our change in scope and complexity of topics where we now need more support staff and we need more subject matter experts in our process. So thinking about scope and complexity, one metric that we looked back on is that the number of council meeting days per year has increased since 2000. I know that's a long time ago, but we were 19 days then and we're 28 days now. So we thought that was kind of a reflection of how things have changed. Dr. Dahl covered in his report the number of administrative items that have changed, have increased on the council floor. And that has also resulted in a reallocation of time. And so what that means is time spent on administrative items is less time spent on fishery management plan items. As he noted too, in the future, we're going to start thinning out administrative items to administrative being truly core for council operations, like our workload planning, our advisory body appointments, COP changes. That will remain kind of our core administrative. And then we've created that new cross FMP category, which is where we think spending the most amount of time and focus on really assessing, as we talked about yesterday, what are those items that have the biggest impact to the fishing communities and require a town council attention. Looking back, you know, obviously our core fishery management responsibilities has increased the complexity, largely due to changes in stock status, but also some of the interactions with endangered species. As Ryan noted yesterday, there'll be a new policy directive that we anticipate is going to require more council attention and coordination with the agency. It's a positive, but it also means we have to look a little more closely about what is on our year at a glance, what is on our upcoming quick reference. So we think really the time is right for having this hard look at the number of items on our agenda. I want to also go back to something that Merrick mentioned yesterday about agenda crowding. And I think really the stock assessment, the groundfish stock assessment agenda item challenge that we had in, and I will forget if it was September or November, the meetings run together. But as we were going to plan that meeting, we were thinking about how historically the STAR panel chairs had given a presentation to the council so that the council would have the opportunity to hear firsthand from the panel, to have some dialogue, to ask questions, to better understand the deliberations and the information coming forward in the stock assessment. We did not have the time to accommodate that, which I believe in the past has been key to having a robust stock assessment discussion and giving everyone comfort and understanding the information that's coming forward, whether it be positive or a negative stock status determination. We pivoted to an approach where we asked you to watch videos. I don't think we'll ever do that again. We pretty quickly came to the conclusion that it was important to increase the time on the council's agenda on the floor to have that interaction with the STAR panel chairs. So all of that to say, we do really still recommend that the committee seek ways of reducing the scope of items. That is within your control. The complexity is likely not in your control. The complexity comes as a result of changes in stock status, climate changes, etc. The second bullet here is about our advisory body membership. And I want to be clear that sometimes the advisory body membership doesn't have a large financial implication depending on if they meet in person, if they're largely meeting remotely. Additionally, things like the advisory body stipends, that's one number that is divided up amongst whoever attends a meeting. So that number doesn't change across the budget when the groups are bigger or smaller. It just reduces an amount the individual can receive. But advisory body membership does reflect capacity of staff to do analysis. The more advisory bodies that our council staff officers are staffing, the less time they have towards analysis. The more meeting notices need to be prepared. So with regard to advisory body membership, just looking back over, I think we looked back about 15 years or so, we have increased the size of the Habitat Committee, we've increased the size of the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, and then yesterday we talked about the ad hoc committees. And just last week alone, the council adopted 3 new ad hoc committees. So the Klamath and Sacramento River work groups, as well as the EEJ committee. And so just again, respecting that there's a trade-off between, I guess the bang for the buck or the resources that are needed to facilitate the council process. The next bullet we looked into was kind of, I'll put it in the bin of hotel contracts, which is a large part of our budget. We looked back and noted that our space requirements for council meetings has changed pretty dramatically over the past years. In particular, the March and April salmon meetings, our sleeping room requirements have grown by 80% so that we can facilitate the North of Falcon process. If you recall, a few years ago, that process broke down. And we have felt that it was really important to provide sleeping rooms and meeting space so that those groups can meet and do the work that they need to do to support the council actions of adopting the salmon seasons. And so while the council doesn't pay for those extra sleeping rooms, we do include them as part of our contract. And we are responsible for attrition charges if we contract for rooms that are otherwise not used. Patricia can probably explain more about that side of the house, but there is a cost whether it is the March and April salmon meetings or other meetings where we contract for rooms that we don't use. We've also expanded our ballroom operations where we were from years prior. These are just a few examples that kind of demonstrate why we are less competitive in doing our hotel contracting than we had been in the past. The next one I'll move into is I put into the bin of kind of technology. I think we all really appreciate the advances in technology that have allowed for either fully remote meetings or hybrid meetings. I think we can all agree that the way we are structured in our council ballroom now is really outstanding. We have the opportunity for council members to come in remotely. We have the opportunity for public commenters to come in remotely. And that is on top of also our YouTube channel that provides an individual to, just go onto YouTube, which is a more common platform for some folks than say Ring Central. The advances in technology also have really changed how our advisory bodies operate. If you recall back in the days, we would have conference calls and everyone hated conference calls because you would talk over each other and you couldn't see each other. And we really didn't have a lot of conference calls back in the day unless it was absolutely necessary to do so. But as we evolve to these, Google Meets or Ring Central platform, the number of these remote meetings has increased because it is so much easier to communicate and people find them a very effective means for communication. So we looked back last year, we hosted 60 meetings and 17 of those were for pre-council webinars. So this is where our advisory bodies are saying to us, look, the scope and complexity of items on the council agenda is so great that we can't accomplish understanding what is on the plate and accomplish our reports and advice to the council without having a pre-council webinar. I had a lot of discussions with staff officers about what could we do differently to remove and reduce that number of pre-council webinars. And all the staff officers agreed that if the scope and complexity remains the same, those pre-council webinars were paramount. If the advisors are, asked to weigh in, they need that extra time to better understand the items. They also, gave a caveat that this increase in scope and complexity in the number of meetings means that our council operating procedures no longer reflect the requirements that we're asking for people to participate in our process. So if you look, for example, at the COP that says how many GMT meetings are held, it's like every other year, one in-person meeting. Well, that certainly doesn't reflect the number of times that the GMT is meeting outside of a council meeting. I think it's the same for many of the teams in our COP. Another issue related to tech is in 2023, we tried a new approach where for the SSC, we web broadcast their meetings and provided the opportunity for remote public comment. They are the only advisory body that has that structure. We thought the SSC, first off, was a good group to start with because they only meet for 2 days. So the resource strain is less to support that meeting than it would be if we were trying to do it across all of our advisory bodies. And it was really a success. It was great for agencies to be able to listen to SSC deliberations, to other advisory bodies who might not have been at the council meeting to listen to the deliberations. But it did also come at a cost. So the staff officer was running 2 machines, having to facilitate in-person and sometimes remote hands or tech issues. And so we're seeking, improvements to the process, and we're hoping to reduce those challenges. We wanted to highlight here that, the increase in technology has also increased our staff workload. There's a trade-off there. Next item wanted to highlight again is this cross FMP issue. So again, we're separating out our routine admin items from what we're calling cross FMP. So some examples there are, of course, like marine planning, NIMS policy directives, EEJ, and we were trying to think about binning out those items. Dr. Dahl referenced in his paper, sometimes those items are simply informational. This is a heads up to you. Other times there's a direct request for comment. And whether or not those things should remain in our process, could they be delegated? Is there another way of handling some of those policy directives or cross FNP issues? I think is something that you'll hear in part 3. We have some ideas about that. But certainly the increase in those cross FNP issues has taken time away from our core FNP work responsibilities. So I'm going to pause there and see if there are any questions about what I wrote in the paper. And then if not, we can move into the discussion where Bob will be our discussion lead.
Thanks, well, thanks Kelly for that. Yeah, hopefully this is a question and not for the discussion, or we can defer it. One of the things I was looking at here, the council ballroom operation also increased 3,500 to 6,000 square feet. And the question going through my head is when I think about we're sitting in there, we're in big rooms, and I know with the technology we need a lot of space, but what's the planning process that goes into that? Do we plan for the greatest attendance on a particular agenda item? Like what was it, Quillback last year, where we expected the world plus some Martins and whoever to come in and be with us. And so that 6,000, we're planning for the biggest meeting, or is it better down the road to plan to cover, this size is going to cover 80% of us. So maybe it doesn't need to be answered now, but if we go through that, that's something. Because of the hotel limitation and the cost of those big hotels, do we need so much space? Can we get smaller?
Yeah, great question, Pete. I asked exactly the same thing. Really, the space requirements come from our structure and not so much accommodating public. As we have grown, as more support staff have come, we've needed more space in the back tables behind council members. We, at some point, decided that the enforcement consultants needed kind of a workspace in the back of the room because they need to be there to hear the council deliberations, to understand if there is an emerging issue. We've got an enforcement table. We have obviously now the IT infrastructure table to facilitate our remote meetings. So there is some play in how we accommodate the ballroom structure, but a lot of it is our infrastructure and not so much the number of chairs for the public.
Good, thanks.
Good. Go ahead. Is it on my turn? Yeah.
I was just trying to make sure the right person called on me. On that same meeting, that same topic, and you may have already kind of answered it. Are there differences between March and April and the other 3 meetings with all the salmon people and the needs for what I'm sure there's just the sleeping rooms is going to be very different, but do the meeting room sizes change when we don't have all the salmon folks? Like June, September, November? Or is the ballroom space still the same amount of space needed for all the other things that you just mentioned?
The ballroom space largely stays the same. The number of meeting rooms really is, I kind of look to Patricia, but it's pretty consistent over time. Each group has slightly different needs. The Gap is our largest group. They need a larger room, but if they're meeting at every council meeting, then that stays the same across. The salmon groups are fairly similar to some of our other advisory bodies in size. And so when the salmon groups aren't meeting, the other groups come in.
Thank you.
Mark.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm way back. I mean, I've been going to council meetings for a while now. And I know that, for example, you mentioned that we used to have one person in the NIMS chair and now we have multiple. I know that California used to have one person in that chair, and now we have multiple, and I don't know what the history is for the other states. That's been done to bring the best talent to that, but there's a cost associated with it. Some may be borne by the states or NIMS, but sleeping rooms and whatnot, I assume, are being borne by the council. Maybe I'm wrong. And it's incremental probably compared on the big, but a lot of the things we're talking about are incremental expenses. So anyway, that's really more a comment because I don't know that we can articulate right now what that change in process has meant, but it's death by 1,000 cuts, right? The other issues, I know that we can't get our job done without North of Falcon. I've sat in the chair with a gavel. We need to finish. And we need the help North of Falcon. And so they need to participate. They need to be there. But it does complicate the selection of hotels. And I guess what I'm wondering is would we have more latitude if we took that process, those personnel that are not directly involved with the council, but directly involved North of Falcon, put them in an adjacent hotel? Would that provide more flexibility in terms of selection of locations and hopefully cheaper locations, as opposed to trying one roof to put everyone under?
Lynn, and John.
Just a quick point of clarification. When the state sends 4 people, council only covers travel for for one person. So the state bears the room cost for the other people, but those extra room nights still have to be factored into the contract.
Okay. Thank you.
So just wanted to clarify that point.
Yeah, so yes, we cover it under our liaison or contractor that we talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
So it is funding, I guess, that's eventually coming out of the hospital. And importantly, we've tried exactly that when we were trying not to use our state liaison contract. We were putting some of our staff in hotels in California where we could get a state rate. So they weren't usually adjacent. I don't think that's usually a possibility. And was extremely disruptive to the point that we stopped doing. So yeah, I would not recommend sending any of our council participants.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that.
Yeah.
Okay, just, go ahead, Phil.
Just on the North Falcon piece. April's the big one. March, we send a much smaller group. Tribes don't send very many people to the March meeting. WDFW doesn't send as many people. I don't know about ODFW. April's the big one. And then it is such an iterative process between the state, tribes, and the council. I don't think there would be efficiencies in having 2 of those 3 legs in a separate location. And frankly, south of Falcon has become as big or of a problem. I say problem in terms of having lots of work going on, having to ensure that when we get to whatever day last or the day of action is, they used to sit around and wait for the Falcon to be done. And now they're both of the south are working right up to the last minute to get the work done. So, and the interaction with the STT is the other one that's just constant. So
That's, oh, good, Butch.
Well,
because the April meeting is a symphony that's well orchestrated that has, gears have to mesh. To me, to have that meeting in the most economic state there is would be one way to save money. So instead of having that great big huge April meeting in downtown San Francisco,
Mississippi or something like that.
where you could have a June meeting there or something, makes, yeah, I love Fresno. I hope we all come back alive from that meeting. But anyway, but it seems like to me, a more economical location, motel sized, being a factor, would make more sense to me in a money crunch situation.
Okay, well, just maybe offer a few thoughts here just to kind of maybe focus us a little bit, if that's possible here. What we're looking at is the high level challenges to get the things done that we're identifying. And so from my perspective, I look at this as maybe this is what we do here is identify these challenges and ultimately collate the staff will be collating these challenges and come back with a remedy, because I don't see one answer for any of these that just fixes everything. It's just not like a simple do this and it's fixed. You talk about, I'll go back to reports, from our advisory panels. And of course, we'd like to have them that day or the day before so that you can read them. And so you can understand what they're saying. You can interact with them before you get to the floor. And that doesn't always happen. I don't think it will ever always happen. But can we be better at it? What's the cost of doing that? And what do we have to do? Is it something, just some thoughts that went through my mind are like, maybe you change the deadline from 5 o'clock the night before to maybe have a staff person check at 9 o'clock and post them, because I don't know about all of you, but I'm up at midnight reading the briefing book, and that'd be way better than getting it when we're sitting on the floor the next morning at 10 o'clock. So it would help us in our delegation meetings and such. Doesn't fix the problem. Maybe it's a part, but there's all of that. And what is the cost of that? Does that put undue pressure on our undue workload on our advisory councils? But I think by us expressing that and actually turning to our staff to take all of our ideas and come back with a proposal of how they see this going forward, because they have the benefit of looking down on all of this and seeing all the moving parts. And a lot of times we just see what's in front of us. So I think that's where I would like to see this discussion go. To see, talk about the high level challenges, and I think there's 3 levels here. I think you get one is financial. Obviously we're trying to get within our budget, so we have to understand the implications of that. And then another really important part is workload and burnout, because we can fix a lot of this stuff if we want to just work everybody 200%, but we can't do that because we will lose people. And I worry about that, because when you talk about our management teams, advisory panels, particularly advisory panels, they're virtually all volunteer, and we're already seeing the difficulty in getting people to volunteer to step up, because the workload increases, the commitment increases, and we're seeing the tip of that iceberg coming at us. So I think we need to react to that. And then there's agenda crowding and decision-making effectiveness. And I think that, one thing that occurred to me is, we've stuck to the standard 10-minute and 5-minute format of public testimony. And I don't know of any other body that does that. If you go to a city council meeting or a board of commissioners or whatever, they give you 2 minutes. You go to, if you go to testify before a congressional subcommittee, they give you 5 minutes and they'll cut you off. But you can submit 30 pages if you want to them in written. And so I think we ought to be thinking about that, because those are particularly with the advent of remote and virtual testimony. We'll get more. It was already brought up, and we get more of that. So I think we need to think about that. And it's not one thing fixes everything. It's a symphony here. So I think the best perspective in my opinion comes sharing our concerns, sharing our challenges, and having staff go back and come back with what they see as a reasonable solution and a reasonable path forward. And then we can critique that. So, that's obviously we're not doing anything decision making here. And that's basically what we should be doing. So.
Ryan will.
Oh, okay. So I'll stop there and I'll go to Ryan, and then Kelly.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. And that's kind of a good segue here, I think, into the discussion, right? And I agree with a lot of what you just said. It's one thing to talk about challenges to a sound council process and all the pillars that Phil laid out before, but it's another, and I think more relevant to this meeting, to focus on the challenges we have that are driving the current fiscal situation or exacerbating it, looking at what will be the next agenda item on what we can do to help address it. And so looking at it through that lens from a cost saving perspective, obviously basic things like the meeting space and all of those things that that's correct to have on here. I would definitely defer more to council staff on any kind of recommendations that the council could do or we could do to help facilitate cost savings along those lines. But if I look at the numbers here that we'll get to in part 3 on page 10 and 11 for if you went to a whole virtual meeting and the amount of money you would save per day, it looks like roughly, depending on the place, $35,000 to $40,000 a day, potentially even more so. And we've grown our meeting size annually from 19 to 28 days. You take that plus the increase in advisory body membership and the table of costs there on page 11, and that's grown 13%. And you look at those two numbers alone and multiply those out, and you're getting to almost 80% of the current deficit. So I think looking at anything, Bob mentioned some of the agenda and public comment, but anything that reduces number of days in a meeting, or at least the ones that are in person, has a significant cost savings based on what I'm seeing in the document here. And I think it's worth considering and worth discussing when we get to the next agenda item. The same thing with the size of the advisory bodies and whether or not any savings or changes could be had there that also still maintain all of the aspects of the sound council process that we want to continue that we've just discussed previously. And then I appreciate Bob also lining up workload and burnout, and Kelly hinted on that, and I think it's well put in this paper, right? I mean, that is a serious challenge that we have that is driven somewhat by complexity, of course. Like Kelly noted, that is a little bit beyond our control, but there is a lot of things outlined here that I think are important as it relates to scope, as it relates to the way we set up our meetings and how the process is that is within our control, that I think would help maintain morale, would help maintain expertise that we need, and not provide as much of a situation that leads to that workload and burnout issue and the challenges that, frankly, I think you've seen a lot of the management entities deal with on our own, keeping staff engaged in these advisory bodies because of those kind of concerns. So with that said, I don't have any other suggestions as far as additional challenges. I think Kelly laid it out well, but I think there's a lot in here, and just wanted to at least start the discussion by giving those perspectives.
Thanks, Ryan. Kelly?
Thanks. I wanted to circle back to the comment about public comment. And I'm gonna have Chris show you, this was one of the explorations that Kit did in June 2023, where he looked at the average durations of categories per meeting by year. We have not updated this table to reflect 2023, which we will do in time for the April meeting. But I think it has some really interesting insights. I didn't mention this expressly in the challenges, though under the solutions, we do have a proposal. But when you look at this table, the thing that really sticks out is that the reading of reports takes more time than council action. And the row that is called comment is public comment. And really, public comment has remained pretty consistent from 2018 to 2021. In 22, when we provided the opportunity for remote public comment, it actually decreased. It went to 4.89%. So again, we'll see what 2023 shows, because 2023 was really, breaking out of COVID and into our more normal meeting process. We obviously had a lot of controversial issues in 2023, but I think this table gives you some insight into our operations as a whole and where we spend our time budget.
Is this table percent or actually hours?
This is percent. I believe
That doesn't add up to 100%.
Hours?
hours.
Okay.
Hours, thank you. I'm sure there's percent somewhere.
Oh, I'm not seeing you, John.
I'm sorry, I'm on my big head.
Did you have your hand up? Corey? Did you have your hand up?
Thanks, and I appreciate Kelly, you bringing this back up, and the comment about public comment is certainly one of my soapbox items. And Kelly raises the good point that it's not just public comment, but it's reports and public comment. I agree 100% with Bob that the amount of time we allow for public comment is significantly greater than, I would say, any other public process that I'm aware of. And that we don't need to do that. I think we could cut it quite dramatically. And while, these numbers make it look like public comment or maybe not the big culprit, certainly when we get complex or controversial topic, it becomes an issue. The reading of a report is certainly something that I think we should look at, because we should not be spending more time on reports than council decision, unless those reports are so stellar that they just, give us the answer. And that's why it's less. I don't know that that's the case. I would suggest for reports that unless it's something that we got in the last 24 hours, there's no need to read it at all. Somebody could come up and say, do you have any questions? You've had it in your briefing book. I do not need to hear, I won't point fingers, but I could. I do not hear someone say that so-and-so came to brief them on December 3rd and they appreciate that. And it's useless to me. I'm glad they appreciate it. It's in their written report that recognition is given. I also don't need anyone to ever read verbatim the report to me if I have had it and it's on me to get that information. If it's like a GMT or a salmon committee report where they've worked to the wee hours to provide the council with data and information, and in order to provide that information, they need to read the whole report, fine. In some cases, they could probably just give you the results that you're looking for and maybe not even read the whole report then. There's what's the key point. So yes, I think on both of those things, reports and public comment, my recommendation on public comment is 2 minutes for the individual and not more than 8 minutes for a group if they have people signed up who have ceded time to them. Calling someone because they have a group name initial after their name is not appropriate. And right now, what I see when we allow for public comment, it's 10 minutes for everybody who's affiliated with something. So yeah, I think we could cut that way back and people will adjust. They'll fill the time. We've seen that. Give them 5, they'll speak for 5. Give them 10. People have gotten a little better this last year. I've noticed some of the culprits who used to fill their whole 10 go in 8, but they'll still go 8.
Corey, I think Corey was next.
You did have your hand up. I knew that. But you said no.
I wanted
Okay, so Corey, Lynn.
Okay, I just actually wanted to agree with my fellow Californians here, thinking about comment and especially about report timing and reading. Just say, I agree with that, but also add a little bit more texture to my thinking behind that, which is getting to effectiveness of council decision-making around that. And that is the digestibility, kind of the readability of the information in a lot of the reports, especially the more technical reports, which there's someone who is the appointed member and just one person sitting in the seat. I do not have a staff. And it is basically impossible to fully read the briefing book materials and be fully up to speed on the technical aspects of a lot of the issues we cover. If that is my perspective, I assume the public often has similar limitations in understanding some of the documentation that we present and make decisions from. So maybe this is as much a principle as it is a suggestion for a specific group or a specific item, but that along with the timing, whether it be 24 hours or a week or having meetings in advance and whatnot, what's also important is our ability to effectively communicate what we're making our decisions from and having our public and even our membership understand that information. So thinking of that as something as we move forward to try to improve on our timing and our decision-making. I have a question for Kelly, but before I do, I also had to, I've got my head thinking about California, Butch, I'm sorry, but I got to defend Fresno. I think we're definitely all coming back alive and are going to enjoy it very much. So, Kelly, my question is around the section, and this is switching topics a little bit. In the document on page 11, the structuring the ecosystem groups as strategic planning advisors, and I appreciated the creative thinking that went into this. And I was just hoping maybe you could verbally provide for us just a little bit more the background behind that, why these groups and not other sort of cross FNP groups, and how you would see that working, if this is the right time for that.
You bet. I can start, but then I'm going to look to either Kit or Merrick to kind of elaborate on the thinking. The reason why I think the light was shown a little bit on the EWG and EAS was simply because we received special project funding to create the FEP. And as part of that, we created these teams, in particular the ad hoc EWG. So that group was intended to be ad hoc, to be in a limited duration of time, get to meet and convene in a limited duration of time and prepare a product. And so, the intent with an ad hoc group is that they finish their work and the group is disbanded. So that became kind of a key thing that showed us that maybe we should think a little bit more about that structure and how we might be more efficient. And I'll look to Kit or Merrick on kind of the vision of moving those teams forward.
Yeah, I could take a stab. And so I would elaborate on what Kelly said a bit and go back to some of the discussion we had yesterday about, I think Lynn asked the question, where does the FEP sit in relation to FMPs? So at that time, our response to Lynn was, I think of the FEP as a strategic document, more strategic than the FMPs. The FMPs bring management down into the tactical, operational set of considerations. There is a tension that we're observing between our ecosystem groups and the desire to advance certain things and what the FMP related teams are doing. And it makes sense to me then to say, what if we scale that up and have them take the bigger picture, and the operationalization is up to our technical teams and advisory bodies. And if we do that, the pace slows down necessarily. So that was some of the thinking behind that was thinking of we sort of back up and say, if we take that perspective of our FEP and our ecosystem groups, what would they do and how frequently would they meet? And it looks more like a program review, right? So you can imagine the EWG and the EAS saying every several years, saying, how are we doing? What's the latest and greatest ecosystem science or resilience analysis or whatever? Would that help us? Are we doing anything now that could be improved? And providing that information to the council, and then it would be up to the FMP teams to operationalize that if we want to do it. That's some of the thinking.
Hold on, we got Pete in the queue, and then we have Lynn.
Oh, I had my hand up with that.
Oh, you did?
I did.
So before you jump in, Pete, I just wanted to add something on our reports, and I teed up on what Corey was talking about as well as what Lynn was talking about. Then I think it would be really good for us to standardize our reports in a format that you can get to the part of them right away. And maybe at the very beginning of the reports, regardless of which management team, advisory panel, the recommendation should be bold and labeled, bullet pointed or whatever, right at the beginning. And then you can in the briefing book the night before, obviously they have to be read. Otherwise, we don't get them, So that's a real problem. I think that's something we need to fix to the level we can, understanding there's no one fix. But it makes me think about maybe incomplete reports, understanding that there's more to come. They haven't finished the last item. They have all the rest of it done, a management team advisory panel. The rest of it's there. It'd be nice to see and be able to, before we get to it, it's nice to see what they're thinking about rather than waiting to the next day to have a 20-page report written or read verbatim into the record. Because I don't get much out of that either, to tell you the truth. So, so I think just thinking of ways to do this, and it goes back to this is a complex issue. How we could fix it. So sorry, I just wanted to jump in and not lose that train. So Pete, you're next.
All right, thanks, Bob. Hopefully, I'm still on task here. I wanted to, if this is going back, I apologize, but on some of the challenges facing us, we went through that. Bob touched on it. I tried to link those to what, Phil had in his list as a good starting point. What makes an effective public process? And under the challenges, one of those was the advisory bodies and the increasing number. And sorry, Phil, but I'll go by number 12 on your list was strong advisory bodies with broad representation. And if you look at the challenges, it says, well, there's an increasing number of advisory bodies and people on there, and that should support, you would think, having more bodies or people in those seats would help that broad representation, but it's framed up as there's a cost associated with that. So the trade-off there is an effective public process really requires the seats to be filled. And Bob started to get at that. Doesn't matter if you have 1,000 seats on the advisory body, if somebody isn't sitting in them, then it's not going to help you. And so part of this process, I guess we periodically review our advisory body structure and membership and that, and maybe we have to bring a different lens in the next time, and efficiency and cost and effective process. I don't know if it requires any change, but just trying to make sure that effective public process requires a good advisory body and strong participation. And that comes at a cost of having the people there. And I think there's a link to, you know, as you said, Bob, the MRAP that trains these people up and gets them engaged. You know, I'll let you guys figure out if it's public or not, but that's something that I think NIMS is funding external to the councils that leverages or helps our process if it really generates people coming into that. The other thing I wanted to comment on, since we're discussing, was remote meetings versus in-person meetings, and supporting example I would have is you think back to this past November specs. I know that's an ongoing and it's a very big thing, but I think about the final decision we got to on that process that we needed to, and you know, I think it's worth dropping names here on that one. You think who was at the table for Washington, Heather, Lynn for Oregon, I believe Caroline McKnight was there for California. And just to touch on reports, the lengthy GMT report was given to us in a PowerPoint, and it was very brief. Well, it wasn't brief, but it was substantial and to the point. And going through that and the deliberations we had to have, and then we had to take a break, but you together and came up with this series of motions that need to be made on a number of topics. I thought we were very accurate, we were very complete, and we were very efficient. And I challenge anybody to figure out how you would do that more efficiently. So, you know, as we look at those things, there might be something there that helps us think about that. But had we done that in a remote setting, yeah, there's things you can't do remotely. Maybe there are some things you are, but I think it gets very hard to start drawing the line when you look at the complexity of our agenda, how you could manage that. So I'm just a strong advocate for in-person meetings because of everything on this list of 17 things that makes an effective process. Is pretty hard to think about that in the context of a remote meeting. So I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Pete. We got Lynn and Phil and Butch, then Kelly.
We're good.
And then we have lunch.
We have lunch at noon.
Yeah, so
1 minute.
you want to do lunch first and,
Well, no, I think one person I'd
Okay.
say maybe, and then
okay, Lynn?
Is lunch hot?
we'll be done.
I get box lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know other people, but I was just gonna ask if we can think about a working lunch or a shorter lunch and bring it in here and.
The bigger boat.
I eat a sandwich and bait hook, so it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
Just- We work till the work's done when we're fishing.
You know what people want to do, right?
Whatever.
Chair, Bob.
I know.
Sure, you're the rules. Make.
I don't know, let's go through Lynn and get lunch, and then we can have a short lunch. Come back. Let's do that. Okay, Lynn, do it.
So on the reports, and I'm gonna put my GMT historian hat on here. In the early 2010s, NIMS lost a lawsuit. And part of the reason it was given for losing the lawsuit was lack of record. The record was incomplete or inadequate. After that lawsuit, the GC at the time talked to the GMT about record building. We had record building beat into our heads. Document, and then document it again. It may not have been expressed exactly to the team, and I think it probably goes to other teams too, is what does that mean? For many years, including when I was the chair of the GMT, I thought that meant we had to read the report into the record. I think the understanding now is having a physical copy, having the report written is the record. It doesn't have to be read. So there's been some change in understanding about what that is required. And I know the teams have been doing, like John suggested, if something's in the advanced briefing book, get up there, say, yep, it was in the advanced briefing book, any questions? So the teams have been trying to do that. A number of years ago, the GMT was asked to summarize a statement. The team member summarized, and we were asked to never summarize again because it took longer than reading the statement. The teams have gotten better about trying to figure that out. PowerPoint presentations are awesome, but they take time. They take workload. Currently, there's no chat GPT, there's no IA that can take a report and put it into a PowerPoint. That takes time. So where does the GMT spend their time? Analyzing the next item or creating a PowerPoint? In November, they had a work session, and between September and November, and we're able to do that. And they've come up with a pretty good template for how to do a presentation for specs. So that was actually pretty easy. The EWG, and this is a slightly other note I've got. The EWG, Yvonne does pre-recorded presentations so that we can all watch, which I think is really helpful. On the stock assessment presentation, concept I think is good. The execution needs to change. If it was something like what Yvonne does, I think it would have been super helpful. Just having recordings of the SSC groundfish subcommittee was not that helpful. But there's opportunities there, but it is a little trade-off in workload. And I know the teams are interested in how to do that better. It would be just helpful if they had very specific guidance. Okay, you don't have to read every word for it to be considered part of the record, which I think the teams are understanding that now, which I think is helping. But if they don't finish a statement until 8 o'clock in the morning for whatever reason, and it's on the floor at 10, I think the teams feel they need to read it so that everybody has time to listen and digest.
Just a minute. We have Phil, Butch, and Kelly, and then John raised his hand, but we're gonna have lunch, but maybe the hands that have been up, maybe we should, or they lose context here, and we should take those three. Good idea. Phil, go ahead.
On public comment, I think cutting public comment down to 2 minutes would be, cutting public comment down to 2 minutes is a huge mistake in my mind. If we say we value the public's comment and then we give them 2 minutes, and it's an insult from my perspective. I do think we need to cut the time down, but I would not cut it to 2 minutes. Anybody that's ever offered testimony and been given 2 minutes knows how short that is and how little you can say. I would be good with like a 4 and 7. I wouldn't give groups 10 minutes or 8. I don't think should be that big a difference. And I would also there are some people who testify who always use up whatever amount of time you give them, but there's a lot of them that are very mindful of our time and don't fill up their allotted time. So I would not go down that far, but I'm not opposed to cutting it down. Reports. What I want to know what a brief summary of the issue. I want to know what the recommendation is, and I want the rationale behind the recommendation. That's what I want. And if there's if there's a bunch of other stuff in the report that needs to be there for the record, great. Those are the 3 pieces I want. What's the issue? What's your recommendation and why? I like the PowerPoint too, but I know it's a big trade-off. It's not easy to do, especially if I'm doing it. Motions. There are some, I would call out Brianna and John as coming, they do, at least I don't know what you do, but like, from my vantage point, you come prepared with a motion. You may tweak it a little bit depending on how things go and the new information and all that kind of stuff, but you're pretty much ready to go. And maybe I may be wrong about that. Well, I know you're ready to go, but how you get there, I may be. There are some motions, like the ones I do, like I'll take gear switching thing. There's a lot of coordination and bouncing versions back and forth all over the place to get to where have something that's ready to go. And probably not surprisingly, when some things are going on the council floor, you're sitting there working on your motion and going back and forth. So, we can make this really efficient. We can make all the items leading up to the council action really efficient. We can save time and all that's good. But for some of these, what I'll call complex issues, getting the motion right and having the time to do the coordination needed so that when it gets to the floor, it's, I don't know about smooth, but it's not hopefully not too jagged of a road, is important to remember. And that takes some time.
I ask a question? Just on that last point, Bob, Bill, sorry. Last couple of years, we've been breaking up agenda items, so we'll get through public comment and say, let's break. Does that address that last point of yours, or?
It helps a lot. It helps a lot.
Are you gonna, you wanna,
Quick
okay,
question.
I got Butch and Kelly ahead of you, but go ahead quick.
Okay, I was just gonna say, Phil, I appreciate the sentiments behind the statement about and the smoothness that can come with coming prepared with motions. But I also think that fundamental to this process is the council discussion and coming to the council floor with an open mind and ears open and willingness to change positions or change that and willingness to change based on public comment, that is so integrated. I think that's obvious to everyone around the table, but I just wanted to point out that there is that tension there, of how much of decision-making are we sort of pre-baking versus how much of we as members are having open debate, disagreement to try to get to the best possible decision.
Sorry, but I gotta respond. You're absolutely right. Which is exactly the point I'm trying to get to. You can't come to the council meeting with a motion on a complex issue, all written out, ready to go. Because you learn from the discussion and the reports of the team and the comments of the public. And right after the comments of the public, you're ready, you're expected to have a motion ready to go. And that's why I'm just saying at that time, and because I don't write motions before I go to the council. I move to approve the minutes or the agenda. Sure, I'm ready on those. But, I totally agree. Which was my point of make sure we make time for that work that needs to be done to put a motion on the floor. Which?
A couple things. One, Corey, I'm getting bad. It took this long for me to call me out on a meeting. And I got to get better at that. I'm slipping. But anyway, I'm just kidding. I think 17 years in a advisory panel. I think I have the most time. I can't speak for Phil, but maybe he has more. But I did spend 17 years and most of that chair in the advisory panel. And and I agree with everything it said to try to concise things. But they do come to do a job. And, you know, people come to the council meeting to be heard. I know a couple times when we said, can you summarize some people that were testifying? I have so much to say, I can't summarize, but I think it's important for the staff officers of each committee to help, because it's not easy to summarize when you got a bunch of stuff you want to say. Let's face it. We need to read the Washington troll rigs in, you know, all, you know, the War and Peace version of them no, I don't. But it's important to them that they have come a long way to work hard, but if somebody would help them do that, get it to a summary project, and I know I'm speaking from the SAS, but I know other committees could use that help too. I've seen much smarter people than I, with a lot of letters behind their name, fumble and stumble at summarizing. So it's not an easy thing when you come from a board that you're collectively getting their ideas and their thoughts, to do that without missing the gist of what they're trying to say. So I would certainly recommend if statements that it's going to take some education and help by the staff officers that run those committees. That's just coming from 17 years of being at that level. Thank you.
Finally, Kelly?
My comment is a little stale now, but I'm gonna say it anyway. It was in response to Pete's comment about taking a hard look at our committees and advisory bodies. And I just wanted to remind you all that the time is right for that, because in June, your council action will be to review the seats that you have, decide if they are appropriate, make changes as appropriate, and then we will be announcing for the next 3-year term in September. And so we are moving into that realm where we're gonna, from 2025 to 2028, we'll have our next advisory body terms. And so this is a good time to have that hard look. That's all I have.
So before we go to lunch here, I have John and Chris after lunch. Anybody else want to raise their hand? Joe, you'll be after Chris?
Mark had his hand up, I think.
Mark
Krista, Brad.
and Brad.
And Krista.
Hey, back.
Say close. Wait till I miss you again. And
Krista.
And Krista. Okay.
Sorry,
but John
doesn't want to comment after lunch.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. So we got John, Chris, Joe, Mark. and Krista.
So
Are we gonna do a working lunch? Is that Will?
So you guys, you want to do it?
I need 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But don't, go ahead and do what you need.
Let's take 20 minutes and then try to get back. Can we do that? Or is that too much?
You're running the show, brother.
No, I'm just asking.
You got the gavel, man.
Big gavel, 20 minutes.
shocked when we got
There you go.
5 and 10 for public comment.
Was that?
I was shocked this council does 5 and 10,
Be back.
not 3 and 5.
And the thing is that in
And we'll start with John.
Right. Um, So I had three things that had come up, the public comment, the reports and the motions. And sort of responding, whoa, that's doing weird things.
Get it on your computer.
To Phil's point about, whether it's 2 minutes or 5 minutes or 10 minutes, I actually dug into this quite a bit right before the first time council efficiencies was on our agenda back, I think in March of last year. I even prepared a report that we ended up not submitting, but I tried looking at the other councils to see, is there any consistency in public comment? The only one where I could find a written policy was the North Pacific Council. And in their navigating the council document, they show that they allow 3 minutes for an individual and 6 minutes for a group. And that was the only one that I could find written. I did find lots of other agencies and groups, and I don't know that there's huge consistency, but it's somewhere in that 2 to 3 minute range that is allowed for public comment. So I don't actually think it is disrespectful to our public to say we appreciate your comments and we're going to limit them to 2 minutes, or 5 minutes for a group is unreasonable. I think people get used to things and they learn how to get their point across, and a lot of our constituents come all the time and they probably adapt. But that said, I think that North Pacific model, which is at least something we can point to and say will be consistent with other councils, is 3 minutes individual, 6 minutes for groups and organizations. For reports, we had some good additional discussion during our brief lunch on reports. I think there could be some recommendations from staff about how we move forward on reports, but the kind of key point being that absolutely there's no such thing as necessary reading a report into the record. They'd have to verbatim state the report. Bob, your idea about a sort of standardized report format makes sense to me, so that we don't get sort of the fluff at the top about who they met with and when and thanking people, and that key recommendations for the reports are highlighted right up front, so that we as council members, as we initially scan a report, can say, okay, this is recommending what I thought they would recommend. I don't really have to know how they arrived at that, or, whoa, I've never seen that before. I better read every word of this to make sure I understand where they're coming from and then ask questions. That also helped with summarization. I do think, to Lynn's point, that summarization takes time and the teams have to consider that. I don't really care if I see a PowerPoint summarization or hear a summarization, but I would hope that the teams are kind of focusing on what is it that they are advising the council on, and again, what are their key recommendations, and if there is something that they really need to get across to us that led to that recommendation, certainly summarize it. And I do still feel that, again, if things are well baked in the briefing book, that coming up and simply asking us for comments is okay with me, but I do know that there's some feeling around the table that even then you need some kind of brief summary. And then finally, motions, Phil, I appreciate the kudos on making motions. So drafting motions in advance, I think is helpful. Obviously, we don't actually come to a decision until we've heard all of the testimony. But we certainly, having read the pre-meeting materials, we have concepts in our head of what we think we want to go with, and that may change. I do know in other councils, other commissions, other decision-making bodies, you will see draft motions in the briefing book from staff recommending what the decision makers will move. Yes. Which is, I don't think where I want to go. Because I've seen that fail and I feel like it is very pre-decisional. But yeah, I think California Coastal Commission reports might do that. But there are bodies that do that, draft motions, and you'll actually hear, you know, the commissioner say, I move, you know, agenda item 1 as in the briefing, which is crazy. But anyway, I think something that could help us with motions that we talked a little bit about at lunch and heard from some other people, that having a break after discussions and before motions built into our agenda, 5 minutes to huddle up could actually save us half an hour of amendment making in the motion making process. And so I think that's something that we might want to institutionalize. And if an agenda item comes up and everybody says we don't need a break, plow through. But if we plan for that brief pause before motion making, it allows for the sidebars that you don't have a chance to have. It allows to share, you know, Phil, this is what I think I'm going to say. And Phil says, John, you left out this that we talked about. Great. You know, then we just saved an amendment and a vote and all that time. So that, I think for motions, that could be something operationally that could really help. That's it.
Chris, what did you follow that?
My turn.
It's your turn.
Okay, I'm
So you go Chris, Joe, and Mark.
First on the John's point about the North Pacific and the testimony time. Yes, they've done the 3 and 6 for a long time, but they're going through a similar council operational review, and they are seriously considering going to a straight either 4 or 5 minutes for all format. And part of the reason is because when salmon bycatch has recently become a huge agenda item, you have a lot of people from rural Alaska testifying, many of whom speak slowly, and they can't understand why they get 3 minutes and right behind them, the Pollock Association gets 6. And so they're really likely going to move to a straight either 4 or 5 minute format.
And if I can respond just quickly, honestly, what I've seen, and I've been tracking this a lot because this is an issue that I've been thinking about since last March. I'd say the vast majority of people on most items who comment to us are quote unquote organizations, and they get the full time anyway. So I'd be okay with a single time for everybody and then not worrying about organizations, as long as that single time is short enough. And I think 4 for everybody is maybe a good compromise.
So additional comments on, and I'm looking at page 8, part 3, and the possibilities for reducing operational events. And most of these issues have already been spoken to. Reading of reports, I don't think I think it's rarely necessary for the entire report to be read word to word. You know, I think that, as Bill said, give me the executive summary, There may be exceptions depending on the timing of when you get the report, but I think you could save a lot of time right there. Grouping of FNP items into a smaller number of meetings, that seems to me to, and that relates to sort of the later point I'm going to make about committees. Partially or fully remote meetings. I like Pete, appreciate the value of in-person meetings, but I'm wondering, you know, is there a possibility that, given the significant savings, looking at $200,000 to have one meeting a year remote, is there possibly a way to structure that agenda so that it's not dealing with big, complex, controversial issues, sort of lump some of the easy ones into a remote meeting, for example, that might make that remote format more palatable? on the clear delineation of advisory group expectations. It seems to me that there's an opportunity there to save agenda time. I know in the North Pacific model, we have our SSC and our one advisory panel that meet in conjunction with the council on a staggered day timeline so that the timing of the reports works usually. And the council PD and chair, in consultation with the SSC chair and the AP chair, put together the agenda for those two bodies. And rarely is every item on the council's agenda on either the SSC or the AP agenda. So the council basically says, here's your agenda, here's the things we want to hear from you from, here's the things we need to hear from you from. So I think that's a good idea. The size of the panels, man, and I'm just now getting a grip on all your advisory groups and what they do and how often they meet. But man, you've got 245, I think I read, different advisory group members. And assuming you're paying expenses for all those, man, that's a lot. Yeah, it's a big part of the budget. It just seemed, and if I look at the proposed agenda for the next two meetings and recalling the last few, you know, you've got groups that are meeting the entire week at every meeting. And presumably there's a very good reason for that related to the agenda, but their meeting is long as, or in some cases longer than the council when they start a day before. And it just seems to me, I don't have any specific recommendation, but it seems to me that there's some big opportunity there for efficiency consolidation. And I fully appreciate the value of these groups and to the council process. But it just seems that there's got to be some opportunity there to not only, you know, pare down the size of the groups, maybe pare down the number of the advisory groups and pare down the time that they need to be on the agenda and then pare down the associated expenses with all that. So some general comments. Thanks, Bob.
Joe, but
Yeah, thanks. Really appreciate listening to all the comments that's been provided so far. So I thought I might weigh in here on some of this. So one thing I think it's also useful for we at the council to also be mindful of, and it's kind of something that Corey spoke to earlier, where you know you fill an obligatory seat, and you may or may not have technical support staff that help you through all of the agenda items, you know, that we are charged with dealing with. And I know, just speaking from my experience, you know, I've had a lot of different staff over the time that I've been in the tribal seat, and you know, without them, I just don't know how I would be able to contribute, you know, as I have at the table. I found myself at times where, you know, I too have experienced quite a bit of technical support staff turnover here in recent years. For groundfish, lost a person who was really rock solid and helped me, you know, understand what's before me on a groundfish item, and you know what direction I should go in terms of support, not support, and so forth. And so not having that person was a challenge for me. And so in those type of instances, you know, heading into a meeting, you know, I'm just don't have the bandwidth to be able to read, you know, all of the briefing book. And so, you know, I'm not able to come as prepared as say some of the others who may spend a lot of pre-meeting time getting prepared. And so I found that again, like the situational summary, the various reports that are submitted for the briefing book, and the direction I thought Phil was going on. What are the core things that we should know from each report? What's your issue? What's your recommendation and why? And have those be at the top, I think is good, because as I've seen in various reports such as GMT, where at the very end they wrap it all up, provide a summary in bold, and that's really helpful. It helps me kind of keep track of the ball. The PowerPoint, especially for those large, complicated, complex issues, PowerPoints, that I've seen in recent years have been incredibly helpful, help me follow the ball. So I know, exactly what, we are dealing with, and where folks are coming from on those, what they may be recommending. And that's really helpful. And so if there's one thing that I might suggest here is, if we're thinking about kind of standardizing how we get information, whether it's from, the management teams, advisory bodies, our own management entity reports, where we do have this, what's the issue, what's your recommendation and why. Maybe that could also apply to public testimony, to where we're all sort of, addressing the issue in sort of a similar fashion, where, things might not be so, different kind of across the board, where, really have to spend some time trying to really zero in on, what's the core thing here, versus what's information that, may be good to know, but may not have as much bearing on, the decision that we are to do on a particular item. I do support, the idea of limiting the time for public comment, having one time apply for all, whether individual or from organization, that makes sense. And then the other thing that I think we've tried, especially on those items where we know there's going to be a lot of public comment, where there's the suggestion that, hey, if somebody has already spoken to your issue, maybe you don't need to spend additional time elaborating on that, and so there, maybe we can think about, how you might try and operationalize that a bit more. Because it does seem, that, either you're for or against, a particular recommendation, and maybe we don't need to have each and everybody speak to it in their own individual way. But again, I'm also sensitive to not wanting to limit or, really constrain, what the public, want to share with us, on an item. So I'm certainly mindful of that. And so, so I just wanted to provide those, I guess, additional perspective. Come from a person who, I might not have, I do have resources to help me through items, thankfully. But, there's going to be that difference across the table, across council members on what resources they have to come prepared pre-meeting and how they address things as they unfold at the meeting. So, thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Mark?
All right. Thanks, Bob. So I want to tie back some of these comments back to the points that Phil raised, in that we are the gold standard because of the way we conduct our business. And looking to advisory bodies, which is how stakeholders have a direct input into the system, our advisory bodies, whether it's 200 or 2,000, don't cost us anything unless they come to meetings. The amount of money for councils for stipends has been fixed for 10 or more years and just gets divided up amongst the number of people we have. So the issue isn't per se the size of the advisory bodies, it's how much do they need to come to the council meetings. And we've already taken a big step there in making a lot of them remote. So there has been some growth, but not a lot in the last 15 years. Habitat Committee has increased since 2000, but if you go back 15 years, I mean, I just tried to eyeball the list and it looked pretty similar to what we have today. Maybe it's grown by a few members, but it looked pretty similar. And I'm sorry, I'm in the meeting here, so it's hard for me to do all this fact checking. We have an increase in one, I think, in the gap in recent years. So we should go back, and it's part of the process for June, examine whether we need. But that's just in the interest of efficiency. I don't think it's going to, as long as we continue this remote, quasi-remote process, it's really not going to, it's not going to make a big difference in the bottom line in terms of what we say, because we're already remote. So I just wanted to, we need to maintain the direct stakeholder involvement in the advisory bodies and not let any sector feel like they're being shortchanged. And the way to save money is to have them be remote to the extent it makes sense. On public comment, just a historical reference, back in the olden days, before we were online, if you wanted to make public comment, you needed to show up, you needed to fill out a yellow card, and groups would gather all the yellow cards from their group, and they'd be paper clipped together, and then that one person would get more time. And now, as has been pointed out, anyone who says they're with a group gets the 10 minutes without the need to have anyone else yield their time. And I don't know that it's practical for us to move that into our current scheme, and how, who else needs to be online, how do they yield? So I think going back to one time limit for everyone is probably the best way to go. And whether it's, I don't think it can be 2, and I don't know if 3 is going to work, because I think most individuals don't speak for that long anyway, but maybe 4 or 5 minutes flat. And as far as reports from advisory bodies and management teams, that is going to be a task largely for staff officers to make sure those reports are as concise as possible and as well organized as possible. And that is going to take some work, but it's the kind of work on the back end that saves a lot of time in a council meeting. So those are my comments.
Thanks, Mark. Right. We've talked about it. Council presentations, staff presentations on really complicated items. I think I look back at the gear switching presentation that Jim and Jesse gave, and I thought that as that said go along, I'm like, my God, that is so clear and so concise. It took a really, gigantic issue and condensing it to terms that people could visualize it and see it and understand it, which makes the process that much better and faster. And I think that we shouldn't, I want to give kudos where they're appropriate, but maybe if there's a way to help facilitate that with the staff somehow, outside help, maybe that would be maybe advisable. But I think that it just blew me away as I'm watching it. It's just unfolding in front of my eyes, just how good it was. And I think that's something we probably should maybe think about.
Save time by having it.
Absolutely, yes. It just makes everything better. And there's other things to comment on. We're talking about the restructuring or structuring the ecosystem groups as a strategic advisor. I think I kind of view that kind of like EFH review. Basically, every so many years, basically what's new, and that's presented to the council on a semi a schedule, right? Every single year, and or maybe as appropriate as information comes in. But that might be a good way to look at that as far as how you might deal with that, the input of that into the system. So I do like the idea of the definitely less public time, I think, or comment time, but mindful that we are open and transparent process and want to make sure we get enough time for people to get out there. And I guess realistically, if people haven't got all out, I mean, we have the opportunity as council members to have people elaborate if it's an issue, it needs a little more input to the council. So we should never forget that we have that always, right? So as far as determining what that time is, that's always an opportunity. So thanks.
Thanks, Matt. Just Matt.
Thank you. I wanted to lend some support for shortening public comment in the probably 4 to 5 minute range. Maybe it's the Alaskan component, I don't know, but I do think it's important that people have comparable. You might be from an organization, that organization, the way we define it, and thank you for hey, this is how it historically was, and we used to clip tickets together to get you to group status. But you could have an organization of 2 people and you're getting 10 minutes. Or you could be a boat owner who is representing 4 people, 6 people, 23 people, and you're afforded currently 5 minutes because you're an individual in there representing. So I do think that it is appropriate to have comparable timing. I think 2 minutes is incredibly fast. And by the time you get your name and who you are for the record, that's 20 seconds of that. So I would be much more in favor of the 4 to 5 minute range. I wanted to speak a little bit on record building. We've talked a lot about reports and not needing to read all of them in. I'm appreciative when we do, like if a report hits at 8 a.m. the same day that we're on a topic, having that information. I am not as appreciative, I will say, of, this is going to date me a little, micro machine reading. I can't process when people are reading so fast. It's easier for me to just have the 5 minutes to read the report than to have the speed reading. I don't know about others, but I'll just speak for myself on that one. But I think a piece that we really have not addressed in the room is how much time, and it doesn't happen often, but it does happen, that council members take in terms of building the record and creating rationale. I'm going to point to Robert's rules. I'm not saying we're infallible on that, but generally they recommend 10 minutes on a topic. I know I've gone 12 minutes on occasion, and I know that there are others when we are record building who talk significantly longer. And I am not necessarily saying, hey, let's put a clock up there on ourselves. But I do think if we're going to ask the public and our advisory bodies to be mindful of time, that we also need to ask ourselves and hold ourselves accountable for that type of time. The last piece that I really want to talk about is the cost of our advisory panels. We've talked about holding things remotely. I do want to note in table 13, when I was looking at this, that when we look at the gap, it's $8,000 less than council members in terms of total. And it is, when you combine the HMSAS, the CPSAS, the SAS, and the EAS, it is 80% of what the gap costs. Now, I'm not advocating that we reduce people, and I recognize whoever shows up, shows up. But I do think that we need to think about having them also remote at times. I know we had one meeting last year and people were upset that it's difficult. It's difficult for everybody to be remote. And I think when we're looking at how do we save cost, that is an important component. I'm also going to comment a little bit here. I've heard an awful lot about ecosystem, and we need to shorten down ecosystem. Ecosystem's $25,000 for both the EAS, it's a little bit over that, EAS and the EWG, compared to just the gap at 203 for the total. It's a little bit like getting in a bloodbath over a $50 jacket, and I'm uncomfortable with that. I think if we're going to look at costs, we need to look at everything. And I do think that when we sit down and look at reappointments, we need to have some hard conversations about how big our advisory panels are and who can represent multiple groups, I guess I would say. And with that, I will close my comments.
Thanks, Krista. Ryan, I do see you, but I have Heather and Corey. Heather.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. It's really good discussion. I've been kind of quiet, listening, absorbing, and thinking about how things, function at the council, and probably mostly focused on the GMT, because that's where I had my experience on a management team. And thinking about how some of the more challenging issues, like specs, as that evolved, and bringing that to the council through this PowerPoint idea has really helped, in contrast to a lengthy report. And I won't ever, I think that the length of a report is important. There's important information in there. So I don't mean to say reports should be shorter, but then pulling out those key topics that help the council focus on the decisions. And I think it's been especially challenging for our GMT with all of the turnover. They're all really new, and we've had turnover above that, like me coming onto a council seat, and that moves new people in below that. So this is where I'm getting to the idea that having council staff really help. This is where I think we can really help focus folks like the GMT on putting together reports, honing in on complicated policy decisions, and where the analysis can help with that policy decision. So, some of the things they come out in their report are very, the GMT recommends this and this for these reasons, and they're not controversial, or people aren't going to have a lot of questions, but it's the questions where it's like, we don't really know what to do with this. This is the policy question that the council's going to be focused on, and not necessarily just saying, so we leave it to you, but here are some things that will help with that policy decision. And so I just think that that's what we want the folks on those teams to be able to do, to help with the decision making that, especially when we're getting those reports the night before for a discussion the next day. And I do also appreciate those breaks where it's like, okay, we get the report, we get the presentation, we have a day in between to absorb, ask questions, and then come for decision making. So I think that's helpful to that too. But then also looking at how we can have council staff and the NIMS folks on the team helping the GMT and other management teams really think through those tough policy questions, and where the council is going to make a decision. Well, and I'll just stop there for now, but thanks.
Thanks, Heather. Corey?
I think just wanted to highlight a couple things. I'm hearing a lot of what has been going through my mind, iterated by other people. But when thinking about sort of ABs, something that's come to mind is sort of advisory body. I don't want to use the word accountability, and tasking. I think something that would be helpful towards better decision-making, improved reporting, communications, and even time and cost savings over the long run is making sure that we're getting from our advisory bodies what we want from them. And some of that is accountability in terms of checking back. Is this what we asked for? Is this information useful to the decision at hand about where the council is in their agenda, and keeping those lines tight? I think my experience over the last couple of years as a member has been noticing that sometimes those lines get a little bit slack, and we have what I'll just call sort of free-ranging advisory bodies. And sometimes that's very appropriate. I don't want to sideboard or pin opinions. That's what we want. We want to get information and opinions from folks. But keeping our decision-making clear, more transparent, and better for all of us to keep those lines kind of tight. And I think some of that responsibility actually falls to us as a council when we discuss things, make motions, provide guidance, to have clarity for our advisory bodies so they know what they're being asked to do. Heather, I like your concept of, some of that responsibility does fall to council staff, I would assume. And as there's turnover and learning and those things are happening, to help keep those things together, keep it tight, and help us get the information that we asked for to make the best decision. I think this may be bleeding a little bit into the next one, but I haven't heard it yet. It's just the consideration of term limits for ABs. This has come up before, I think, in a paper somewhere, maybe in public comment, to keep ideas fresh, to make sure we're getting new blood, to encourage openness in the process. Details can come later, just throwing that idea now while we're thinking about challenges. And then finally, I just wanted to second what Krista said a few moments ago. I support the concept of taking a holistic look at sort of AB design and the associated costs. When we're in that discussion of the analytical docs that the staff is going to pull together, I think that that is a good way for us to look at it and be thinking about them from that perspective. So I just wanted to note I appreciate it and support those concepts.
Thank you. Ryan?
Yeah, thanks. And sorry, I missed your the very beginning when you started this session, but it looks like what I'm hearing is some general kind of discussion on some of the things we've been discussing in costs. And I'll go back to my earlier points. You know, it looks when I read this that there's a lot of good ideas here, but some of the biggest potential savings are directly connected to the costs of running in-person meetings. And this is not unusual, right? You know, something that the councils are facing alone. We're dealing with this in international fora all over with reduced budgets, increased inflation, and cutting down days of meetings in a number of different fora as well. And it has significant cost savings. Just like it would seems to here based on these numbers. So I would fully support looking into trying to reduce one or turn one council meeting into a webinar as proposed here, focused on agenda items that can be collated that maybe wouldn't suffer from not being in person like others have noted. Also kind of a side question in the council staff, I'm not sure if day last, which is usually a half day, if you were able to shorten by a half day, if that gives you the equivalent savings to a full day. But even if you went to a full day from our current 5.5 average to 4.5, that by my calculations here is saving you anywhere from $35,000 to $45,000. And you take that into over 4 meetings, and that's another $120,000 to $180,000 savings. So that combined with one webinar, you're potentially at $350,000 to $450,000 of savings right there. So anything that could be done to reduce meeting times, and I think is well worth coming out of this committee and this recommendation. And I support everything that's been said so far and would echo it. You know, if we can find time saved through summarizing reports, through decreasing public comment, through creating these breaks for council between discussion and motion, going back to the discussion yesterday, looking at, you know, what really are our core priorities, what do we really want to agendize for those 4 in-person meetings versus another one. You know, maybe that helps us reduce our overall agenda. And then I also think there is some cost savings that can be done related to the size of advisory bodies. I don't think it's been completely mitigated by some of our current strategies, which I fully support, by not having them always in person. And I think it's worth looking at. And I kind of like the approach in the paper that may, in the case of the GAP, which is a very large cost here, asking them to see what seats might be consolidated without suffering the overall advice. And that might be a potential way forward there. I also think that getting there to that type of new structure, or with a focused changes that reduce the overall meeting time, I do think that gets back into the workload and burnout question that Bob raised at the beginning of this, that I think also is a huge challenge towards maintaining a successful council process going forward.
Thanks, Ryan. Butch?
Yeah, Ryan, and I'm not necessarily arguing with you on your ideas. In fact, I think some of them are very good, but I don't want to lose sight of how important this process is in person. And I do believe today we have some issues that came out from not being able to meet in person back during the COVID days. People not being able to share ideas, people not being able to get up from the table and, you know, talk things through like they do in person. And so I don't want to lose sight of the importance of, you know, fishermen and others, NGOs, tribes, and all that sitting in the same room and working things out together. Because I think that is one of the unique things about this council is so many diverse people are sitting in rooms together working this stuff out. And you know, if we have to tighten our belt, which we all do from time to time, but do we have to work harder at getting the money secured for this council's budget also? I haven't been in the inner sanctum of how this, you know, you get this budget. But I certainly have been involved in others' budgets securing funding for from the state to Washington, D.C. But I just don't want to lose sight of the importance of this council meeting and working out issues live and in person. Thanks.
Thanks, Butch. Mark?
Yeah, I'm with Butch. I think that, and I think John earlier stated that we lose a lot by not meeting in person. I think that there might be some lower hanging fruit for us to save some time. I think we've discussed some of them here. And I think we can actually, since there's no COP on public comment time, for example, or on how advisory body reports and management team reports are read, those are changes we can put into play now and see how it plays out. We might be able to shave a day off a meeting. And I'd rather shave a day off a meeting and have them all in person than to have one remote. And I'll come back to a point, I'm just a drum I keep beating, is that our management has gotten much more complicated, maybe not necessarily. And I think we need to go back and look at each of our FMPs and say, what have we done? Because look at the things we've done and say, do we really need to parse things so finely? And groundfish comes to mind, but I'm not going to rule out any of them that, you know, we should need to take another look at. So I think that having a completely remote council meeting is a last resort. And I think that there are other tools we can use. I also don't think we're going to solve our budget problem entirely by reducing the number of advisory body members and maybe shaving a half a day or a day off. Travel is not the largest part of our budget. And I noticed that in a table we saw yesterday, if we go back, if we draw the line just at the core stuff plus the near core stuff, we saved 20% on travel. We only saved 10% on on the other council operations. So if we're really trying to reach a certain number, we're not going to make it doing this. We have to be efficient. We should always look and see how we can do things better. And we don't want to necessarily spend money. And if we have to make some cuts, we got to find out what's the most core for our operations. But all this discussion on council meetings, it's not going to get us there.
Thanks. Lynn?
So on the topic of council meetings, throughout the discussion, we've talked about the amount of time we take on public comment, holding the ABs accountable. We've not talked about holding ourselves accountable. And I'm not talking in terms of how long we talk at an individual item on an individual day, It's how many meetings, how many times we bring up the same topic. We have a number of things that are supposed to be a 2-meeting process or a 3-meeting process. And we're on like meeting 34 on something, on one item that we don't need to name. But okay, we'll have a meeting to, hey, let's do an agenda planning here, think out how we're gonna plan it. Then we'll have a scoping meeting, then a range of alternatives, and 1 or 2 PPAs, and then maybe an FPA. So what should be a 3-meeting process, us talking about something over 3 meetings, has now expanded to being over the course of 2 years. So there could be ways where we could make our own process and how we do business more efficient. I know it's so easy to pick on a certain item on gear switching right now, but there's other things that we have expanded. When I first started, it was horrible, but specs was a little bit in September, a whole lot in November, a little bit in April, and I think a little bit in June. And now we've thrown March. September is huge for a number of reasons, but some of it is we've done it to ourselves too. So maybe there's some efficiencies in how we go from an idea to an FPA. Does there have to be separate meetings for all of those things?
Thanks, Len. Ryan, you're next week, John.
Yeah, I just want to react to what Mark was saying, because I feel like we continue to go around here just like we did when we started yesterday. And it might be great to identify some low-hanging fruit, but the whole point of this meeting is that low-hanging fruit doesn't cut it. I mean, I just talked about just running the numbers to go into 1 virtual meeting and cutting 1 day off of a 5.5-day meeting for the rest. And that doesn't even get you barely get you over half of the current deficit we're operating at. So I feel like we're almost losing a little bit of sight of the size of this current deficit that we're operating under. Because I think some big decisions have to be made, or they will be made, I guess, by AmeriCorps for us if the situation gets drastically worse. So again, I have quite a number of flexibilities in what might be decided or what might be recommended, but I just don't see how you get anywhere close to trying to get to a balanced budget without addressing the amount of time spent at a meeting in person. And that is not to take anything away from the benefit of meeting in person. I think that is by far and away the most advantageous way for a council to work. But I think if you look across the board at other councils that are dealing with, you're seeing entire council meetings being reduced, the number of meetings entirely, the number of days. I mean, this is not, I think this is a subject that needs to be part of the discussion. Thanks.
Thanks, Ryan. John?
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. I agree. Big changes need to be made. I've taken some pretty big swings already. My goal, I think similar to what you said, would be to shorten our overall meetings length. I do feel we need to do it in person for the council. I don't feel we need to do day last in person. I think we could cut that half day pretty easily. Now that doesn't cut the total cost because there's still admin cost for running that part of the meeting remotely. But it does save, a full night of hotel for everybody and meeting rooms for everybody.
Not necessarily.
It does because you stay the next night. If you don't, everybody's going to leave a day early. So there's that. And I also think that some of the efficiencies we've talked about could help shorten overall length of meeting by reducing report time, which apparently is more than our floor time, by reducing public comment time, all of that, by making ourselves a little more efficient in how we deal with motions and taking breaks to shorten up the motion discussion time. Could help. And then also, I think we need to, like you say, get rid of something. Stop doing something that's not a core mandate. And I've got 2 on my list that y'all heard. And I don't think that means we stop doing those things. We heard some good public comment today about how important commenting on wind energy is. I'm not saying don't comment. I'm saying, don't spend so much council time figuring out the comment that we all agree to. I think there are other ways to do that, and I do think the Habitat Committee is perfectly capable of doing it. And I don't think that limits the fishing industry's ability to engage. We will hear from them, and we will accept that comment. Ecosystem, we're at a tipping point in where we are on the current initiative. I think we could possibly find a way to finish out the current initiative in a meaningful way that isn't perhaps as lengthy as some would like, and then move forward with whatever that recommendation is and the past recommendations we've already received, and take a pause from ecosystem initiatives as a major workload item. We've got a lot of good work done already there. So if we do all of that, and if we finish some of these unnamed items that Lynn points to, we might be able to cut down our meetings by a couple days with day last and some of less of that other stuff. So just some thoughts, but I agree. And I don't think we're going to balance the budget. We can't. So what I'm trying to do is staunch the bleeding, let that extra money last longer than it is projected to last right now, and give us the years we need to work with NIMS and others to fund us to the level that accounts for inflation.
Thanks, John. Chris?
Yeah, I just had a question for clarification. That maybe I just off, but John, you said an in-person meeting, but you do the last half day remotely, and I was sitting there going, how does that work? And then it's like, I guess it's assuming everybody gets home the night before, and you're not trying to do a meeting from the Uber or the airport or.
And I'm not saying due date last the day after the meeting ends, right? So we finish our work, everybody goes home, and 2 days later, 1 day later, 3 days later, whatever we want to say it is, we hold the admin, workload planning, agenda planning, those usual last day items remotely. And it does a couple things. One, it gets us out of the hotel that day earlier. Two, it actually allows everybody to process everything they've been doing for the last 4 days, connect with their staff, connect with their constituents, and make sure that when we get to agenda planning, we're not like running around trying to figure out what's what.
I guess I'm looking over at Merrick. There are some costs associated with holding a meeting remotely, right? So it's not like it's completely free.
Yeah, we still have, still have council member stipends,
And there's that.
but we wouldn't have meeting rooms, we wouldn't have per diem rates and things like that.
Just staff time, but what you would have anyway, I guess.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. Oh, sorry. Got Pete next. Brad, that's all.
All right, thanks. Along the same threads, what John was just saying, that point about won't balance the budget. Yeah, it agree fully that, but there are ways to slow the bleeding or there. On the meetings, you know, I'm not warm to the idea of cutting our meetings when I think about the work we do in that 5.5 days, but I'm open to the exploration of the idea because that is a way to slow the burn of the money. I guess my only maybe thoughts or cautions as we go through that is I don't think there's the savings in just the day last. It'd have to be a 4.5 day versus a 5.5 day, just because, you know, when we think about costs, for me, and I know my travel and a lot of it is my commitment as a vice chair now, I'm a leadership, but we go till 5 o'clock. There's no way I'm gonna schedule a flight out that day. I'm committed to leaving the next day. It just doesn't work. And I've been in those situations. And then if you think about, you know, what can you push forward and the cost of that? I think the savings in a half day, cutting a half day out are pretty minimal. And I'm just wondering about, because it's still another council meeting, federal register notice and public process and everything we go in. But a full day, you know, as uncomfortable as I am, let's explore that. The other thing that just popped into my mind that, you know, if we're thinking about savings is I'm going to come back to the ecosystem advisory subpanel, the ecosystem work group, and this is a little half baked at this time too, but the ecosystem work group is the ad hoc. The advisory subpanel is a standing committee. The work group was created to handle formation of the fishery ecosystem plan, and we finished that. And the ecosystem work group does incredible work and it's very valuable, but you know, we have to adapt to what's on our table now. I'm pretty positive or confident that these IRA projects will be funded, and we have this climate type money coming in, and we have to adopt our working model to what's before us now, from developing a fishery ecosystem plan and thinking about it, initiatives and what are we doing, where if you look at those, operationalizing and putting things into motion and making it help. And so as we look at those, I'm not saying at this point get rid of them, but how do we restructure that to support what the next set of work is the council is doing? And are there some savings there? And how does that all come about? And again, that relates to June when we relook at all our committees, but I think it's time to take a look at the function of those and how do they help us, the ecosystem bodies that we put into various committees or work groups, how will they help us in the future and what do they need to do? So leave it at those things.
Thanks, Pete. Brad?
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Pete as far as the last day. I mean, if you live in a big city, you're a council member, you just fly into it and you go home. But I fly to Portland or I fly to Seattle and then I fly to Medford. And then I drive 2.5 hours home. And realistically, I'll fly into Medford at midnight and I'll drive 2.5 hours till I get up at 2:30. And I can do that, but I don't think many people are going to do that. But that's if I get into Medford by midnight. That isn't always the case. And so I think it would have to be maybe not a full day, but something like in by 2 o'clock or something to get on a plane and get home in a reasonable hour. Otherwise, you're not losing. A lot of people here living on the coast, all these management team folks, they got a long ways to drive just like I do. And so we don't want to forget that. And I think we need to be very careful about what stocks we assess and what the bigger picture. We're talking ecosystem changes. We're talking about species moving north. And whether we want to agree with the quillback assessment. But the quillback assessment, I mean, we assess those things down to Southern California, which is the very end of the distribution. We're talking about species moving north, and we declare them overfished. And realistically, if you're going to run down that, it's going to be stuck on, hey, stocks moving north. And basically, we've just put that thing in overfish status forever. And really, what are we trying to do here? So I think be very pragmatic about, we ought to be doing things to succeed, not fail miserably. That's a miserable failure if that actually happens. And so I think, and the workload associated with that, and the impacts it has on the coastal communities. Those, I think we're going to be very careful about what we do, because the ramifications of those decisions, good and bad, can last a long time. So I guess.
Thanks, Brad. Bill?
Just wanted to speak to this idea about breaking the council meetings up so that the last, either the last day or the last half a day is done remotely. There's a little bit, I'm a little confused. Are we talking about cutting the last day, which is a half a day, and doing that remotely? Or are we talking about cutting a full day agenda and moving that to a remote day? But I just had I think, question for Kelly. On page 9, the bottom paragraph, it's a little bit reversed. It has an in-person meeting starting with a remote meeting, which is my terminology, the reverse of what we're talking about. But I would think the savings would be about the same. I'm seeing that would save $9,000 in this analysis. Just trying to think through, and I'm thinking through the same thing Brad is, that if we don't end day last, by 2 or something, if you have a challenging route to get home, flights and drive time, most people are gonna wait until the next day.
Mhm.
In which case you've lost, for the people that get stipends, you've lost that savings. And so you've ended up with saving the cost of the hotel room and the per diem, a half a day of per diem.
Mhm.
Look to Mayor to confirm, but this $9,000 was under the assumption that a full day was online, whether that was at the beginning of the meeting, which had been suggested by some folks in earlier council efficiencies. Taking up the easy things like a postcard report or, the things that are sometimes sprinkled throughout the meeting. And then the other option had been, the last day, but the 9K represents the per diem cost, and it's not a very big savings because we've already had to fly you there for the in-person component of the meeting. And why you see then a big difference between, I'll leave it at that. Or tell me if that was how the math was done.
I thought you came up with the 9,000, so that's a great answer.
I'm gonna say it was Patricia because she's in here, but yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I had a sense of how much the savings would be.
That it, Phil? Yeah, okay, thank you. Chris? Just a couple of thoughts here. One, unintended consequences of shifting individual, taking individual and group comment time and making them the same. Is that gonna take the paperclip off and unfold all those yellow cards, or has that already been done? Are you gonna have the group any more time than that? So the group members get split up and each person will take a piece, and then you're back at where we are. So just whether that would happen or not, I have no idea, but just a thought, to kind of keep in mind unintended consequences of that. Another one, just thinking from the EC perspective, we shifted about a year ago, I think, into EC as a person for the first half, and we're across all the Ps, everything we're looking at. We went to half in person and then half remote, which would easier for us because we're a small group. If we just do our phone, with chair and vice chair remaining, and the typical Greg Bush stays around as well. That's worked really well. Most of the work we do, we're looking at ahead of time. There's a few things that come afterwards. There's some statements. So that seems to have worked at least for us very well. And keeping that kind of, don't say hybrid because that word somebody's maybe blended approach. And kind of depends on the agenda items for other AVs to be considered that way. And the last one was a comment to reach out to the AVs to ask for their thoughts. And I just want to remind you that we did that back in April. And there's 10 different comments. The GAP, GMT, everybody's commented, and they're ready to have class supplements on this exact topic when we did the council efficiencies thing back in April. So just from the AV perspective, if you're asked again for something you already answered a year ago,
It's kind of an interesting question, I suppose, put it that way. So anyway.
Thanks. I wanted to make a comment on the idea of the Habitat Committee doing the marine planning, taking up that work. And I was just thinking about back to, and I think I have this right. But, when we developed the Marine Planning Committee and this was all coming out and I know our fishing stakeholders were very concerned about not having a place to gather their input and to put it forward. Their phone doesn't necessarily have a role for fishermen in that process, and the council could fill that. There's a linkage to the work we do on fisheries. And so that's where I think the Habitat Committee maybe doesn't have, they're really great at habitat, but the fishing, the linkage to fishing is maybe not in their wheelhouse. So I guess I just want to express that I don't see that as an easy alternative or a symbol of an alternative. So that, and then the overarching things I've been thinking about during the conversation, I didn't say when I spoke up before, but again, going back to our icebreaker, and you said this morning, Kelly, the things that we talked about that we're proud of, all this work that we're trying to figure out a way to do in a different way. It's why it took us years to get through gear switching, because we didn't want to get it wrong. And so are we streamlining? All these conversations are important. The transparency that we provide to our stakeholders, it's all the stuff that we spoke about being proud of what we do. So, and the reason I didn't say it is because I think that's obvious to everyone here. So, but I'm just putting it out in the open that I think that's why we're struggling to find a way to make the big significant, changes that would actually address the budget situation that we're in. And it goes back to some of the comments I was making yesterday too about how do we make the case for getting more money to do this work that we're so proud of. So how do we, and I understand, I was thinking about, Mary, you described where, or Pete, you were explaining it, where you can put a budget forward, but it can only be 5% more than the other one. And I recall that's where I'm involved in the Coast National Marine Sanctuary, and they're in the same process right now. Same type of conversation. So, but how do we have the conversation about the budget that we need to do this work in the more complex situation that we find ourselves in? There's a disconnect there for me, and how do we find a way to make that case that the resources we need to do the good jobs that we do are adequate?
Just respond to that, Bob.
Yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate that, Heather, because I love this council and all that we do, and the thought of changing the way we do it it's a little bit gut wrenching, right? So I hope that we could find those extra funds. There are a lot of legal restrictions on who I can talk to and who, if you're representing yourself as a council member, who you can talk to and asking for funding. That is restricted to NIFs at the moment. And so there are other people that ask for funding of different entities. I can't talk to those other entities, right? Unless they ask. So it's hard. But my hope is that that message comes through somehow. Yeah. That message comes through to the right people somehow. Mm-hmm. So we talk about this at the CCC meeting a lot. Right now, all the executive directors are writing a letter to Jen Coit saying, we need help. And that's important, but that's just to NIFs, right? So.
Right, okay. Yep. Thanks for that. Yeah, I chatted with Corey yesterday, I'm like, can we send, what's a cover letter? This is, so that's helpful, thank you.
Excellent.
Yeah, well, in support to Brad's comments, I mean, it's one of those, I always stay an extra day I never leave early because Portland to where I live is almost 2.5 hours, and I can't drive at night if it's 10 o'clock and dark, or I'm at least not as brave as you are. Uh, so I think being mindful of that is important for a number of people around this table, but also in our community. I would definitively prefer having one full meeting online compared to having one day at a meeting online. I think that thought process is probably very different because I'm a political appointee as opposed to an agency. And I am eternally grateful for the expertise the agencies provide by having multiple stakeholders. But I also think that it is important for us when it comes to having a conversation about what to put on the agenda to be on an equal footing as council members. And I don't have the luxury of corresponding with a multitude of people to find out how everything can be and have that expert opinion, with the exception of talking to people before the meeting and throughout the meeting. And I don't know that I would get that if we were to postpone, say, 36 hours, because I would be, again, flying home and having to deal with driving and all the rest of it. So I think, again, just my perspective, I would be more comfortable with if we're going to save by doing online, we just do it for one meeting. I think there's a lot of logistics for that. In terms of having one day online and the rest in person that we probably haven't thought through, and there may not be the cost savings that we think there would be. But I also really like the idea of clawing back a day and meeting for 4.5 instead of 5.5. And I will not name the unmentionable, but I will use pelagic longline scoping as an example because that is dead and buried at this point in time. You know, that was an 8-hour item. It was probably 2 hours minimum for the first year I was on the council, just in future workload planning. We spent a crazy amount of time on that topic, and there are other topics that come up like that. And I think setting the course of, hey, we're going to do our core plus these few items that are basically core. As we work through our agenda this year and start getting some of these items off that are no longer in that category, that should help us get closer to that 4.5 days. And the reason why 4.5 appeals to me is it helps us focus. We don't have the temptation of, oh, well, we have that extra half day or we have that extra day. We can stick something in there. No, it's like we're at the wall for 5.5. If it was 4.5, I guarantee you we'd fill every minute of it. But we would have to say no to some things like we do now.
Thanks, Krista. And now we have John and then Brad. Then I think maybe we ought to take a pause there. Unless something early and circle the wagons a bit. John.
Thanks. So this is going back to Pete and Brad's comments at the start of this last round, and everybody else did that a little bit, but I just want to be clear. I'm not saying go to 5 from 5.5 or even 4.5 from 5.5. I would suggest we attempt to get down to 4 or even 3 3/4. That's not just taking what we call day lab and moving it online. That's doing a lot of other things to reduce workload, floor time, and attempting to shorten things up significantly. That's what reduces cost. With regard to just the piece of moving day lab remote, I think Krista sort of put the pin in it. What I was thinking is that there are people, including myself, Krista, others, who sometimes have to stay after day lab because of flights, because of travel constraints. Many of us, if not all of us, have had to leave on day lab because we run late. It is not a half-day meeting. Okay, it is a meeting day. When we end that day, there. So yeah, we call it a half day. We say we're gonna finish at noon. I'd say, I don't know what percentage of time we actually finish at noon. So it depends a lot on what's going on, but as to when we hold that agenda planning, workload planning day, admin day, I mean, honestly, it could be a week after the end of the meeting. It doesn't really matter except March and April where we have 2 meetings back to back, and maybe we need to rethink that. You know, we're stuck in a rut in terms of when and how we hold meetings, where we hold meetings, the extent of where we hold meetings. The reality is, it's great that we move around. It's great that we attempt to be closer to areas. It's pretty unusual to have more than 1 or 2 people who aren't physically traveling to get to a meeting. Be they fishermen, be they state reps, be they anybody else. We all gotta at the very least get in a car and go somewhere and stay in a hotel. So where we go should be considered. The how long the meetings are needs to be short. It's the only way to save money. And then the how much we're doing, which saves money not only in council floor time, but saves money in all those additional outside meetings that cost money. So, you know, it's not as simple as saying cut it back by that last half day. So I get it. If we go 4 full days, probably most people are going to stay that last night if we haven't saved much in terms of the hotel cost. We'll save a little bit in per diem because the day they travel will be a portion of the day. We'll save a little bit in renting facilities and paying for coffee, you know, but yeah, so it's got to be less than just that last half day. And the reason I wouldn't say do the first day remote is because of that travel issue. So if you did the first day remote, you'd have to do it 1 or 2 days before, which I think is more disruptive than moving the last day. Because you can't have the first day remote when everybody's trying to get something. So, yeah.
Brad, Phil, then maybe we'll see.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, we list of issues here that are hopefully going to short meeting times. Realistically, Pete mentioned earlier, but if we could shorten it by a half day, and we did the last day remotely, like you're talking about, I can see some value in that because I look at that last, and that seems to be like a really easy thing to do on a webinar. It seems like to do a virtual. So basically, if we need to see what efficiencies we gain and how much we might shorten up, right? And so if we end up for a 4.5 day in person and then went home, we're a day shorter in council session. And we just went home like we normally do. And most of us get home, most of us, at that time, you know, in the on that day. We've essentially we have saved a day for the hotel, and we're just 15-20% of the hotel cost, I guess, and the per diem and stipend and all that stuff. And we go from there. And I think maybe our efficiencies will eventually drive us or get us to how long we need to be in person, or how long these meetings are going to be. And maybe you're right. Maybe we could. Maybe we didn't have a 3.5 or 4 days. Maybe we do. That might be the goal, but I don't think that's going to happen at the get-go. That's going to be a kind of an incremental process, I think. And but I think also we might want to think about what we're doing as far as if you have a big issue item like scoping of some sort. Maybe that meeting we plan for locations where it's a cheaper hotel rates, right? So minimize where you can. And maybe you plan on having a day longer just to handle that issue and just be kind of flexible on that. We're not always stuck to 5.5 days or 4.5 days. We have some flexibility on what that might look like and understand that we're going to make those decisions based upon what's going to be on the agenda and the costs associated with different hotels. So anyway.
Thanks, Brad. Bill? We used to go to a lot of different locations. We went to Crescent City, we went to Eureka. I think we've been to Astoria, but went to Monterey more than once. And I don't, I'm out on thin ice here. And really, the first place I would like to go in terms of savings is to put together a package of what would be the most economic, i.e. cheapest locations for us to hold our meetings in. There's a big difference between going to Northern California and Southern California. I don't know why we would ever go to Northern California, given the differences. It's just financially speed, not standing proximity. But somebody made the point, I think you did, John, that no matter where we hold it, 90+% of the people that attend are having to drive, fly, and spend money to stay in a hotel room. So I don't think it matters a whole bunch from that perspective, and particularly how we have made it, how testifying online has become an option to help the public participate. So my, notwithstanding some of the other, if there is such a thing as low hanging fruit, and looking at savings, my first place that I would go is I would like to see a schedule that gives us the cheapest in terms of hotel costs per diem. I don't know about flights that we can. I would rather do that first before I started cutting days off of council meetings or splitting them up or something. I'm not throwing cold water on that idea because that we may need to go there, but I would rather, I know Boise's economical. I think there's some, I don't know what, I think there are some more economical places to go than others. And let's just go to the ones that are the most economically sensible for us so that we could maintain our in-person standard and length of meetings before we start chopping away at that.
Thanks, Phil. We were gonna break down. You want
2 seconds just on
Go ahead.
Bill's point. Yeah, I want to just be clear that I'm not saying just automatically make the meeting a day short, right? I'm saying if we consider all the things we're talking about becoming more efficient, we may realize that we can go a whole day short, right? The day lab thing about doing that remote is somewhat separate for that, and it's something to consider. But yeah, I agree with what Phil was saying, that being conscious in where we go more than location conscious could be very valuable.
Okay, so my thought here, thanks. My thought here is that we had a big list of things to consider and challenges. And I'm really I'm thinking that possibly we should turn it back to Merrick and Kelly to, if there's things that we have missed, things that they would like to have some guidance on that we haven't talked about, that we might continue discussion on. And so
Chris, can you go, it's Kelly's slide deck. There's like 2 slides later. There's that wire diagram I presented yesterday.
So while he's putting that up, I would make one comment on what Phil said. You talked about the cost of a hotel We also need to think about the proximity to an airport. You need to, and the cost that it takes to get from point A to point B. And also the availability of flights to get to these places, you know, like I know we went to Roder Park. You go to Santa Rosa, you go to the city, but you got an hour drive to get there. I'm not so sure about Fresno because I'm gonna drive, but you know, but it's, you know, that's another consideration. So I'll stop there. You got the thing up.
So, Kelly and I were sort of chatting here in the background, and you guys have sort of pushed together D2 and D3. There's recommendations and diagnosis and all this stuff. I do think we should take some time after we break here in a minute to reconvene and talk through whether we can get to some more specific recommendations. So I think walking through this wire diagram, plant some seeds for you all. We can take public comment and break and come back. So as I was outlining yesterday, first step, what are we doing? Our priorities, we talked about that. We decided we like everything. And then late morning and this afternoon, we've been talking about the stuff to the right of that. And I'm going to focus on the small detailed ones, starting with expertise on the top. And so as I listen to the discussion here, some of the stuff that we really value are the expertise of course, council staff. We appreciate that. That gives me some feedback as I think about backfilling all these retirements. Hiring good people is, of course, really important. We also talked about advisors, either technical teams or SSC or advisory bodies. I think everybody values that, although there was some talk about potentially shortening or condensing down maybe the size. There were a few discussions about that. One of the things when I get to the next box, the delegation task, is I think about, well, I think John put it, you know, we can have a goal of 4 days. How would we get there? I think about then our agendas and what's on it. And there's a lot of stuff that we covered here in 2023, like the advance notice of proposed rulemaking, a NIMP strategic plan, stuff that we could kick off the council's agenda and move to a QR process, or we could have trust and leadership to just draft that on behalf of the council. But that would be one of the things I'd be looking for to take off the council floor if we're trying to shorten down our number of days. So that's one thought for you. There's delineation, and what that means is, I think Corey put it very nicely, just tightening the reins a bit on which advisory bodies are doing what, being more clear about that. There is a culture, I think, in our council to have lots of folks commenting on something because it's on the council's agenda. So the degree we can tighten that up and say, groundfish management team, your priority is specs, just do that this meeting. That's a bookend example, but reining that in a bit is what that means. I heard some talk about that. The note of collaboration, when I look at that, I think of our cross FMP items that stretch across lots of different groups and how we want to cover that. And there wasn't a whole lot of conversation here today that I heard about how to make that more efficient. How do we get input from our advisory bodies and our management teams? Doesn't involve loading them up with a lot of different issues. So that's a thought there for you. Moving down to the next one, input. There was some talk then about how we receive information. So we spent some time, I think rightly so, focusing on reports, how to organize those so that they're more succinct, perhaps, for the council, focusing on what you really need to know. Iteration, you know, Lynn pointed out that we have processes that are in our COPs, and sometimes we iterate over and over and over. That also relates to a discussion yesterday. I think John was taking the lead on about EFPs. Should we just say, we'll have one meeting, that's it, we're not going to keep coming back? So that's something to think about, is how many times do we want to iterate on things like that? There's deliberation, and that can be thought of as deliberation among council members, or can also overlap with that iteration concept. You know, Krista made the point, for example, do we need to check ourselves and make sure that we are following Robert's rules more closely on speeches, a number of times people weigh in on the topic before motions are made? And then there's the topic of review. We talked about that a little bit. Pete and I had an exchange, for example, about as we make decisions, we want to make sure we have an effective process, and are we spending time reviewing how we did? And I haven't heard a whole lot of conversation about that, but that is one issue related to how we do our work. And then there is the where we do it. And I think this last discussion really focused on that. We spent, the last year and a half talking about remote versus in-person participation, how we do it. We seem to be settling out a bit on a pattern here of having some advisory bodies remote sometimes, others in person sometimes. One of the things we added to that discussion here today a little bit was, see, how do I explain this? Condensing down when we have the FMP groups in person. So for example, we have the CPS groups right now. We're planning on bringing them in person twice this year. And each time they come to the council meeting, they're focusing on 1 or 2 agenda items. How about we have a CPS meeting where we cover all the CPS items, we fly them in once. That's one example. And then we talked about location. And so Phil made the point here a minute ago about what does a relatively cheap schedule look like. The top of the most expensive scale is the Bay Area. So that starts to raise the question of this rotation we do between March and April between the Northwest and Northern California. The only area in Northern California that can host us is the Bay Area, and we have really stretched it and incorporated Fresno now as part of the Bay Area. So that's what we're trying to do. That is, the Bay Area is head and shoulders more expensive than anywhere else. So we would be essentially looking at moving that meeting to Portland, for example. So those are some thoughts and observations from my perspective about the conversation and how it sort of fits in with the who does what, how we do it, where do we do it discussion. So maybe that's some thoughts and some seeds to plant with you all before we go to public comment. But before I do that, Kelly was supposed to be the lead staff person, so I should ask her.
Maybe I'll go back to Phil's following instructions because we kind of merged, as Merrick noted, 2 and 3. So I didn't give my PowerPoint slide to kind of summarize the staff recommendations. Either do that really quickly now, or I could do it after break. I'm happy to accommodate.
I would say, I think what makes sense to me in terms of flow, even though we are mashing all these together, is let's take public comment and go to break and come back and take the staff recommendations. And I'll tee up any recommendations from the body.
Okay. Public comment?
Raise your hand.
What's that?
Raise their hand.
Okay. If you want to do public comment, please raise your hand. Hopefully we'll see it.
We got Mike.
Mike? Okay. Anybody else?
Chambers.
How do I do that? This one. Over here. I'll get it.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Sure, Mike. We'll take you first, and then Teresa Olier. And Jamie Diamond will be next. So, yeah, please.
Okay. Introduced myself earlier, so I won't do that, but speeding up already here. The one thing I thought of that maybe you want to look at is the idea of why not use a place close to the Portland airport, close to the council office, and just use that for like all the in-person meetings you're going to do until we get your budget under control. If you can, now it depends a little bit on, and I don't know this at all, but how much they charge in Portland. But for most people, it'd just be a one-step flight. Quite a few people wouldn't have to fly anywhere, and the council wouldn't have to move staff all over the map to get everything all set up. They could be localized. But if you had a long-term contract with one hotel, maybe they'd be willing to negotiate for something that's certain, but they'd cut their rates. Just something to look at. And I like Phil's idea. I just think that some of that travel is, I love going down on the coast, but and you can find cheaper rates, but I think you'd have to compare prices a little bit and to travel down there and back. And if it means extra days for flying or whatever. So, but I like the idea. It's just, I don't know how cost effective it would be once you add everything up. And it might be better than staying in Portland, for example, for sure. So it should be compared. And that's all I had. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Phil?
Hey, Mike, it's Phil. I wasn't recommending
Yes,
that we do
hi.
that. I was
This is
just
Teresa
noting that we
Labriola
used to do that.
with Wild Oceans, and
Thanks for
you
your
didn't give
comment.
me a time limit for public
Okay,
comment,
Leo?
so I guess I just get
All right.
unlimited time today.
Thanks, Mike.
Just kidding. Um,
Okay, Teresa? Labriola? Teresa, you
as a
there?
member of the public. You don't want me to put my New York, you don't want me to put my New York speed on my comments. So just as a member of the public,
The
who
time
is
is
often
enacted right
giving
now.
public comments at
I would
meetings
say get
and
your
is
public
not a
comment in
member
the
of an
spirit of
advisory
our
body.
discussion earlier today.
You know, I often will write comment letters into the briefing book and submit public comments into the briefing book that way. But this is really my one opportunity to present Wild Ocean's position to the council. And like you, I'm often reading a report after I've submitted comments, or reading a report from a management team or an advisory body that day. And this is my one opportunity to present the council with my constituents' perspective. So there is a lot that the public has to digest, and we'd like for you to consider. And while I probably am one of the longer-winded public comment people, I could pull that back. But I was once recently at Westpac, and I had 3 minutes flat, and it is extremely difficult to make a coherent point or argument about your case in a 3-minute time. And I think it's also difficult online when you try to speak with a little bit of slower voice, because you don't have the feedback from council members. So are they understanding what I'm saying? Am I speaking too fast? Some things from the public to just think of when you're considering saving time by public comment. And also when thinking about hosting remote meetings and remote advisory body meetings, that is also very helpful to members of the public who want to participate in the process and are also on a budget. So when I'm often involved in highly migratory species, when they meet remotely, I can participate in the entire meeting and hear their deliberations, and then participate remotely or in person with council. But when they are in person, the public doesn't always have that opportunity. So while you may miss some of the interaction at the council meeting with your advisory bodies, there may be an opportunity for the public to actually interact more with your advisory bodies. So there's some trade-offs, and I'm just giving you those two examples from the public's perspective on how we engage, and how we think some of the changes you're considering could help with the public process as well. So I'll just leave it at those two, and thank you for all your ideas today and letting me listen to this discussion.
Thank you, Teresa. Questions, Teresa? John Ogritz?
Thanks, Teresa. Can you remind me what organization you're with? No, sorry. I think I appreciate your comment. Yes, 2 minutes is fast. I know lots of our California groups allow for 2-minute comments, and people get their comments in.
Thank you, John.
I just,
I think I can get my
guess my question
points.
is,
If the
in your
council's
recent
moving forward,
experience
I
where
will
you were
do
given
this,
2 minutes
that,
to
and the other
comment,
thing, but you will never hear
were you able to
my
get
very
your
well
point
reasoned
across?
explanation for why my organization would think that way. And so you would lose my deliberation, the discussions I've had with other members of the community.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Teresa. What else? Okay, thank you, Teresa. Next up, Susan Chambers. Susan? You're muted.
Hi, good morning. I was trying to find my unmute button.
We got you.
Going back to virtual. Okay, good day, Director Burden, Chair Pettinger, Vice Chair Hassemer, and council members. My name is Susan Chambers, and I'm Chair of the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel and Co-Chair of the Marine Planning Committee. I listened to the committee of the whole discussion yesterday and today and understand you are wrestling with some very difficult decisions regarding budget uncertainty. For today, I'd like to focus on the Marine Planning Committee and staying with core activities. First, I understand there has been a lot of time taken up by marine planning issues. However, the MPC hit the ground running, and it took roughly a year to figure out how we fit into the process, how best to work with other advisory bodies, and how to be of most use to the council. But I think we hit our stride, and we provide a valuable resource to the council and the council family. We make connections for the council, fisheries, and the seafood industry with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, state agencies, and offshore wind developers. Those relationships carry through into other arenas, all to the benefit of the fishing communities you serve. Second, the Marine Planning Committee has worked hard to minimize our council floor time at the request of the council. Our advisory body members consult with their ABs to bring their suggestions to the Marine Planning Committee and the council. That was a purposeful design of the Marine Planning Committee. It took a little time, but it's working. I think that is evident in the decrease in administrative floor time over the past couple years. One suggestion was to let the Habitat Committee provide comment letters on offshore wind and other marine planning items on behalf of the council. 3 years ago, I thought this would work too. But now, since the formation of the MPC and under Mike Conroy's co-leadership and Kerry Griffin's staffing, we are strong and doing work that is relevant to the current push for and threat from offshore wind. The Habitat Committee does outstanding work on habitat-related issues. The MPC is the voice for the fisheries and fishing communities side of things. Together, we provide the council with thoughtful, comprehensive, and poignant information and letters for review. The members of the Habitat Committee are experts in their discipline, but they do not work directly with BOEM and National Marine Fisheries Service on issues that offshore wind will create for our various fishing fleets and processors represented by the ABs. The offshore wind threat is largely about displacement of fishing fleets and, relatedly, fisheries surveys on which NIMS depends for stock assessments, and the erosion of all West Coast fisheries. It is also about our concerns over what effects offshore wind will have on the ecological services of the California current large marine ecosystem. This is unknown, and there's no empirical data to support any analytical process. This could be far-reaching for all marine life dependent on the California current ecosystem. BOEM has no definitive plans to analyze total cumulative impacts, but the more wind projects there are, the greater the loss of fishing grounds and the greater potential impacts to habitat, protected resources, fisheries, fishing communities, and the California current itself. My fear, and a fear shared by other members of the Marine Planning Committee, is that if we eliminate the MPC and assign council comment letters to the HC, much of the fisheries voices will be lost. Additionally, we will return to the system of having each advisory body comment on letters created by the Habitat Committee for council review, thereby taking up much more time on the council floor. This may also add to more meeting time to the Habitat Committee agenda. We need the Habitat Committee to continue its work, but the HC cannot speak to the essence of the offshore wind threat to our fisheries. Therefore, I see the Marine Planning Committee as valuable to the core efforts and cross FMP efforts of managing fisheries and assisting in protection of the science, the surveys, the stock assessment, etc., on which the Fisheries Service and the Council depend for successful fisheries management. Additionally, we meet virtually, usually once before each council meeting, and frequently times its meetings in reaction to potential notices for comment from BOEM or related aquaculture proposals. Meeting virtually is more of a cost savings, is it not? On an unrelated MPC note, I'd like to mention 3 other things very quickly. Alternatively, recommending the GAP meet virtually a couple times a year could provide greater cost savings if those meetings are strategically planned. That is, when we don't have, the final action on harvest specifications or gear switching, something like that. I can't speak to the staff workload for that, but the GAP is willing to work on ideas to aid in cutting costs. Just let us know, I'm sure the GAP as well as the other ABs could come up with some more ideas. Regarding reading reports into the record, while I understand the hesitancy to take the time to read the AB reports, I think it's also important, especially for the record, to have an oral or auditory presentation of the AB and MT reports, even if they're summarized. Not everyone absorbs information via reading or visual representation. Auditory presentation may reinforce an understanding of these sometimes very complex topics. And thank you for the time to make public comment, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks, Susan. Questions for Susan? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Susan. Okay. Next and not last is, well, she is last. Last. Oh. Actually, guys.
Good afternoon,
This is the
council
weirdest
members
comment.
and staff.
Names
Jamie
move around,
Dimon, Stardust
pop
Sport
up.
Fishing.
So we have
out
2
of Santa
more.
Barbara.
Jamie Dimon, followed by Merritt McCray.
I will just say ditto to Mike
Jamie.
Kokoneski's idea of centralizing a location near a hub type airport and using the same hotel or convention area to get a better rate overall for the year. I think that's an incredibly astute idea that apparently was used before. And it also makes it a lot easier for those of us that are flying from other small regional airports to not have to have multiple legs or even have to stay a night somewhere else before we get to a final destination. And for those of us like myself who are paying out of pocket every time we attend and paying for the hotel, it definitely helps when it is at a place that is easier to access, has better flight rates and better hotel rates like Portland. And then I'd also like to echo Teresa's comment about public comment time and not shortening that. It is very difficult and frustrating to have to defend your livelihood in 2 minutes or less. When other agencies or groups get more time or they have more access to either members or agencies, and then feeling like you only have 2 minutes to defend your entire life. And this is after having conversations with other fishermen and people across the industry who have to come up with that at, say, Fish and Game Commission meetings. And so please, unless it's one of those where I understand there's so many people that it has to get shortened, please don't consider just as a giant move shortening public comment. The one thing that makes the council so special is the ability to connect and not just say the what, but the why. So you understand the reason and the rationale for the ask, whatever that may be. Also, ensuring that meetings are in person when, say, for example, if it's a groundfish item, all the groundfish management team, GAP, all of the groundfish related people have to be there in person. Too much damage was done during COVID when meetings were remote and those personal conversations weren't allowed to happen. And folks like Gary and Merritt weren't able to run back and forth between the GMT and the GAP and work things out and then pull somebody from over there. And that type of work and collaboration is way too important and gets lost when we are fully remote. So I'd like you to consider that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Questions for Jamie? Bob Dooley.
Yes, thanks, Jamie, for stepping up today. I got a question for you. You say 2 minutes. I fully agree with you. 2 minutes is too short. What seems reasonable to you if it was a change from what it is now and just straight across the board?
The typical norm for most public speaking is 3 minutes. I think what you do at the council is a little much for even 3 minutes. 5 minutes across the board would be great. I know that's kind of asking a lot, but at the same time, if it was 5 minutes across the board, I know it's a much smaller scale, but at the school district that I'm the board president for, it doesn't matter if you're an organization or a person, everybody gets the same amount of time. And unless there's a special presentation. And a lot of times folks will sign up as an organization to get that longer time. They don't necessarily use it, but and most of the time they don't use it. So I think that would be an opportunity for some savings, although it's not the big one that you're looking for, but little things like that add up. But from 3 to 5 minutes, I think would be appropriate, but noting that 3 minutes is tight, and that in and of itself is tough. So yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. I appreciate it.
Okay, anyone else? All right, thanks, Jamie. Next up, last is Merritt McRae. Merritt?
Hi, this is Merritt McRae. I just want to thank Bob Dooley for his question of Jamie Dimon first, and second, that idea of a flat 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, if we really need to save that time. I've heard a lot of great commentary and thoughtful discussion from you all at the council in the last couple of days. Thank you very much for this consideration of how to make things work with restricted resources. The one thing I want to comment on most is the tendency to have our fisheries be managed by the withholding of resources. And this is not an original idea. I've heard it elsewhere. But when you come forward and you need some kind of a resource, whether it's staff time for stock assessments or any other issue, and you're told that it's going to have to wait because those resources aren't there, I always get the sense that our fisheries are being managed by the withholding of those resources, that somehow or another, that's potentially a tool that's pushing us in one direction or another. And I just want to ask you all to always be cognizant, and if you sense that you're being managed by the withholding of resources, financial or otherwise, push back, ask for more. Thank you.
Thank you, Barrett. Questions for Barrett? Okay. All right, thanks, Barrett. I'll see any. Okay, that concludes public comment, and now we're going to go to a break. And
Back and Kelly will give you answers.
there you go. 15 or 10 minutes. 10 minutes enough? 10 minutes? Okay, 2:45.
If I ask for 2, it'll be 5.
Okay, we're back and we're starting D3, and I'm turning to Kelly to start us off.
Great, thank you. So as I noted earlier, you all kind of started dipping into part 3, and that was kind of exciting. But that also means that my PowerPoint slide might end in a whimper because you're like, oh yeah, I already thought about that idea. So just to recap, some of the things that are in the paper or highlighted in some of our discussions here. Some of the possibilities for change that might help us move forward into the next generation of council meetings. Merrick and I have been talking a little bit about having a little bit longer of a planning horizon and trying to match the scope of what the council envisions doing with our staff capacity. So we've been developing and utilizing a new tool. You saw some of the metrics of that tool in one of the reports Merrick presented earlier, where one of the staff is at 140% of their time in the next 6 months, which clearly indicates we've not been able to match staff capacity to the horizon that the plans that the council has established. We spent a lot of time here today talking about the reading of reports, which again, just to remind you, is about 44% per council meeting from 2018 to 2022. We did put this kind of increased effort on delivering reports earlier, which has worked pretty well in the last year. But sometimes there are these late breaking issues that emerge that prevent the teams from getting their reports in before the council breaks. We also wanted to acknowledge as staff that even when you have the reports when the council breaks, you need some downtime and you need to go eat dinner and you need to kind of refresh yourself. And then you have a state delegation meeting that starts at 7 a.m. And so we thought about an option where maybe the council meeting itself would start later. It would start at 9 a.m. And that would just shift everything back by 1 hour. So you would have an hour in the morning to read the reports versus having them read to you on the floor. Now, of course, because we talked a little bit about this earlier, you gave us some great feedback on ways we can better our advisory body reports, how they could be restructured, how we could do summaries. But if there's still a thought that more needs to be done to facilitate both your understanding of the reports, but also the public and giving them the opportunity to have read them before a state delegation meeting or the public comment comes on the council floor, that later start time might be beneficial. To be clear, we would still envision ending at 5. So we're not saying now you're 9 to 6, that we're actually giving you an extra hour to have that time to review the materials. Another topic that came up in discussion that was also in the paper was limiting the duration of a topic. So when a topic seems to kind of spin out or go over multiple years on the council's agenda, maybe it would be helpful if we had some kind of soft guidelines as to when we see that happen, we send it back to the committee from whence it came, or we might talk about holding off on agendizing a topic until maybe there's consensus on a range of options, not necessarily a preferred option, but maybe the states or industry or other groups come together and under workload planning say, okay, now we're ready to proceed. You think we've broken through the log jam. We also talked a little bit today about rearranging the council schedule as well as meeting location. So table 2 of the document shows kind of our current flow of meetings and when each FMP comes in front of the council. Merrick gave the example of potentially taking CPS and putting it only at 1 meeting. There's also some consideration in the paper for condensing the HMS matters into fewer meetings and also bringing back the idea of one meeting every other year, so in the non-specs year, where there's no groundfish on the council's agenda. We did try that in the past and it failed and people did not like it. But we learned a lot from that experience, and I think we could try that again with that new knowledge. And I think it could be successful. We talked a lot about the GAP being the largest group, the most expensive group. And so one meeting where there is no groundfish and the groundfish groups are not expected to comment could be a solution. With regard to meeting locations, you all touched upon this as well. We do have our rotation, but we're open to considering different locations. We thought about some kind of soft metrics that, if we maintain our rotation, but a particular meeting comes in and it's more than X% over our average or median, then maybe we skip that location in the rotation and we go to a familiar location where the costs are new. I think we'd also like some feedback as to how far we should go in continuing to scope the more remote locations. We do have Fresno on our horizon for March. We're starting to think about those travel logistics and what that means for them. It's certainly not as easy as a Portland, Seattle, Boise, Spokane, Costa Mesa scenario. But what are those trade-offs? When we go remote, it increases the accessibility concerns for both the council members and our advisors. And that's something to think about as you work through this discussion. Talked a little bit this afternoon about the partial or fully remote council meetings. I just want to highlight that staff feels pretty confident that we can identify the types of issues that could be successful in a remote format. Again, we think about some of our administrative items. We think about the cross FMP items that if we continue to keep on our agenda, examples there, I'm not including necessarily marine planning, but if I think about some of the other cross FMP topics, if you continue to want to have those discussions on things like NIMS policy directives, there was the subwater recreational angling policy directive that NIMS put out and they solicited feedback. There was a cost policy that NIMS put out with regard to electronic monitoring. Some of those things could be done in a remote format fairly successfully. They are not necessarily controversial, overly complex, or require iteration between the council and your advisors that kind of require that in-person component. Want to just be very clear that when we proposed and thought about a fully remote council meeting, we absolutely did not mean a March and April salmon process. We absolutely were not thinking about final action and contentious allocation issues. But again, just to let you know that we do see, and we could put more meat on the bones, we could lay out an example council meeting. We do see an opportunity for a fully remote meeting that could be very successful. With regard to roles and responsibilities, Merrick touched a little bit on this when he went through the wiring diagram, but the paper has consideration for the development of an executive committee. This is something that happens in other councils where there is a small group that could be that is tasked with tackling some of those cross FMP issues. So the full council wouldn't necessarily dive into details like a NIPS policy directive, but would send a letter on behalf of the council. There could also be greater delegation to the ED for matters that are appropriate. An example there we thought about was, a proposed rule on Magnuson confidentiality requirements. We could certainly write a letter how that would affect our analysis, and we could leave to industry comments on how it affects their business operations if the confidentiality provisions were changed. We also talked about the size of the committees, management teams, and subpanels. The cost there by group is in table 3. Again, I just want to reiterate that you also have to keep in mind those cost estimates are only for when they are meeting, as Mark pointed out. They are not inclusive of the staff workload costs behind each of those committees. So as a reminder, when we host a committee meeting, we have to prepare a Federal Register notice. We need to coordinate IT infrastructure. We have to prepare a meeting notice and agenda. Sometimes we're even preparing materials for those meetings that are separate from the briefing book. So there is an increased workload there. And to just give you an example and a flavor of that, right now we are in the heart of the salmon process, and Robin is also hosting Klamath River work group meetings. And so you can see, getting a sense of the magnitude of that extra work puts on our staff officers. I also want to note, when we think about the size of the committees, we have had increasing difficulty in filling the spots on some of our groups. We continue to re-advertise positions and get limited response. Folks are really doing some pretty aggressive outreach to try to get people to fill those positions, but it is a challenge. And I will sometimes follow up and talk to people about why they have left or why they called and asked about it, but then later didn't put in their application. And the feedback is often the number of meetings, the commitment we're asking people to do to join our advisory bodies. Once we do get people in the seats, sometimes they then have a hard time making those meetings, and we get increased requests for alternates, which is, again, a workload on our part. If an alternate is coming to a meeting, we have to set them up with a Concur profile, get them educated on our travel rules. There's just a whole set of things that fall into place to facilitate an alternate. Our COPs do limit alternate approvals to twice per year. In recent years, we have not followed that because we are asking a lot more of people than what they did. And so we've had some sympathies that you can't make all the pre-council webinars that are being hosted. Maybe you can't even make the 5 times a year council meetings. And so that is something, as we look towards this new term, being very clear in the council operating procedures, what the commitments are of these folks, so that they know what they're signing on to. And then just to note, in Appendix A, we do have that composition of the advisory subpanels. The version online is complete. Your paper version is missing the second half of the table. But those are things that staff wanted to put in front of you today to kind of think about as you consider some of these changes to our operations.
Butch?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Kelly, I've thought a lot about this meeting location business. And I'm wondering, March and April are pretty big. Gap is there. I mean, it's kind of it's a pretty big places for meetings. And it seems like to me that getting that lined up with the cheapest places to stay, I shouldn't say cheapest, most economical places to stay would be a good fit. And if that's Vancouver, Washington, Portland, Oregon, or wherever it is, look at that. And then keeping in the spirit of touching everywhere we go, and I don't know which is the smallest meeting, but maybe the smaller meetings end up in California, where we don't have a bunch of APs and stuff coming in, and keeping the September type meeting always seemed to be really nice in Boise. Seems like probably a reasonable place, or but if we do, I think look at that, at least see what that looks like, makes good sense. And we're still, I don't know if it's unwritten rule, I don't know if it's a rule, but we've always tried to have meetings in states that we manage fisheries, which I agree with. I mean, that, it might not be San Francisco, California, it might not be San Diego, but it might be somewhere, you know, in between. You know, but they don't catch fish in Las Vegas because we could probably get really good motel room rates there. But some of us might not have money when we leave there. But anyway, just joking. But I think that, to me, that makes sense if I, you know, but I, you know, I don't want to cause staff time. I don't know how much that would kind of do, but it kind of seems like the reasonable approach to get the bigger meetings where it's, you know, and then the smaller meetings where maybe it's a little cost a little more, but it ends up being a wash because they're smaller meetings.
Respond to that.
Yeah, Eric?
I hear what you're saying, Butch. Let me phrase it in the form of ask if you all have this as a recommendation. Would you all recommend that we drop the rotation we have between the Northwest and Northern California in March and April? And open that up to a practical, cost-effective location, regardless where that would be.
Mark?
Yeah, I think we could do that as a last resort. I think that, I don't know what our costs are in Fresno. We've never met in Ontario, California, which is supposed to be a cheap place. I remember I've spoken with Pastor Ryan. We should be able to find a place in Sacramento. So I don't know. I haven't given up that there isn't a cost-effective place in California. The need for meeting in a particular location is lessened now with remote public comment, but there's a lot of in-person stuff going on, Sam. And if we make the in-person meetings convenient for one part of our council and inconvenient for the other part of our council, I'd have a problem with that, unless it were absolutely necessary.
I think unless we can find something that's comparable in terms of cost in whatever area of Northern California, then I think we should drop the rotation. And if, I mean, I don't know if Fresno is convenient to anybody that's in the fishing industry. I don't know. I'm going to find out after I've been there. But just because it falls within the, I guess, the definition of Northern California doesn't mean it's maybe inconvenient to everybody. I don't mean, so I would say if there's a way to keep it and by finding a place that's reasonably economical to go to, fine, but if not, then I say we drop it until we find that place.
It seems what's driving the costs of those March and April meetings are the North to Falcon process, because of the need for larger hotels, which limits the scope of what we can take advantage of as a council. So I'll leave it there.
But well, so in March and April, salmon heavy, right? That's the concern. Okay, so what if we take other species off of those meetings to adjust the size? And so, you know, there are already meetings where like CPS doesn't meet, right? Could get a little more creative in terms of, you know, what subjects we're covering when in order to reduce total size, in order to reduce costs. And I don't know, I don't have a clear fix on, but that's something to consider. I'm understanding Mark's concern that, you know, if you're talking an issue that's very important to two regions, you don't want to bias against one of those.
just the March meeting isn't, I don't believe the North Falcon meeting makes the March meeting bigger. I mean, there are some tribal, there's a few, but nobody brings the big, the April meeting's the one. And we're not paying for them. We just, you know,
But it's limiting our choices, which
if you had the April meeting in the Pacific Northwest somewhere, and the March meeting at some location in California, that would at least keep somewhat of the balance, although not perfectly aligned to what it is now. And not put us in a situation where we're having the April meeting, not only in a high cost place, but at a time when we needed to find a larger venue because of the increased participation from the North Falcon meeting.
Butch?
So not disagreeing. I mean, I was just using that as a example with Mark et al. And knowing that there are a lot of constituents from California, and I love every one of them. But you're starting to come into the North of Falcon type process with your, you know, with your Klamath and Sacramento and all the unfortunate issues you have down there that are going to take a lot more time. What I'm saying is less we can kind of see it and see what that looks like. Might be the stupidest idea we ever thought of, but I don't think it is. And so we could make, you know, without seeing and on pencil and paper, for me, what the price, cost, how effective, how much, you know, what do we save, what we don't save. I think those are the kinds of things we're looking to do. And whether it's two meetings in Oregon and Washington, or we're still 1-1 or whatever it is, at least we could make a educated judgment on if it was of value or not.
Yeah. And to be clear, I'm not denigrating the needs of the North Falcon process. I'm only suggesting that the need to have a hotel that can accommodate everyone may be a cost driver here because it limits our choices as opposed to an idea that wasn't very popular. And I mentioned it before of having an adjacent hotel, but that becomes inconvenient. And so because that's inconvenient for some of the participants, then we have to all be in one hotel, which then to an extent may drive costs.
I guess my goal here, Mark, is to try to keep the process as whole as we have it and do what we've done so great over a lot of years without having to gut the process and see what we have to do that. And, you know, and those will be choices made once we see it on paper, what those are or not. That's all.
So so April's the big meeting because of the filing.
It needs to be big.
So that's, it would be, we've always alternated between California and Washington. Maybe we just make April a Washington meeting.
About Oregon.
If I could, the April meeting isn't more expensive for us.
Had 3 meetings on
What it does is it limits our options because we have to have big hotels. And so we can cast a very broad RFP for proposals all up and down the coast to find the best hotel. Or we can say, let's continue to aim at the Bay Area. We get about 2 bids. Right. And we have very little negotiating room in that sort of situation.
Why that sounds like the better opportunity than it is there.
That's a question. Yeah. So like Butch is saying, we could put together some math and show you what that looks like budget wise, if that helps.
Okay. Bob, we jumped over you.
It's all good. It's been covered here. On that topic, I do have.
Okay.
Mine's on another topic too.
Okay.
So, please. Workload, particularly for our advisory panels and our staff, everyone. I think that's really something we should keep an eye on. I know there's a suggestion of maybe doing term limits of, advisories. Although I to some extent agree with that. We're having trouble getting people to fill the seats now, and people that have the time, understanding, particularly advisory panels, typically are industry folks, typically fishermen, that it's a lift to get to these meetings for them. Cuts into their earning times. And stipends don't offset that at all. So if you have people that are motivated and do a lot for us, I think we need to pay attention to that rather than just you serve your term and time to get someone else. I think if someone is there, we always have the opportunity every 3 years to somebody else. But it seems to me that best suited people for those jobs and people that have the time and the commitment to do it. And you said the commitment's getting steeper and steeper, and we need to do something about that. And that applies to staff. It applies to everyone. It applies to council members. I mean, this job isn't what it used to be. I'm sure heard those stories about back in the day when there 3-day meetings or whatever, and this isn't that. There's a lot of time invested. We all know it very well. So we need to do something about that, or we're going to have a hard time finding people to fill these roles.
I think just the thought about having Butch, how valuable he was in the SAS a few years back. I mean, I can imagine navigating some of the things we did without having you there in a term limit would have excluded you. So, okay. Then
I want to make sure I capture, Bob, do you have a recommendation that you want the committee to weigh in on, or?
Well, I really do. Like I said earlier, I value our staff and their perspective. And, we have concerns. I have concerns. We register those concerns, but you have the ability to see through, collate all those, and maybe come back with recommendations that might help us there. I don't have a specific recommendation because if one thing could fix it all, we'd have it done. And this is a big process. It's like when we meet, who meets when, whether it's virtual or not. We acknowledge it. We've talked about the pluses and minuses. I think that message has been received. But when you have all of the pieces before you to actually come up with a recommendation, and of course, then once again we look at it and say, well, we like that, but we don't necessarily like it that much, that part of it. So, but it gives us a foundation to work from. Right now, we're just building blocks. The way I see it, we've got a bunch of pieces. We've got comments on those pieces. How does it all fit together to get us to the end of the day where we're more efficient, not taking so much time to do it? I mean, we've had ideas of shortening to 3 days. We've got many ideas, but there's a symphony of all of that makes sense. And then can we do it? And I think that's done by a small group, staff or executive team to say, and this makes sense now. Now bring that back to us and say, here's what we propose. That's what I look at.
I ask if everyone shares that perspective, or me and work with others and say, this is based on the discussion we've had here. Here's how we would together a programmatic set of recommendations that you guys can tee off that. Know exactly what that would be. I'd have to look at the list of recommendations I got so far.
Got sharp darts.
You asked, I would agree with that. I don't know if anybody else would, but I
don't see anybody going like this yet. Mostly this.
Next.
Len, did you want?
Yeah, on the remote meetings or not having certain AVs at certain meetings, I think we've learned a lot through the COVID process on how to do that. Part of the reason the one time we tried not to have a groundfish meeting, that it was a spectacular failure, was there was some the expectations, I guess, weren't laid out carefully. I remember the GMT chair happened to be there as part of his other duties. And when there was no GMT report on a now cross FMP item, there was a panic and why don't you have it? So when we have a meeting where the AB is not meeting or that FMP is not meeting, just manage expectations that we may not hear from those groups on administrative or now these cross FMP items. But also the way we have set up with being able to call in, if they have a half-day webinar ahead of time, then the chair could call in and maybe we wouldn't have that problem. Additionally, with remote meetings, using them strategically. Fully remote like COVID didn't work, but being strategic about remote meetings for the advisory bodies could work because the connection, if they meet in person once or twice a year, they still have those connections. They know each other. They can hear tones of voices. They've met each other in person. And being remote once or twice a year and in person once or twice a year, depending on the AB, you'd still be able to have those relationships that maybe be the cost savings by not being in person, or just, I know I kind of read in Kelly's mind that you're thinking March of next year, we don't have March of 2025, there's no groundfish on the agenda maybe because it's an off year. And I use that in air quotes for those online. You know, that we could use it strategically, then just as a family, we would, as a council family, we would need to say, okay, in our planning, let's make sure we're not trying to plan anything for March. We can't have an FPA for something in March of that time period, but there's the possibility, use a little bit of what we learned through COVID, but use it strategically, surgically, if that makes sense. I'm seeking on from Brad and Kelly, so.
Okay. Else?
Can I get a quick process check here? I noticed Merritt took what appear to be very copious and thorough notes. And then I think Bob had a really good suggestion about asking council staff to sort of put things together and put them in relationship to each other. At least that's what I heard when Bob was talking. So just checking in with leadership here about what else you need from us today to make sure you get what you need.
Well, I will say, I am happy to, follow Bob's lead and example, or not example, but recommendation. Does make me a little nervous doing that, but I'll go ahead and do it. What I was hoping to do was to get some clear agreement from you all. What are the things that we're all agreeing on or majority agreeing on? We've talked about, and so far we've talked about, I wrote down 36 points. Here over the late morning and early afternoon, I think I missed a few. So if I were to only take Bob's recommendation, I would be making the decision of saying, here's what we should do and here's what we shouldn't do. And I can try to tee that up. That's fine, but appreciate more recommendation from you all about where you have agreement.
Well, would it be useful to read that list off and just have people kind of register and maybe there's something missing, maybe there's something that they have an opinion on, or is that too much? Is that a lot?
Hold our thumbs up and like I see the legacy going through.
John, save me, John.
Yeah, no, not to maybe take Merrick off the hot seat. I mean, we've all been listening for various discussions. I do think, Merrick, it would be good for us to leave today with some things that we all have tacitly agreed to either do or look into how to do. And I mean, I'd kick it off with some easy ones like examining meeting locations and not feeling tied to hit 3 in order to reduce cost while taking into account, the general, this sort of region that we need in, but not necessarily location. I think we all agree that everybody's got to travel no matter where we go. If you hold meetings in Santa Barbara right now, great, I don't have to travel, not so great, I have to have permission to stay in a hotel or, like it gets complicated, right? So, yeah, I think that is something, seeing nods around the table for that. I would say that I haven't heard anybody disagree with accepting some effort be made to reduce total meeting time in whatever ways we can. And I think that's going to take time to figure out. Like, we can't just say a day off the meetings today. But I don't think anybody here disagrees that if we can find ways to get it down 4.5 from 5.5, that is desirable. Gosh, getting past that, I mean, we've talked about a lot. I've made some strong recommendations, but I don't think we have consensus on that. There may be some other things that other people can think of that we have consensus.
I would just support what Lynn also just offered too, and thinking about using what we've learned about remote meetings and opportunities for like the GMT to not meet in March on some years or that kind of thing strategically to limit travel. I think just offering support for that and making sure travel is seems smart to me. Balancing remote and in person.
Well, for me, I wrote down some things that stick out in my mind. If I could. Public testimony, probably want to limit that to a something number, whether it's being 3 and 7 or 3 or 4 minutes is straight for everybody. Summarization of reports, so we don't all read them into the record. Just having a pause after public comment and see if we're going to take a break before we go to motion to kind of minimize amendments and whatnot. Make sure everybody's ready for roll of motion, get more efficient in moving motions through. Remote when appropriate, just like Lynn was going with. And then I think the hotel situation, basically find the most economical situations to do that, and leave it up to them to come back with us some numbers, what that might look like. Those kind of things, those kind of stood out to me. Everything else less. So, Phil.
Yeah, I don't know that I could do any better than what's already been done in terms of trying to think of things, but I do put them in there's 2 categories. There's ones that make our operations more efficient, like the motion piece and dividing the difficult issues into 2 different time slots, but we're not going to be saving any money there. So there are some council efficiencies that we talked about from a process perspective, and then we talked about things that would potentially save us some money. And of the ones that would have some cost savings, I would, and I'm repeating what already has been said, sorry. But the meeting, where we have the meetings is one that has some potential to save some pretty big bucks. And I wouldn't necessarily try to achieve this in all 5 meetings, but there may be at least 2 meetings where we could lop a day off the meeting. I'm thinking June, I'm thinking September. I'm not sure about November, but probably not March and not April. we talked about, eliminating, the, green planning group, but preserving the ability to stay engaged on wind. And one of the potential ways that maybe this was offline, that we talked about doing that, is put the wind energy agenda item in the gap and have the other APs that have comments on wind topics, funnel them through the gap. I'm not going to get all the acronyms right, the EWG and that piece we talked about. Well, one of the thoughts was having them complete the work that they are currently assigned and then reassess where we are with that as to what the path forward is from there. And I don't know if that's a year out kind of thing, but give ourselves an opportunity to pause and assess what the future looks like and what makes the most sense. The other one was, and I don't know if you, knowing that one size doesn't fit all, and I'm thinking APs. But maybe there's a goal of having the APs I'm going to hold the gap out separately, but having the APs meet in person no more than twice a year, and where possible, have at least half their meetings be virtual. I'm just, that standard may not work for some and may work for others, but look for ways to reduce costs associated with the APs. The other piece about the potential of reducing cost in APs is, as Kelly noted, coming up to our time period, June, when we're going to be reviewing the composition of all of our ATs, and be thinking carefully about that and looking for opportunities to reduce the numbers in the AP without undermining our objective to have broad representation, or the appropriate broad representation in our APs. And I know I'm not thinking that that's going to be a big money saver there, because, well, I think it's going to be difficult to reduce seats and get concurrence around the table about that. But I think it's worth looking at it. If we have seats that are difficult to fill, I mean, those might be the ones that you spend the most time talking about as potential of reducing them. Just think knowing that we can't continue, we can't fulfill our obligations as a council with the current base funding. And that no matter what we do, assuming that whatever we do, we're going to continue to meet our obligations, we are going to run out, we are going to get to a point where we're not going to have enough money. We have whatever it is. I can't remember what's in the reserve account or whatever.
2 million right now.
We're at a glide slope right now that's in one of those graphics that Merrick prepared for us. And in the absence of making a corrective action, we hit the ground in 2028.
If we get IRA funding, it'd be about 2028.
2028. So the other way to measure whether or not the actions we're taking are sufficient or not would be setting a goal of, instead of running out of money in 2028, say 2030. I'm just picking a number. Something that pushes that out a little farther, but still allows us to fulfill our obligations as a council for managing your resources. And so that's my list of things that I can think of that we talked about. They're not all, I'm not suggesting we agree to them all, but they had some traction. Each one of those I thought had traction with either a lot of us or some of us.
John? You're next.
Yeah, well, thanks, Phil. I like how you summarized that, and I agree that there was traction on some of those. I'd honestly love to try and push all of us to see if we could get agreement on some of those. With regard to the meeting length, if there's a meeting right now that could easily be short, that's great. And you mentioned June and September or something like that. I would still like to try to get us towards shortening up all of them after some of these other things play out. But that's essentially what I see it becoming is an agenda planning topic for each of our next 3 or 4 meetings. Look at the year at a glance, look at the next meeting, and we look at what it is we've cut, if we've been able to cut anything, and see if we can shorten up. So that's certainly in line with what I was thinking. I do like the concept of transitioning out of the NPC process, taking it mostly off the floor and out of a separate advisory panel. Your concept of maybe the gap is the right place for it. I don't know enough about the gap personally, but it seems reasonable to me, and I wouldn't object to it myself. I do like the idea of, if it lands in the gap or another advisory body, the other advisory bodies funneling through that body and then coming to us with what is in essence a quick response letter. Whether that is actually a quick response or has a minor floor discussion or has some outside council comment time. Any of those I think would work for me. And it depends on the individual topic as to how deep we dig into it. But I think both of those things will reduce workload and reduce time spent on marine planning. And then for the EWG, EAS initiatives, I came into this thinking that it was time to pause. I think from what I've heard, I'm more in line with let's see the current initiative out, though I do, when we do talk about this in March, I have some things to say about where it has gone since our last floor discussion. I feel like the focus has shifted itself again, but I would like to see a sort of a concrete finish date for that developed. And once it's done, take a break for a little while and see how things are working. We could even set that up as 2 years or whatever to see when we next revisit it, so that it's on a forecast for people. Yeah, and then the things we've said, but then maybe the only other thing that you didn't mention was, the idea of standardizing and trimming reports and having council staff help the bodies work towards that.
We're almost done anyway.
In an effort to reduce discussion time, reading reports, even summarizing reports reduced. And I actually, I like Kelly's idea of starting a little later each morning, allowing time to read reports that came in the night before, maybe shortening the floor time. If it works, and that I guess is something we have to try and see if it works.
Well, this discussion is helping me wrap my arms around everything. And so what I'm hearing from this exchange here, essentially we have two goals in mind. So one, of course, is financial and lowering our burn rate. And just for everyone's benefit, we can get this down to a burn rate of 400,000 a year. I start to see a glide path that is manageable. Right now, we're going like this, right? And we're burning about 700 a year, maybe more. So that's one goal, slow down the burn rate. I've got a number in mind. The second goal that I've heard discussion about from, especially from you two and others nodding, is can we shorten up some of our council meetings? And I think that, of course, helps with our burn rate, but it also helps with the burnout and workload issues that we're all talking about too. So those are two sort of overarching things we'd be aiming at coming out of this meeting. And then the question is, what do we do to get there? So there have been a few conversations here. One is meeting location. So we'll put some math together to show what that looks like. The more complicated one is how do we shorten up meetings? And so there are a few thoughts here. One is, shortening up public comment, shortening up reports and the time we take on them. Spent some time talking about essentially kicking off a lot of the stuff that ends up on the council floor that is in response to the agency or in response to something else. I think we'll set marine planning aside for now, but advance notice of proposed rulemaking, a NIMS strategy on X, Y, and Z, deferring those to either council leadership or a QR process or what have you. I would propose that as one step to take. The one that neither one of you summarized that I'm curious about is whether there's appetite to try to tighten up what we ask our advisory groups and SSC to do. So right now there's this culture where people look at the council agenda and they say, well, it's not on our agenda, let's put it on there, let's comment on it. So that adds to the workload, adds to the council floor time. We could tighten that up and say, your job is this. We don't want to hear about this other topic. And that's going to be a shock to the system, but that's something that I didn't hear talk about, but I think we're going to shorten up council meetings. We'll probably have to do.
Chris,
brought it up, so I think that's a good idea myself.
I like the idea, being more prescriptive and telling, stay in your lane, kind of. But I think part of that is also making sure everyone understands the on-ramp and where it is and how to get something introduced. I say with public comment potentially, but there needs to be a place for an on-ramp that's really well defined, because that comes up all the time. Where do I start? How do I bring an idea forward and actually get it into the process? And so if we take that away from the advisory panels and keep them in their lanes of what we prescribe to them, where do new ideas, where do new things come from? And when I say new things, I don't mean just random things. I mean things that are legitimate. That's all part of it, vetting it. But it's important that people feel they have a mechanism to deal with their problems. That's what part of this is.
Butch?
On the prioritization and trying to stay very focused, that's a great plan. But oftentimes, like in between the November and the March council meeting, we're only in January, and I forgot that we took workload planning off the March meeting. But other influences start happening. GMT or GAP members will get pressure from industry. Maybe HMS gets pressure from their own agency. There's other pressures that come on, and then the advisory bodies don't know who they can say no to. You know, if Kurt Melcher comes in and says, I need you to do this thing on groundfish, even though it's not highlighted, I'm gonna have to try to figure out a way to get it in, because that is what my boss is telling me to do. And he's that's why I was throwing his name under the bus.
What do you care?
But, you know, we try, we've been trying the workload prioritization process through the groundfish process for a number of years. And that was intended to be the entry ramp for groundfish anyway. And it's worked with varying success. And that's a great plan, but there's pressure that happens to our advisory members from industry, agency, council members. And a lot of times they don't know who they can say no to and feel they need to try to meet the requests of everybody. I don't know how to fix that for the team. I couldn't fix it in my 15 years on the team. But that is the planning is one thing, but making sure there's the follow through and everybody understands, okay, the GMT is only going to talk about these 4 things this meeting. And that's a hard line. It's tough. We've not been able to do that thus far.
Sure, yeah.
Just to follow up, like, when that happens, is it typically an entire agenda item? Or is it a nuance within existing agenda items already on your agenda?
Yes.
It is.
Before
familiar with whole agenda items being.
As an example, before the Marine Planning Committee was created, GMT, we're not going to talk about it. Yeah, we're following it. We were instructed not to talk about it. Some GMT members got pressure. Well, how come the GMT isn't talking about it? Don't you care? You guys carry weight. Your voice matters. You should be talking about it. Well, we were instructed not to. As one example, just since we're MPC and wind energy, but things like that happen. And how much, at one point, can we say no? Council told us we can only do this. That's not on the list of our things to do. And we have some fairly persuasive people in this process.
Butch, Krista, and then Chris.
I don't want to give Chris German too much credit, but he made me think a little bit here, and that's dangerous. So, you know, in years past, the work from, say, the SAS as a whole got done fairly early, and the guys and gals would bug out of here, take early flights, and leave it to the chairman or the chairman and vice chairman to complete the task. You know, that's on a more voluntary, or Butch, you're the chair, you take over. You got this. Why they got to go home a couple days early. But I, you know, maybe that's something worth looking into, that when the work of the group is done, and basically it's just reading documents into the record, or summaries, we're going to say, into the record, maybe we can release the group, except maybe a chair and a vice chair, or the chair and a designate to stay. I think that's worth looking at, because there are times that you know, we were looking at the 4 walls, and everybody didn't have to look at the 4 walls all at the same time. And maybe there's room to look at that too. So anyway, but
Krista?
Yeah, no, I think, expanding on both of those topics, actually, in the first one, I think clarity around what we are expecting for advisory panels would be really beneficial if we are going to try and shorten things down. Because the experience that the GMT appears to have had, using marine planning as an example, they are not alone. Originally, when we set that up, it was, hey, all of you have your spot on the Marine Planning Committee. We're not expecting reports. We definitively get reports. And I'm not suggesting we should or shouldn't. I'm just saying that the expectation for a number of our advisory bodies was that we wouldn't turn in reports. Others did. And then it, I believe, led to some of the friction that she's using as an example, as am I. I think in terms of people running for the hills, you should probably not discourage that if people have work done. I do know that in other meeting forums, they work through their agenda at whatever speed they work through. And so saying something is on an agenda and, oh, we didn't have it until Wednesday for planning. It comes up on Tuesday, it comes up on Tuesday. And we do say on our agenda, hey, we're not beholden to the time. We have just always tried to kind of hold to that, but I am just thinking out loud here that there may be some opportunity on that if we are willing to be flexible in our agenda. And if we are running ahead to move forward with items, even though it is not maybe on that same day and isn't something like the legislative committee, which is an easy pick off, or the approval of the meeting minutes. And then just to expand a little on the moving forward in terms of shortening things, I don't see that happening obviously for March or April, but looking at the year at a glance, we're like 4.8 days, I think, maybe 4.6 for September and 4 days currently for November. So perhaps we start trying to target for keeping those at 4.5 as an ambitious goal. I'm not sure that we will get there, but at least we're currently under 5 days for those, and it would give us something to aspire towards.
Chris, do you want to respond to that? Okay, Chris.
I was gonna try to respond to Lynn and Bob's comments if I understood them about how do people bring up new ideas or.
Yeah.
So in the North Pacific Council process, I said that the AP may not have every agenda, like that gets to the gap, may not have every agenda item that the council does on their agenda. But one item that they always do have is the staff tasking, which is analogous to future council meeting agenda and workload planning. And anybody can pretty much bring up anything there in terms of future council work and resources. But, you know, hey, could you please initiate a plan amendment to do X or a reg amendment to do Y? And that's where both the AP and the council have to have their bang for the buck discussion, you know. But it provides the public an opportunity to go to the AP the opportunity to bring new recommendations to the council. And then the council discusses and has that bang for the buck discussion and decides whether and which, you know, things they want to do that people bring up. So there's a way to let the AP have that opportunity or the GAP have that opportunity, but still restrict their agenda in terms of everything that happens, you know, prior to that last agenda discussion.
Corey, Pete, Lynn, and Virgil.
Thanks, Brad. Just in reaction to some of this, I largely agree with it, but thinking about the MPC, I'm certainly interested in exploring different ways to be engaged on that. I don't see that the GAP is necessarily the right first place to put that. So I just wanted to throw that out. That's not necessarily a consensus feeling on that particular item. Also thinking about AP meeting in person, meeting remotely, some mix of the years. I think that we should consider that again for all of our advisory bodies. And I wanted to echo Krista's earlier comments that the GAP should not be excluded from that. To me, that doesn't make a ton of sense, given that that is by far our biggest and most expensive advisory body, both in size and duration of meetings. So it makes sense to me at least to include that in our evaluation of how our advisory bodies are meeting. Merrick got at this a little bit, but thinking about the topic specific meetings, I think John spoke to this a little bit as well. I like that idea of consolidating things. That creates efficiencies. I think it would create better discussions and outcomes when things are considered together. I think it's easier for our stakeholders when things are happening, when they're kind of organically grouped, so people can think about things in a more together way. Building from that, Chris Oliver mentioned earlier the concept of having, if we were to go to an entirely online meeting, as other councils are, that be planned strategically so that it would be a lighter meeting. I'm not sure if that was the exact word, but I think that it's worth exploring. The discussion about ecosystem items over the last couple of days, I think there's been some good ideas and a lot to chew on. I would say just kind of moving forward, if we can have those ideas in some sort of staff document or some further discussion. John noted we'll have some sorts of discussions in March for sure. But I don't think there's necessarily consensus there quite yet, just stating that I'm open to exploring those ideas and going down the pathway. I think the staff document also had an interesting idea of the more strategic, I think was the word Merrick used, about thinking about how we address those longer term yet important concepts that impact our fisheries. Also, in that there's things that aren't necessarily associated with an initiative, but things like the annual ecosystem status report, which is cross fishery, but I've heard from many, many people is high value. So thinking about how pieces like that fit into how we do ecosystem items. Just reiterating my support for sort of the tighter lines around the advisory bodies and the clarity of expectations. I think someone used that language and that sounded really good to me. I think that across the board will create efficiency savings and lead to better decisions. A couple things that I think we sort of came around, and I had them on my list, was thinking about kind of a QR process, although I'm going to use that term really loosely, but some sort of process where the council is able to address some issues. And thinking about the framework that Kip provided us with, I'm thinking kind of that commenting end of the spectrum, although I don't want to be too limited at this point. But are there items, topics, things that are important for us to cover, but can be done in a way that takes up less time? Maybe it requires less discussion, or it can be done sort of in the background. I don't have any sort of solid suggestions about that. Just putting it out there as something I think that can be explored. Again, public comment, public inclusion, and transparency are fundamental to what we do. But if there are some ways to move in that direction that would save time and resources, I think they could be explored. And then finally, having advisory body meetings in advance. I know that we are heading that way with some of our advisory bodies right now. We do some of that work. I know there are other councils that do that in a more, I guess, serious manner, in the sense that they kind of have all their advisories meet ahead of time, or, different model in the North Pack. But I find it, we talked about this again today, but being able to intake that information that the advisory bodies are providing to us and having those meetings in advance and not necessarily having them at the same time as a council meeting, it provides the ability to process that information, integrate that information better. And I think that it would ultimately result in better decision making. And for me, that's coming from a personal place where I want to have the time. And I recognize Lynn's earlier comment about perfection and wanting to know everything. But I do think that is part of our responsibility as a council member, is to be as informed as we possibly reasonably can. And having as much as possible our advisory bodies meeting in advance would help do that. Whether those meetings are in person or not, that's another question. I think about the value of in person. If there's just one advisory body meeting, they could do that hybrid style here in the Portland office, maybe, I think. But thinking about things like that, and I'm not sure that was articulated up to this point. So just wanted to throw that into the discussion.
Pete.
Thank you. Lots of good ideas here. I'm not sure I can add anything new. It's just the perspective I've been trying to look at this from. And kind of teeing off something Phil had said much earlier about there are ways to get at cost savings, there are ways to get at efficiencies, and I've been thinking about different bins you can put these items in we're discussing, and I thought maybe that's a way to start that, focusing on what are things that make operations more efficient. We're still effective, but efficient. And look at those, and they may lead to that point instead of starting from the point of saying, let's shorten our meeting, figure out how to do it. What are all the efficiencies we can gather up? And does that lead us to the point all of a sudden it shaved the day off of a meeting, and then that starts to change your whole concept about location and the size of the venue you need. That, you know, that might be obvious to everybody that you put things together like that, but as we go around and look for agreement, and we need to keep coming up with these ideas, but I hope that, you know, Merrick and Kelly and staff, as you go forward thinking about this, that you're not constrained or, you know, only focus on those things, because I bet a big chunk of hard cash that next week some of your staff who are listening are going to come in and say, well, nobody mentioned this. This would be easy to do and would really make things efficient. And there's going to be a lot of other things. So I think, I'm hoping one thing we would agree to is you have some flexibility to massage that and make sure that as you start thinking about, you know, here's how all these efficiencies wrap together, and oh, we could pull this in too, even though we didn't discuss it, the thing about, you know, specifying or targeting what the advisory bodies or management teams talk about, that, you know, there are other things that can be done that lead to efficiencies, and then they start to build this better model. And then also looking at the cost side of it, how we do that. So as I said, I you know, I don't know that it adds anything new, but there's a hard task for you. I recognize that, bringing all of this thinking together, but I'm thinking of it now in the perspective of the council makeover. That how are we going to change ourselves here to be efficient, to achieve some cost savings somehow to slow the burn rate and still maintain this effectiveness in the public forum and do the work we do. So that's it.
Thanks, Pete. Lynn?
Thanks.
Virgil?
Slightly different. I don't think we've mentioned, or anybody's mentioned it yet, but the first bullet point on Kelly's slide that I don't think anybody could see because the internet went out. Longer planning horizon equals matching scope to capacity. Something Whitney and Katie had started looking at last year when I was still in the GMT was looking 3 years out. What big things do we have? Because we have some big regular review shall items coming up. Having an idea of what those are, I'm thinking like the 5-year EFH reviews, those come up fairly regularly. The trawl cat shares review is supposed to be coming up. We're going to have the take reduction team that's got to start. I think it might help us think a little strategically long-term. Well, we've got EFH, groundfish EFH starting in November. We don't want to take on something big that's going to take a whole lot of time in June of that same year, just thinking about what's going on. So maybe a calendar of some of those big reviews of those big must items as part of our workload planning, even as part of the SITSUM or something, would be hopefully be easy enough. That way we can all kind of keep those big things in mind that, oh yeah, we've got this coming up. It might also help us be strategic. Oh, this little thing, maybe we can add it into this bigger thing and be part of the package and do some packaging, which I think helps NIMS at times too.
Thanks. Virgil?
So looking at this document D that we've got, I'm fascinated by the metrics that you and the staff put together, Eric. It gives us a perspective. We've talked a lot about efficiencies without a compromising effectiveness with the council meeting. But if you look at those dollar amounts that are spent for each meeting, the staff and the council members only account for 29% of the cost of the meeting. The rest of it is associated with the cost of all of our advisory and technical committees. And it's some 71% of that $263,000 per meeting. I think we're on the right track having a discussion about how to help and challenge our structure to be more efficient and effective in that form as well as our own. I think we've got some great ideas here. Merrick's got the list. I believe that Merrick and his staff now have available to them sufficient information in addition to the technical metrics you put together to take a look at whether you can change that glide path. I see the ability to do that based on this discussion. If we can maintain our effectiveness. Lynn said some stuff that I thought was very important right there at the lab. Look at planning and or implementation horizons. What ability do we have? I know in our agency, during my tenure as both fish chief and the director there, we changed our fishing regulation horizon from 1 year to 2 years and now 3 years. We don't have to go through that process with all the staff and management and public input associated. The commission can change those at any time they want to, but the whole process is only triggered every 3rd year. We've done it with hunting regulations, gone to biennial, with the exception of big game. Just can't get away from having to dink around with big game numbers every year. But that may be coming. Planning documents, our 5-year plans are now 6-year plans to match that 3-year window for fisheries. And those types of things have reduced the time it took staff to get things done, those annual things that took up a certain amount of time, public input, meetings, all that. Now they can plan out a longer horizon for other activities and still get that work done very effectively. So I'm anxious for this group, my endorsement is it goes back to Merrick and his staff to take this stuff and make some recommendations to us. I believe that's what our executive director and his staff are there for, is to listen to this stuff, compile it for us. We don't have to solve those problems. We've voiced our opinion and come back with recommendations that I think are well within the reach of the glide path that he's already determined is needed to keep us viable. Thank you for that, Eric.
Thank you for your, Bob?
Thanks, Brad. I wanted to comment on the maybe moving advisory panels, divorcing them from the council meeting and putting them in earlier or whatever. I think I reflect back on what makes us us, what makes this council as good as it is. And we talked about all the issues, but one of it is the relationships we built, the family atmosphere we built. That's because we get to know each other. If our advisory panels don't overlap with us, I'm not suggesting they shouldn't start earlier. If they don't overlap, we don't get to know them on a personal level. We don't get to interact with them. They don't get to interact with us. The fact that they do, to me, builds trust in what we do, builds trust in what they do. We respect each other. And it's much like when COVID hit and we all went virtual. This is my belief. What made us be able to be so successful for that time was the fact that we all knew each other and we all had close relationships. I also look at the changes that happened in our personnel and in the council during that time. And all of that eroded that a bit. We never fell off the shelf. We survived and we did good. But I think we did a little less of a good job toward the end. I think the relationship part of this council can't be understated, or I don't think, or overstated, however you want to look at it. I think it's really, it's a real important component. So when we talk about moving us apart, moving us virtual, I think we need to keep an eye on that part of it too, that we keep the family together and people get to keep building relationships, building trust, and knowing each other. So, and it's important too, when advisory bodies come up with, recommendations or management teams, that we can actually walk down the hallway and talk to them during breaks and stuff. That matters. So, I think I'll just stop there, but that's my comment. We need to be careful what we're doing.
Think about. Yeah, I think we've got a pretty good place right now, I think. Eric?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you for the additional conversation. Yep, Kelly's nodding too, so we're doing well.
Yep. Okay, that takes us to E1, right? Next
Takes us
steps.
to E1, yes, or just E. Well, I will just abbreviate for you the plans that we have in mind after this discussion on 3 items. So the first one is the outcomes from this meeting and where they land. So what we'll be doing is putting together what we're going to call a committee report, and we'll circulate that to you all. We're aiming to have that in the April briefing book. Accompanying that report, we will do our best to bring together a staff paper with the recommendations that you all are asking for. April is not very far away when we think about March briefing book, March meeting, the April briefing book. It's all about the same time. So we'll do what we can. When we get to April, assuming all that comes together, we'd be asking the council to develop a set of recommendations about how you want to move forward with any of these changes, or if there's more deliberation that's needed, we can schedule it at that time. Second one, IRA funding. So we're going to move forward with revising the proposals that were in the briefing materials that you saw based on your feedback, some of the feedback we've received from the EWG. We'll submit those January 31st. The funding, when that arrives to the council, the whole IRA funding has been complicated from the get-go, and then all the internal systems that NOAA has been updating since last fall, that's added some layers. And so the last time we chatted with Kelly Dennett and company about those funds, she said maybe you'd see them in April. And I put a little bit of stock in that. So I'm unwilling to move forward on these projects until we get the money. So that will determine the next steps. But in general, after the money is received, we'll do some self-organization and then come to the council and say, here's what we have in mind for a plan forward. Get your input about all of that, including, whether we need a committee or not to cover one of these topics. The third one, the grant renewal process. We are off schedule. That is because of a few things. One is the whole IRA funding issue that NEMS was trying to rush through, trying to figure out how to spend all this money. That took precedence over starting the grant renewal process. Looks like it's also been complicated by some of the internal systems that they've been updating. So kickoff meeting for that grant renewal is supposed to be in October. Patricia just attended it today. So I need to huddle with Patricia and figure out what the outcome of that meeting was and how and whether we need to play catch up. I know we'll need to play catch up. Originally, we were planning to have the budget committee review a draft of first, grant renewal narrative in March. That's just not going to happen at this point. So next step would be June, be what I'd aim for, but I haven't connected with Patricia yet. So the discussions here feed into that process and the narrative and the grant that we start to develop. So a few balls in the air we've got to pin down, but hopefully give you a sense of how we're envisioning the next steps on those things, starting with committee report out of here for the April meeting. So I wish we could have more of that pinned down, but some of it's just out of our hands. Would you add anything to those steps, Kelly? Any questions? Yeah.
Yeah, Mayor, you talk about the IRA funding. Would you know that by the April council meeting? Or would we be having a discussion at the April council meeting or the June?
We'll see.
Yes, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else before we finish up here? Okay.
Corey.
Oh, Corey.
Yeah, just a comment and then one last recommendation. I just wanted to really thank council staff for putting this all together. I thought these materials were like really interesting, incredibly helpful, and I learned a lot from them. So thank you all for that and for the time and effort. And it's become really apparent, and I've heard this from pretty much everybody around the table these last 2 days about the workload that council staff has and the excellence that comes out of it. So thanks for that. And then the recommendation is just that you two and maybe other staff take a day off.
Agreed.
They stole my thunder. That's quite all right. They do pretty impressive, really, the amount of information we got. So, Bob.
Thanks, Brad. I know when this was first discussed, one of the tenets was it's hard to discuss these things when we're in the middle of the battle, the council meeting. This is just a thought at the time, and I think this is proven to be pretty darn fruitful and a good method of dealing with this particular item. So I appreciate one that the staff heard the message, and two that they did such an awesome job of putting it together.
Very good. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank all you folks tuning in, and we'll hope to see everyone at the March council meeting in beautiful downtown Fresno. Okay.